All right, what's good, everyone? Joining up the live right now. How's everybody doing today? What's good, everyone? What's good, everyone? Joining up the live. How's everyone doing? I'm currently by myself so far. I'm gonna join Dean's live here in a second. I thought I would say hi to everyone real quick. But what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? One thing I thought about doing is that, like, in the middle, like, I'll just mute myself on there and just plug myself back into here, and then I can just talk to chat that way. Because then there's not like mic overlap as much. So that's one thing I'm going to be trying to do a little bit more, as much as I possibly can. I'm going to put it on this microphone real quick because we're going to be putting over there in a second. Once Dean adds me up, I will be over there. Let me let him know I'm in the box. Hey, bro, I'm in the box if you want to add me up. Have no clue what's going on in this conversation. How much you want to bet? They're like, oh, you bring up Parker for backup. How much? How much you want to bet? I have no clue what the conversation's about. Oh, there he adds me.
No, I want to hear it. Go for it. Wait, I actually want to hear it after I thank Jamie for the $25 donation over at PayPal. Jamie asked me to specifically not read their message off on live. I will not do that, but thank you for the love, Jamie. Show some love to Jamie down below in that comment section while Parker's plugging in his mic, everybody. Show some love to Jamie down below. Seriously, Jamie, thank you so much.
What's up, everyone?
Welcome in, Mr. Parker.
What's good? How's everyone doing? How the debates been today?
They've been pretty decent. It's been hard to find Trump supporters, but the people that we're finding are decent. Go ahead.
Kat, what's back? You can go back to the conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what's going on in the conversation. I have no clue. So.
Oh no, we were just talking about the LGBT community and how Trump literally doesn't care. Like, whatever you do, like, he doesn't care.
Oh, okay. What are you meaning to say, that he doesn't like think badly of trans people?
No, I'm not saying trans people. I'm saying LGBT community. He doesn't care.
Are trans people a part of the LGBTQ plus community?
Yes, I'm not saying they're not.
Okay. So then, like, does he have just real question? Does he have disdain for trans people?
Does he have what?
Does he have disdain for trans people?
I don't think he cares.
You don't think he cares at all? But he's banning trans people from the military. He's getting rid of their access to gender affirming care. Right.
He's banning people that are actively going through surgeries.
What? No. He's banning every single trans person.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. You need to go. You need to go look at the policy. Read the policy.
He's not doing that.
Wait, are you serious? You don't think that have you read the policy? Have you looked into it? Because it specifically states trans people.
He's not doing that.
Really? You
Kelly, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for the love, Kelly.
One of my friends who's trans is getting kicked out of the military.
Okay. Oh, wait. Kat, are you saying that trans people aren't getting kicked out of the military?
Yeah, that's what she just said. She just said that trans people aren't getting kicked out of the military. I literally have a friend where he is getting kicked out of the military because he's trans.
I have friends that are trans in the military. They're not getting kicked out.
Wait, really?
Yes. They're not getting kicked out.
Really? That's interesting.
Yes, really. I also have plenty of friends that are trans, that are cops. And
the Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration's ban on transgender troops serving in the military to take effect while it is being contested. President Trump signed an executive order to implement that policy back in January. It had been blocked by several court rulings. What does it mean for someone who may be transgender serving right now in one of the armed forces? Does that mean that right now they could be asked to leave?
Depending on how the military is administering that, then yes. I mean, that's the whole point of seeking the stay. You're saying, hey, this is something that could cause immediate harm to people in the military right now. However the Trump administration decides to administrate that, yes, they may be out of a job.
Okay, so are you just going to deny reality? No? Is that what we're doing?
No, I'm not denying anything.
Really?
I'm literally
How about this? Were there any trans people banned from the military?
No.
No, not a single trans person. Again.
If they were
I literally know someone who's my friend, and he has been banned from the military. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, because they're probably going through the surgery.
What do you mean? What? What?
Lauren, Lauren.
Wait, even if that
Pro-life.
is the case,
I'm
why does that
pro-life.
mean
Gay
that they
marriage,
shouldn't
what
be
do you
able
say?
to?
I'm against gay.
1 second.
Pro-life,
I'm pro-life.
gay marriage, what do you say?
I'm against gay marriage. And, you know, not easy to do in New York, but I'm against.
Lauren.
Yep, he's so super pro the LGBTQ plus community. Look at this guy. He's an ally, right? Is that what your view is? Seriously? That's your view?
He is. He is. He doesn't.
That is the most insane take I've ever heard. Did you just hear what Dean just played? Hello?
You guys just literally take everything so excessively. Like,
What do you mean excessively? How can I take that excessively? It's what he said.
He also said he didn't care.
The Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration's ban on transgender troops serving in the military.
Pro-life,
I'm pro-life.
gay marriage, what do you say?
I'm against gay marriage.
I'm in like a huge fight right now on TikTok.
The Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration's ban on transgender troops serving in the military.
Marriage, what do you say?
I'm against gay marriage.
I'm this famous guy on TikTok.
Dude,
Hey, I'm Blair
Kat,
back.
are you
The
serious?
Supreme
Do you actually think that he's like not a bigot? I mean,
No,
these
I
are
don't
just
think-
small examples. We can go across the board.
Don't.
What?
I don't think he's a bigot. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares about the LGBT community. He doesn't care.
Did you hear what Dean is playing? You have Dean straight up silent, just looking up clips to disprove you right now. That's how
Yeah, I
insane your
know.
take is right now.
Nothing
You have
is-
Dean
nothing is true.
not speaking on his own live. What? Do you realize how insane this is?
The LGBT community.
He's just straight looking for clips right now to show you that you're wrong. Because like that's just like the most insane take I've heard.
How about we start off with that first point? You said that he wasn't banning all the trans people in the military. Okay, listen to this and then give me your evaluation.
Court is allowing the Trump administration's ban on transgender troops serving in the military to take effect while it is being contested. President Trump signed an executive order to implement that policy back in January. It had been blocked by several court rulings. What does it mean for some?
Yeah, respond to that.
Face isn't on it. Oh.
Kat, can you respond to that, please?
Yeah, I can. Again,
Okay,
he doesn't
do it.
care.
No. Okay, you made the claim that he's not banning trans people in the military. I just gave you evidence he was banning trans people in the military. What are
No,
your thoughts?
he's banning trans people in the military that are trying to get surgeries while they're in the military.
This is all trans people.
Wait, can you give me actually like what you're referencing? Where did you read this, Kat?
I'm literally telling you.
No, where did you read this?
He just does not
Where
want to.
did you get this
Well,
information
just-
from?
We're just gonna read his actual executive order. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that as well. But I just want to ask where she read this from.
I literally read it everywhere. He just doesn't want to provide.
Everywhere?
He does not want to provide the
Anywhere in
surgeries.
specific? Can you tell me where
He
you read
does
this in
not want
specific?
to. He does not want to provide the surgeries
Oh,
for people
and-
while they're
and
in the
where did you
military.
read this in specific?
I can find it anywhere.
Okay,
You can-
so I'm actually on supremecourt.gov right now. I have his literal executive order pulled up. Can I read it to you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so this was executive order number 14183. This was titled Prioritizing Military's Excellence and Readiness. So let's go ahead and view the text. Okay. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution, yada, 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 I hereby order that the...
Don't even.
Okay. One moment. We are looking for the particular. Okay. Consistent with the military's mission and longstanding DoD policy, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy its rigorous standards necessary for military service. Beyond the hormonal and surgical medical interventions involved, adoption of a gender identity inconsistent with individual sex conflicts with a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's personal life. A man's assertion that he's a woman and his requirement that other honors this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. Okay. For the sake of our nation and the patriotic Americans who volunteer to serve it, military service must be reserved for those who are mentally and physically fit for duty. The armed forces must adhere to high mental and physical health standards to ensure military can deploy, fight, win, including the conditions and without the benefit of routine medical treatment or special supervisions. For this reason, this policy is banning all trans people from serving in the military. That was the exact wording of the executive order. You absolutely cannot deny that Donald Trump implemented a ban on all trans people in the military because I just read the ban to you.
I'm going to bed.
Okay.
You're on my glasses. I hope you didn't break them now.
He actually never did that, but okay.
Whoa, Kat, I just read off the order banning them. I wasn't just making shit up. That was
There's
me
no way
reading
she's
off,
real.
That was me reading off Executive Order 14183.
Dude.
So the contents of Donald Trump's Executive Order 14183, signed into law on January 27th, 2025, explicitly ban all trans people from serving in the military. And I just read off to you the very explicit text that did so. Once again, consistent with the military's mission and longstanding DoD policy, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. Boom.
Dean,
Okay,
I
all right.
swear I'm having like the same day over and over again. I swear this happened yesterday, right? And like people just weren't answering questions the entire day. And
Yeah,
now
dude, this
we're
is-
back and the same thing's happening. People aren't answering questions. And
Yeah,
they're
this one's
not
pretty
engaging
ridiculous.
and they're rage baiting. I feel like this is rage bait. I feel like this isn't real. I feel like this is
This has to be rage bait, right?
yeah, like there's no
yo,
way.
Annie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying I figured that she was just a turf. This is more insane. Yeah. Kai, thank you for the $10 saying, does she realize that the LGBT community is considered a part of DEI? Oh, good point. Really good point. Really good point. Really good point. Appreciate you guys for the love. Then also, real quick, I'd like to thank Olivia for the $50 over on PayPal. Olivia with more love. Olivia says, yay, Dean and Parker, I love it when they crush MAGA together. Yeah, I have fun when Parker's debating with me. Thank you for the love, Olivia. Let's get 500 Olivia W's down below. And then also Journey with the $5 over on PayPal. Let's get 50 Journey W's down below. Then Kayla with the $10 saying, please kick her out. I like to hear an intelligent Republican.
They don't
Thank you
exist.
for the $10, Kayla. And then Emmanuel, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Show some love to Emmanuel down below. Thank you so much for the love, Emmanuel. I do appreciate you for your donation. And then also quickly, Brittany with the $5 on Venmo, Sarah with the $5 on Venmo, and AJ with a 1. Okay, so now that we've gone through the donations, I'm gonna assume that Kat has had her time to disassociate from her crazy mental gymnastics. So Kat, the claim that we are arguing is actually no longer relevant because Kat just left the live. let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, Dominic. Right now, everybody just be patient. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen. In the meantime, y'all, let's go to get that next guest, Dominic, loaded. And what's going on, Dominic? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Phenomenal. And why do you support the worst president of your lifetime, Donald J. Trump?
Oh, man. Have you ever seen The Apprentice?
I've actually never watched it. I have seen a clip from The Apprentice where he just straight up says that he loves Diddy.
Oh, God. That's not good.
No, it's not good at all.
No. Yeah, he was funny when that show came out. He liked to say,
so
"You're
true.
fired."
Well, I mean, wouldn't that make him better for like a stand-up comedy club, not the Oval Office?
Yeah, no, supporting the nation is crazy.
Okay.
Right, so you don't actually support Trump?
No. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I
Move
love
on
you.
to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Appreciate you. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just do be patient while we're working on getting that next guest. Hudson loaded into the live. Here we go. Y'all. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just do be patient while we're working on getting that next guest loaded. And we got Alex loading up right now. Everyone, just be patient. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Alex?
No. Sorry if I'm wasting your time.
Sorry, man. I did gotta kick you. I'm really sorry, Alex. We were just looking for some debates. So we got Kyle Roth loaded into the box. Here we go, everybody. If you want to support me, Venmo, PayPal, you can find in the link tree in my bio. Get 100% of the proceeds over there.
Yo, can you hear
I
me?
really do. I really do. I appreciate
Cookie
everyone so
King
much for the love.
Mogs. Cookie King Mogs you.
Very nice, Kyle. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Hello, Luke. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
How are you? How old are you?
25.
Oh, why do you support Trump?
I mean, he's just an alpha. Like, I wanted to ask you, do you still vape?
No, bro. It's an anxiety pin.
It's a patience
okay?
pen, bro.
Yeah, bro. God.
All right, I wanted to ask Park. You never answered the question. He said that he was a concubine for the Osama bin Laden's killer. So I just wanted to ask you,
dude,
are you
get off my
also a
live.
concubine?
That
No,
was
I
me
said that
he-
I said that the
Robert
guy
O'Neill said
called
that about?
us.
Oh, yeah, you
It
were
was-
also
it
in
was
that
all-
picture.
yeah.
Yeah, it was both of us.
Is there any truth to that statement?
Why are
well,
you
no.
asking that? That's such a
No,
fucking insane thing
we're
to
not,
say.
We're not sex slaves to the person that killed Osama bin Laden. Nope.
So was it consensual then?
No, it was unconsensual. It was a very unconsensual request.
He unconsensually raped you? That's crazy, bro.
No, he said that he wanted to unconsensually.
Why are you
Yeah,
doing
and
that?
I
What a
said, is
fucking
there
weirdo?
any
Why?
truth to that or
What
what?
a rage baiter? What a weirdo, dude. What is wrong with you?
Are you
You guys are not
asking
able
if
to
you-
decline it, or
Wait,
you
wait,
guys
wait.
not
I
able
just
to refuse.
want to clarify. Are you asking if he actually raped me?
Yeah, if you were his concubine. He said concubine. He didn't say grape.
So concubine is a sex slave. Sex slaves get raped.
Yeah, that's
what
your opinion. But anyways, can you answer the
What
question?
about your opinion? Do sex slaves get raped?
Well, obviously not. It depends. If there's no graping, no.
What does it depend on?
On if they consent or not.
If they consent, then they're not a sex slave.
So you think all concubines get raped?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your opinion. So you did get raped.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy,
no,
dude?
he didn't actually grape me. He said that he wanted to.
So was it
but he
consensual
didn't
then?
actually.
So was it consensual?
He didn't actually do it.
Oh,
Never actually met Robert O'Neill in person.
do you think you would have a choice if you're in front of him?
Do I think I'd have a choice if I was in
considering that
front
you're a
of him?
sore boy and you probably don't lift weights.
So your critique is to say Dean doesn't lift weights. Dean would get graped. Liberal owned. I don't know, man. I think that this like deteriorated mindset on the right is incredibly sadistic, and honestly, just really does convey like a lack of the existence of any like moral virtues in your character. You know, like you're talking about me here, so I mean, I'm not going to give you a super negative reaction because it's likely what you want. I'm just going to call you weird, bro. Like that
I'm
shit
weird
is
because you
weird.
said you wouldn't be able to fight back. That's sad.
You're weird because you said I get graped because I'm a soy boy. That's crazy.
Well, he said he raped you, so I'm just asking you if it's true, and you're not denying it. So
I've never met with Robert O'Neill in person. He said that he wanted me to be a sex slave. He said that he wanted to. Not that he did.
and I asked you a question. I said, would you be able to fight him off? You said no.
Would I be able to fight him off? Likely not.
So you'd be raped.
Like if he wanted to do that, and I was in person with him, and I didn't have any like means of defense, and it was like a one man v other man, he would likely do that to me. Yeah.
And you wouldn't fight.
It's like, no, I would fight back. He just happens to weigh like 200.
Chat. I'm just honestly gonna just talk to chat until he gets kicked. Okay, he got kicked, so I'm just gonna thank people, and then I'm gonna. I don't know what that was. I would have kicked that guy earlier. Tyler, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I did kick that person. I just didn't remember their name. Admin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. I was just going based on information that I was given. Tiffany, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Tyler with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think like one time or twice maybe. Lennox, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Judy with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me.
Hello.
Why do you support Trump? He's trying really hard.
Knowing
Guys.
someone that could protect us, honestly.
You think that Trump can protect America?
Well, I mean, yeah.
One second. Are you in the fucking bath?
I was about to ask that
You already
question.
did.
Like, are you in the bathtub, bro? Why are you in the bathtub joining the live?
Yeah, we're gonna go to the bot. Caden, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Caden. And then Jenny with the $7 on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys are incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the donations. What's up, Tractor Guy? You support Trump?
Ghost, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Ghost.
Yeah, of course I support Trump. It's my president. I'm patriotic.
Oh, okay. Do patriots support core American values?
Yeah.
Name a core
American value, the Constitution.
Wait, you said to name a core American value?
No, is a core American value the American Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay, so if patriots support core American values and the Constitution is a core American value, if you don't support the Constitution, you don't support core American values, meaning that you're not a patriot, right?
Not true, because if you support 90% of the American Constitution, then you're still patriotic.
Well, he called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which would be the entirety of the Constitution. So if he's advocating against the entirety of the Constitution, that would be against the entirety of a core American value, let alone the fact that I would be able to ask you this question. Name a single core American value that Donald Trump upholds more than Kamala Harris.
I mean, I don't know why we're talking about Kamala. She's irrelevant.
Just name a single one.
I would say he supports the going to work and getting paid for what you do rather than sitting on your ass and not working.
Really? Because that's not what he specifically does within his tax policy.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Can you give us a little bit more of like an explanation of that? He supports going to work and getting paid for what you do compared to sitting on your ass and not working. How does he support that? What does that mean? What does that mean? Tell us more about that.
The guy that inherited his wealth.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. Tell us what you mean when you say that.
Well, he'll let you keep more of your like paycheck rather than like having it given to the taxes to subsidize like government programs.
Oh, that's not true. Actually, the average American, or I guess every American making at or under $51,000 per year, will be paying more in taxes following the BBB. That's according to a model done by the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania, which is currently our best data as far as a projection of what the impacts of the BBB will be on our federal tax code. So in other words, he actually supports taking more money away from the low and average middle and low and middle income Americans, and then giving it to the rich people so they could sit on their asses all day on their mega yachts with an additional bottle of champagne.
What do you mean by where is he giving money to the rich people in the big beautiful bill?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that there's like direct cuts to like a handful of things that disproportionately benefit the rich people. Like I think according to that same model that I told you, like the top 1% is taking home an additional hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax breaks per year.
Yeah, when it is the case that we actually see the bottom quintile losing more, right, in terms of after-tax income. Their after-tax income decreases for the bottom quintile.
Sure, but don't you think it's good that people at the bottom get punished? And that will motivate them.
What? Dude, this guy just advocated. Don't you think it's good that we're like fucking more people over and putting more people in poverty? Because like if we put more people in poverty, bro, it will incentivize them not to be in poverty, bro.
Wait.
What?
Did you just say?
No, like
isn't it good that the people at the bottom
and it won't
punished?
be your problem. It won't be a problem.
Dude, you're rage baiting.
I'm actually not. Like, I don't understand why every time like somebody with some valid points talks, you're saying
this is not a valid point. This is not a valid point.
Because you just said, isn't it good that the people at the bottom get punished? So you want to
yeah.
So I just want to clarify, like the best version of reality is where the people with the hardest lives already have their lives harder, right?
But a lot of these people make bad decisions in their life that set them up for not having success. Like a lot of them are not educated people. A lot of them are.
Do you think rich people don't make bad decisions?
Wait. Then let's just hone in on that. Let's just hone in on that. You're saying that like the less money you make, the less educated you are, and that's a bad decision insofar as
no,
success
that's
of your
not
life.
always correlated.
So I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify here, real quick. Do you think that it's going to be easier for the average low-income American to get an education if they have to work 60 hours a week and get paid $1,000, or work 45 hours a week and get paid $1,000?
Well, it depends what job you're doing, man. Like you can't.
It shouldn't depend on the job that you're doing. When you have to work more to make the same amount of money, you're obviously going to have less of an opportunity to educate yourself. So in other words, when we increase taxes on low-income Americans and we make life harder for them, forcing them to focus more on their immediate needs, turn around and get a low-wage job, that will give them less time to seek an education to be more successful in their life. And you just ran right into the point, because that is the total point of social safety nets, is to alleviate the immediate needs of low-income Americans, as well as to increase their wages. And the reason that is so important is because thereby that gives them more time to focus on things that they could use to become like a high skill member of the labor force, to seek an education, or to go out and start a business. But when we're forcing them instead to work like 80-hour weeks to pay for them and their children with no benefits, and punishing them by increasing their taxes, they're more focused on their immediate needs. They're more focused on working more harder hours to generate the same income that they did before, meaning that they'd thereby be less focused on seeking an education, seeking a trade degree, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that would amount to more boundaries from going from existing as a low-income American to an average American or a high-income American. Individuals have more economic mobility, which means it's easier for them to scale their own income.
Yeah, bro.
The more social safety nets they have.
I mean, which part am I supposed to address? You just spoke for like 2 minutes straight and said 100 points because you're speaking at like 5 words per second.
Pick one. Pick one.
Yeah, pick one.
I don't even know, man. I'm lost.
He doesn't know a single one.
Like
he didn't know a single point.
So much.
I'll repeat the main point I want you to respond to. You said we should punish poor people because they're not getting educations. Okay.
No, you shouldn't. My point is that you shouldn't reward poor people. You shouldn't give stuff.
So is rewarding poor people like taxing them less?
Taxing poor people. No, well, poor people should be taxed less, but not like completely.
Is that punishing them?
No, that wouldn't be punishing.
Well, you just said that they should be punished, right? So if they should be punished,
poor
then we
people
should strip
shouldn't just
people
be
off of
given
Medicare,
worthless
Medicaid,
stuff.
Social Security. We should cut people off of, like children that get, free school lunches. We should cut them off of that because they should be punished because they're poor, under your view. Right? That's what your perspective is. You're saying because they make less, they should be punished. That's fucking insane. It's a crazy fucking view. And the fact that you aren't able to easily identify it right now is disgusting, dude. Do you care about your community? Do you have empathy for human beings?
My point is like when they
This guy's
cut
gotta
the
be a troll. This guy's gotta be a troll. No.
When-
This guy's a rage baiter. Okay, so I
I'm
clicked onto his
not.
profile. Yes, no. Because right now on screen it's telling me that your name is Tractor Guy. It's like a picture of a tractor guy. But then when I click on your account, your profile is like
That's
Pope Trump
Aaron
AI.
Rodgers.
And,
It's
and
Aaron
then your name. So then when I click on your
Aaron
account, your
Rodgers.
profile picture is Pope Trump AI, and your name is Trump is our savior.
Yeah, I don't know why TikTok doesn't save my stuff.
So do you think Trump is our savior?
Yeah, he's gonna save America.
Oh
man.
my god, dude.
He has to be a troll. This has to be
No,
a troll.
can I
don't believe that
ask
you're
a
real.
question about the
For
bill?
sure. After I thank Hype Phantom for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying mute him for me, please. Sure, why not? Hype, I do appreciate you for the $20. Show some love to Hype down below in the comment section. I do really appreciate you so much for that. I want to see at least 200 IWs down below. As well as if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find me on Venmo and PayPal and the link tree in my bio. You can find my Venmo and PayPal down there. I get 100% of the proceeds, and I do really appreciate you guys for the love. Go ahead.
Tractor, what state do you live in?
Arizona.
What time is it?
5:30 about.
Okay. For some reason I thought you were Canadian.
Why do people think I'm Canadian?
The way you pronounce
Canadian. You just said it. Canadian.
I studied in Canada. Well, like I did my like
Oh, wow.
Can you name 3 cities in Arizona?
Tucson, Phoenix, Scottsdale, Glendale.
Okay.
Tucson.
You said
Like-
Tucson twice.
You went to Canada to study? You got your education from the
I-
socialist
Yeah,
communists?
seriously, dude. He got cheaper education because of the publicly funded education.
I went to Alberta for 4 for
Of course
3
you went to
years.
Alberta.
But like, okay, obviously, when you guys just ramble about these same points all day, every day, can I ask about the one point about the big beautiful bill? If you have the one thing that I saw a lot of people like disliking in the media was the fact that he was cutting Medicaid, and yeah, I think healthcare should, be accessible to everybody. It shouldn't be given to everybody, but it should be accessible. And like, yeah, like it's gonna cost something, but like whatever. If like the 20 hours a work week, like that's not that much to ask for if you're able-bodied and above the age that it was. Like, is that really too much to ask if someone's able-bodied
For over 11 million people? Yes, it is. That's literally why they're going to lose their health insurance.
But why can't people work 20 hours a week?
There could be various reasons. It could be specifically related to the level of work in their particular area. It could be relating to disaster areas.
Volunteer.
It could be relating to, the volunteer also, right? There are plenty of conditions in which that would also be hard for people to be able to get access to in terms of plenty of things related to their own lives, in terms of children, taking care of children, especially after the times in which they've designated, in terms of I think it's around 14 years old specifically for Medicaid and 7 years old for food stamps. I mean, you can have an 8-year-old kid that's going to have a restricted access to food because their parents aren't getting food stamps anymore because they're above the age of fucking 7. Like, that's nuts, dude.
Or also, can we keep in mind that a really big reason why experts and critics don't support a work requirement is because of the administrative burdens. So many people, when we implement a work requirement on socialized healthcare, fail to complete the very complex paperwork or meet the documentation requirements, which would thereby disqualify them from services, even though they are working the required amount. And this isn't like a hypothetical claim. I mean, this is what we actually see. So Arkansas implemented a work requirement on their state Medicaid in 2018, and because of that, 18,000 people lost coverage, not because they weren't working under that requirement, but because of paperwork issues.
Yeah. I mean, that's rough, but man, life ain't easy, man. Like, get up, go to work, figure it out.
Get a job is actually nuts. You just saying get a job is nuts. Like, do you
To the
hear
people
yourself
that
right
have
now?
jobs but can't complete the complex paperwork.
Yeah, but you can also like I'm talking about the Medicaid. Like, yeah, that situation I've never knew about that. But like for the majority of almost like I'd say like 99% of Americans, 99.9 per like 1 in 1,000 people over the age of 25 that's able-bodied shouldn't like it maybe can't work. Like everybody should be able to work 20 hours a week to get this Medicaid.
My point is that there is people that are meeting these qualifications that still lose their service because of the administrative burden.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait. Along with the fact that again, when it comes to these different types of, like you say, just quote unquote work longer, right? If it is the case that they don't have access to general work within their area, are you saying the only thing they have access to is volunteering? That they have to dedicate up to 20 hours of their week specifically to volunteering something that they're not paid for just to receive health insurance?
And then also, I just want to point it out there that Medicaid was created to ensure healthcare access, not to incentivize employment. I agree we should have policies in our government that incentivize employment, but I don't think that healthcare is one of those policies.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand that healthcare is obviously something that everybody needs, right? So but okay, can we go back to when you were speaking before? You guys were talking like playing clips of Trump saying stuff like that he doesn't believe in like gay marriage and stuff. Well, like I'm not trying to gotcha here because you obviously know, but a lot of the Democratic Party has clips of them 20 years ago saying the same thing.
So
And that
true.
clip of Trump saying that, it's a little skewed, right? Like you're showing your tens of thousands of people watching you that all call Trump a racist and a homophobe and all those things.
He is a racist.
My
The
biggest
clips
reasons
from
why I think that he's
before-
my biggest reasons that I think that he's harmful to like gay Americans is going to be him not embracing a secular multicultural democracy and kind of getting us significantly closer to like a Christian theocracy. I understand that he doesn't just like totally say Christian theocracy is what we need, but like the sentiments of putting God back in school, being this really good Christian, 10 Commandments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, even look at your profile picture; it's literally AI Pope Trump. He said that he wanted to be Pope.
Yeah, that was funny, though.
That pushes us closer to the proximity of a government that includes more oppression of gay people.
Yeah, again, but it's a sin in their religion, just like taking somebody's right to life. Like it's a sin. Like these people believe that it's on the same lines of that, right? Like in their 10 commandments, they believe that. And when you believe something is like sin is like not all sins obviously equal, but if something's sinning, like you don't just support a sin that you're brought up in the belief, like
exactly, like this is what it
to
causes
convince
right here.
people to change
This is what it causes right here. It's like, oh, it's a sin. We can't support that. Bad. And that's what Donald Trump is getting us closer to proximity to. That's
but
why
the
I
last
don't like
pope
him.
was
Wait, also, I just want to talk about this. While you support Donald Trump, a guy who cheated on every single one of his wives, was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. Right? Are you trolling? Are you serious?
No, I'm. Why would I be trolling? I'm not going to waste my time.
If you're saying that like people who are gay should be ostracized from this in the context of society, well, then shouldn't the same thing be for Trump?
I'm not I'm not one of those religious people. I have nothing wrong with that group of people. I don't dislike the LGBTQ. I have any problems with them existing.
So you're not Christian. You're not a Christian nationalist.
No.
Also, what's the
Okay.
argument that being gay is a sin?
Yeah. Well, all it was that man shouldn't sleep with man. That's what I remember hearing about it.
Where does it say that? Leviticus 19?
Yeah,
you're
they
right,
don't
it
accept
does.
Leviticus.
25
dude,
says
there's a
slavery's
ton
okay.
of
You don't
bad things.
accept Leviticus. Come on,
Apparently,
where
if
else?
you don't respect your parents in the Bible, it also says that you should be put to end of life.
Give
Like,
me the argument that being gay is a sin.
I'm not saying it's a sin. It's in the. Is it not in the Bible?
No, I don't believe that the Bible says that being gay is a sin insofar as any moral law that is observed today or after Jesus'
I
resurrection.
thought it said that man shall not lay with a man. If he does, then there's like a then
That's
You're-
Leviticus 22.
you're
I
thinking
mean,
of- yeah.
so like typically like Christians like would reject like Levitical law and treat it as moral commandment of the Old Testament, renewed via Jesus' resurrection. And I mean, obviously you'll be able to agree here. Like, you know, Leviticus 25 says that slavery is okay. Obviously, like modern day Christians don't think that slavery is okay now, right?
yeah, no, for sure. I mean, dude,
Right. So
the
that
Bible
that
was
actually
written a
is a
long
moral
time
commandment
ago.
of God that is
You were allowed to
that is fulfilled with
marry
Jesus' resurrection.
like young people when you were in the Bible days. Like it's not. We're living in a different world. The religion shouldn't be part of the government. I don't agree that it does, and I understand your point on the fact that Trump is more likely to push these morals because that's the way he believes that the country can run better. But biblically, like speaking on all the European countries and whatnot, you look at how countries run themselves. A lot of them are based on religion. I mean, like Poland, France, like these are Italy, like Greece.
Because the world was incredibly religious when these countries were founded, and
But it was
the
also
tradition
religious when
held.
America was
That doesn't mean that I agree with that. I think that every country on earth should be a secular, multicultural democracy.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Like I don't necessarily disagree with you on that.
Okay, all right, man. Was there anything else you want to go over with me, Parker, today?
No, I guess that's it. I'm smarter than both.
Cool. All right, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go and see what the next guest does have to say. We got Max Nunley loading up in the box. Everybody, just be patient while we get that next guest connected. Y'all, here we go, everybody. Here we go. All right, phenomenal. While we are getting that next guest loaded in, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. And also, Marissa, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Marissa, you are awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, thank you so much. If we could please get, right, at least 250 Marissa W's for
I'm
their
sorry.
kindness.
I was just trying to yell at that guy. Let me leave.
If we could please get 250 Marissa W's down below in the chat for Marissa's kindness, that would be sweet. Marissa, I seriously do really appreciate you for the $25 donation. Let's see 250 Marissa W's. While we're getting the next guest, Gaten Durner, let it into the live. Gaten Durner, quite frankly.
Hi guys.
What's up? You support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, you? Why?
Why shouldn't I?
Yeah, because he's bad.
And how is that?
He's an adjudicated rapist. His
Where's the
economic
proof?
policy sucks.
Where's the proof?
What state do you live in?
I don't live in America.
Yeah, skedaddle, buddy. All right. Anybody want to come up? Anyone? Fucking, quite frankly, dude? Come on. Where are they at? We'll get Junebug up in here. Junebug, you better be mad, I swear to God. Okay, let's go to get the next guest up in here. Yo, then also Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. They say, my Australian heart breaks for the US right now. I wish that the MAGA delusionals understood that you're fighting for them too, right? They'll never understand it. And also, Andreas, thank you for the $5 and the 25 cents over on PayPal. Show some love to Andreas as well as Stephanie down below. Thank you, guys. Let's go to get the next guest up in here, y'all.
Kim, thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kim. Give me some W's for Kim in the comment section right now, as well as Jay. Thank you for the $5. Mariah, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, looking. I think that we scared all the Trump supporters away, Parker. Chat, what do you guys think? Chat, did me and Parker scare all the Trump supporters away? Is that something we did? I don't know.
Here, I'm going to thank people on YouTube. I just don't want to cut you off.
No worries.
Yo, Rachel, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. Doomy, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Ducky with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think the work requirement is in between the ages of 19 through 64, but it would absolutely be applicable to anyone within that age range. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Philip, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's our money that they're giving away. Yeah. That they're taking from it. Yeah. I mean that's kind of what we're arguing, is that we're taking money from people who are lower middle income and giving it to the rich people. Hello. Thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Jobs grow on trees. I don't know. I guess they just feel like it. Fishfeed, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I do in the sense that, it's like wrong to infringe upon somebody's bodily autonomy without good reason, and we don't have any good reason in the context of abortion. Absolutely. What's going on, Eli? Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say I love you guys.
Boo, fuck you, Eli. I'm just kidding. I love you too, but don't spam Mac in the chat. I just want to come up here and say
Damn.
that. Nah, all the love to you, Eli. All the love to you.
Matt, guys, I think you were one person. Or Matt. What the fuck? Did I just call you Matt? That was crazy. I think it's because I saw the guest name. Christian, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Christian in the comment section right now for thank you for supporting gay rights. Give me some W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Holy shit, Christian. Always good to see you. W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, but I just had a quick question. Y'all boys watch sports at all?
College football. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. All right, take it away. Wait, how's this relevant to why you support Trump, though?
Oh no, I just got up here to talk about Wimbledon.
About what? About
Wimbledon, the tennis tournament.
Oh, the tennis tournament? Yeah, man, I'm not up to date with my tennis tournaments. I'm not gonna lie.
Me neither.
Oh boy. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, we're gonna go to get Evil Dean up in the box. Wimbledon.
It's a different Evil Dean. You got to be clear with that. You got to come up with a different name other than just Evil Dean. Diabolical Dean.
Evil Dean.
No, Diabolical Dean.
Extra Evil Dean. Diabolical Dean. What's going on, Vinny? You got some noise in the background there. Do you support Trump?
Does Charlie Kirk own both of you?
On what point?
I own Charlie Kirk every time I talk to him. That's right, buddy. That's right, pal. That's right. I have him running. He's scared of me.
Yeah, wait, why isn't he sitting down and doing a long-form conversation with Dean anymore?
I don't know if he wants to smoke with you guys.
Wait, he said he would. He said he would again. He literally just recently said he would again. And then he went back on it. How are we ducking?
I have a question, Vinny. You gotta cut the background noise. It's pretty loud. But Vinny, do you support Kirk?
Possibly.
Okay. Sorry, man. There's too much background noise. There's too much background noise. Sorry, Vinny. All right, we are 3.5 hours into the stream. We'll probably debate one or two more people. Honestly, you guys have made this stream go by really quickly. I'm very thankful for you guys. All right, because it was a long, hard night. It was a long, hard morning. It was definitely like pretty rough, guys. Been having it rough, but it's been a good stream. I appreciate you guys for being here. Let's gonna get that next guest up in here, y'all. All right, everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded into the box, y'all. We're going to go to get them in here right now. If you are MAGA and you would like to come up and have a conversation with us, let me know. Let Parker know down below in that comment section. We will invite you up here. That's right. Dean, are you vegan? No, I'm not vegan. The vegans are very mad at me right now. That's right. I've had a lot of people stop supporting me because I gave an argument to just show like an absurdity. This one woman's perspective of veganism. Not happy with me right now. Nope. Alex, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. They say, debate me, little punk, hit your anxiety pin. I gotta say, man, $10 is a lot for a hate dono. That's actually probably right around the same amount of money I'm going to be spending on dinner tonight. So, Alex, thank you for buying me dinner. That is incredibly kind of you. It's going to move on to the next guest. Unironically, some hater just bought me dinner. I am not even trolling. I'm being dead ass. Some hater just bought me dinner. NW, you support Trump?
Currently, yes, but I do vote both sides.
Oh, man. Why do you support Trump?
No one's perfect. No matter what candidate's in place, there's going to always be things that are bad. But I do believe that he has delivered on what he's campaigned. I think I should leave it at that. How's that?
I think he's delivered on some things he's campaigned on, but he definitely didn't deliver on cutting the price of groceries so fast your head would spin on day one. He didn't deliver
agreed.
the ceasefire between
failed
Russia
there.
and Ukraine in the first 24 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of false promises.
He didn't build the wall, didn't repeal and replace the ACA. I mean, we can go on. Go on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree there. Yeah,
Dude, 1 second. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. because Alex the hater just hit us with another $5 saying hit your anxiety pin before you cry again. Dude, now you've donated me a total of $15. Now we're actually like getting into like decent dinner territory.
I think he'd love you.
I know, $15. That'll get me a $12 like choice New York strip for my local grocery store, and $3 that could be spent on a potato, and then some like really nice garlic, and some really nice garlic butter to baste the steak in while I cook it. You just bought me a steak and a potato, steak and potatoes for dinner. Thank you, Alex the hater. Take it away.
All right. So I disagree with you most of the time. I still watch everything. You and there's another gentleman, I forgot his name right now, Harry, but I still listen because there's always something to learn. So it's not a debate on who's right or wrong. It's really about what's good for the citizens, right? That's what we're looking for. Am I wrong?
So we're looking for something that's good for the citizens. Sure, I could agree to that. Good for the country. Yeah,
Okay.
good for everybody.
The
in
citizens. The citizens.
Well, I mean, let me rephrase
not
myself.
the country.
Like, unfortunately, it will require this rephrasement because of Donald Trump's policy. I want something that's good for people.
Fair enough. So let's let good people in the country. I mean, as a Trumper, since I'm not a Trumper, but I voted this time for Trump.
What the fuck?
I did
Dude,
vote.
I'm sorry. I gotta cut you
I
off.
know,
Now.
I
I'm really
hear you.
sorry.
I hear
I'm really
you.
sorry. It's that same hater. Alex just donated $50.
No way.
The hater Alex just.
What the fuck, yo?
Yeah,
He did not.
He did.
Alex, can
He
you
said-
start hating me, Alex, please?
He said, treat yourself to halibut, but please grow up. Be a better person. Enjoy dinner. Yo, Alex, I got to tell you, man, you are my favorite hater ever. Give some W's to Alex. I'm not even joking. W hater Alex down below.
I already love him too.
I know,
love
right?
him.
Yeah, that's my last interruption. I'm so
Big
sorry for cutting
win.
you off. Yeah, big win. Take it away.
No worries. So again, I disagree with you and what's his name that I said earlier. Gosh, I forgot again already. But anyway, I disagree, but I always listen to both sides because it's educational, right? You know, I gotta know. I did vote for Trump this last round, and there's lots of failures, lots of wins, or whatever. But gosh darn it, I think you interrupted me enough that I lost my point.
You were starting to make a point that had to do with like mass deportation. It sounded like.
Oh, mass deportation. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, so Trump is handling that totally wrong. He's not focusing on the bad people. He's focusing on the good people. I'm all for. I mean, actually, I would think a lot of Trumpers or MAGA or Republicans say, yeah, let people in, but put them through due process and make them legal. But yeah, Trump's kind of failing on the who he's deporting. He's literally just going for numbers at this point. He's not going for the bad people, the rapists, the murderers, the gang members. What do you think? Do you see the same thing? Because me, even though I voted for him, I think he's going too far.
Okay,
Do you
so
agree?
far you've actually been able to point out a lot of things that Donald Trump is doing / has done that you disagree with. What are the things that he's done that you do agree with that make you consider yourself MAGA?
Oh, well, I do agree with closing the border. But at the same time, I agree there should still be a funnel with an appropriate process to let good people in.
Okay, I'll respond to that. But before I do, Tree, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. And then Alex with another 20 saying, I hate you guys. And he's not even trolling. He's not even trolling. No, he's donating to Own the Libs. Like Alex said in the chat, see how I'm donating to him and you guys are still hating me? So he's like donating to me to like make people look like hypocrites because they're still hating on him. Like he's at $85 now. And it's not even like a liberal that's LARPing. This is like a legitimate hater. Wow, Alex. I feel so owned. I gotta tell you, I feel so owned. But now listen, you said that you support Trump because of his border policy. I actually think that his border policy is really, really, really bad. Now, the reason why I say that is because a big reason we've seen a reduction in undocumented entry into this country is by restructuring the incentive structure for entry of immigrants. Think about it. Why are undocumented immigrants entering into this country? Well, one primary motivation would be for a better quality of life. I believe that Donald Trump has
Agreed.
removed at least the aesthetics of that, the appearance of that incentive, by really reducing the quality of life of some undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, like Abrigo Garcia, having him beaten, tortured, and sea caught, or sending people to alligator Alcatraz, or deporting Venezuelan immigrants without due process. Okay, that creates an appearance of a very low quality of life, which is scaring more people away from undocumented entry by removing that incentive. Now,
Well, they
on the
shouldn't
other hand,
come in undocumented. They should come in legally, and
Okay,
we
okay.
should
I agree.
enable
I
that,
agree.
right?
But we have to be able to come up with the proper solution. The proper solution to
Right.
mitigating undocumented entry isn't to give them or to restructure their incentives to make them think they have a bad quality of life because the quality of life of the undocumented immigrants who are in this country are having their human rights violated. The way that we should
Yeah.
disincentivize undocumented entry is by removing the other incentives, such as the fact that the legal means of entry are so unattainable. Here's a way that I break it down. The ultimate
I
incentive for
agree.
all
What-
immigration is a
hold
higher
on.
quality of life.
You're making too many points too fast.
Okay, fine.
I have to agree. I'm 57. My wife came here when she was 5. It took her 10 or 15 years to get citizenship. So you're right. The barriers to entry are too significant, whether it be financial or time or both. We
Yeah, and
need
I
to
think-
do better on that.
And I think
as a
that's
country.
ultimate. I think that's a root cause of undocumented entry because, I mean, what an immigrant sees is like, oh, it's going to take them 20 to 25 years to get in here legally. So thereby, if they just enter into this country illegally, they'll be able to attain that higher quality of life now. And that is the reason we've had so many millions of undocumented immigrants come into this country. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, you talk very fast, but I will agree that too many people are coming in too fast. They're not being vetted, and I do think our process is too long. So it's kind of a double-headed problem, right?
Right.
We need
but
to
I
do
think
better
so
as
many
a
undocumented
country.
immigrants are coming in so fast unvetted is because our legal process takes too long. If we want to reduce the
Agreed.
incentive for undocumented immigration, all that we need to do is restructure, our legal means of entry and have it function in such a way where legal entry is significantly more attainable, and that will ultimately remove that that incentive for undocumented entry. That's what we need to do. Has Donald Trump ever said he wants to make the legal means of entry into this country better?
No, that's a great
really
point.
big
No,
reason
he
why you should
hasn't.
think that
I'm
Donald Trump
really
is bad for Border
disappointed in
Patrol.
that.
That's a really good
There-
reason that you should
it
think he's bad
seems
for
to
Border
be
Patrol.
from the past 2 presidents, it's either blocked or open. We need to find a balance there, and we need to put a process in. If we can spend so much money on a wall and so much money on military to protect the wall, we can spend that money on allowing people in. That I agree with. We can figure it out. But right now it seems binary. Biden said open, Trump says close. Even though I voted for Trump,
Neither
I
of
don't
those
agree with
things are
either
true
of them.
statements. Wait.
Oh, they're not?
Wait, okay, I have a question. You said Donald Trump said close, right? You said
Yeah.
specifically that. Okay, I have a question. Then if it was closed under Trump and it was open under Biden, explain to me how there were lower levels of border crossings on a daily average at the end of Biden's administration compared to the end of Trump's first administration.
Oh, that I don't know. I mean, unless they were just fearful because of Trump. I mean, it just could have been a emotional reaction. I could be wrong. I'm completely guessing, so I'm not giving you any facts.
So again, lower levels of border crossings at the end of Biden's administration compared to the end of Trump's first administration.
Yeah, I honestly have no facts. I really don't know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Is there
Yeah.
like a policy of Trump's that you like? Can you name a single economic policy maybe?
Not a specific policy. I'll tell you, I'm an investor, and when Trump was in, okay, sure. Not a policy specific. I can only tell you my experience. When Trump was in office, my accounts went up. When Biden came in, my accounts went down. When Trump came in, my accounts went back up.
So do you know what a
policy
correlation
affected that?
causation fallacy is? You're saying because two variables are associated means one caused the other. And if you look up something called spurious correlations, there are a hell of a lot of things out there that have an incredibly high level of correlation with each other that have absolutely no legitimate relation.
Interesting. All right, I should look that up. Can you repeat that though? That was
Look up spurious correlations. Would you like me to even
Spurious
just read off some of them for you?
I mean, I don't know if the audience wants to hear that, but if you'd like to share, brief stuff like bullet points, I'd be happy to listen.
Yeah, like it's just like an example. Here's an example. The distance between Saturn and the Sun, and Google searches for how to make a baby
Those
have an
are
incredibly
spoons?
high correlation.
Really?
Yeah, incredibly high correlation.
Okay. Okay. All right. You know, I'm an old guy, and I'm going to change the subject a little bit, and it's around debt. So excuse my ignorance, because I trust you guys. That's why I listen to you. I listen to both sides. So I'll be 57 this month, and I'm not okay with debt. All of us, regardless of party, increase the debt. Why is that okay? Is there a possibility?
You really
we
care
can
about debt.
do
You care
that?
about fiscal responsibility. Did you know that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending comparative to
No,
Kamala
I
Harris
agree.
and Joe
I
Biden?
agree.
Joe Biden
No
specifically
question.
4.3
No
trillion overall,
question.
2.2
No
trillion
question.
non-COVID related comparative to the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion overall,
No,
4.8
no
trillion non-COVID
question.
related.
Yeah, again, no question.
But we're talking about who
But what
who
we haven't
causes
had
more.
is a candidate that reduces it. There is no question about what you're saying.
Yeah,
I agree.
neither candidate reduces it from net basis in terms of zero,
None.
but one
I
is
agree.
preferable to the other.
One is, yeah, that's true. But not, I shouldn't say not to me because I made a vote, right? You know, I voted for Trump. But who's going to help us with this debt?
Who's going to help us with what?
The
Yeah, well,
debt.
listen, that's an existential crisis related to American politics that is ever impending and does not have an answer today. But what I will tell
Okay,
you,
outside of
as it
stuff.
relates to a conversation about your support for Donald Trump, clearly not him.
Wait, what'd you say?
My response to your question of who is going to help us with the debt is I have no fucking clue.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not
That
him.
gives me an
We
existential
already proved
crisis, just
that.
like it gives you one.
Yeah.
I don't think I can answer the question, but what I can say is definitely
neither.
not Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to take up your time with your group, but I appreciate you letting me enter because I still watch you, and I don't know if you're friends with Harry or something like Harry, but I still listen to you both. I want to hear all sides. I don't know the answers, but as an American person, I don't like anything that's happening from any party.
Hey, I will say, you said that you're like 51, 52?
57.
57. Hey, thank you for being the very first 57-year-old on my live ever who actually acted their age.
Well,
And I
thank
mean
you.
that. You'd
I
be
hope-
surprised. You'd be
I hope you-
surprised.
I hope you have me back again. I just don't want to take up too much of your time. I will pay more attention and have more clarifying questions in the future. And who's the other person in the live?
Oh, that's Parker.
What's up?
Parker? Hey, Parker, thank you for challenging me.
Appreciate you.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Cool. Of course. Yeah, no, I like that. You know, first guy to act, older gentleman to act his age. You don't see that often on these lives. You know, like that's a way to go about challenging your beliefs as it relates to politics. It's a good methodology. You know who we have in the queue?
Who?
He's been in the queue for a minute. I want to bring him up. It's honestly been a while.
W.
Dr. Blitz.
How's
What's
it
going
going?
on? What's going on, man? It's going pretty well. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah, I've been feeling down politically, so I've been getting back into the political lives. Have you guys talked about the scientific implications of the big beautiful bill?
Do you want to tell us about them?
Oh, they're so bad.
Oh, let's hear it.
It's so bad. So, look, so we all know that the BBB is terrible. However, if you go look at NASA's budget for in the BBB, NASA gets it's like $28 billion or $24 billion a year. That's roughly what it was for the last few years. Fine. The space exploration part of the BBB is about the same as it was last year. Totally expected. They want to go to Mars. They want to go to the moon. Fine. But if you look at the scientific budget in this part of NASA's budget, they cut it by half. They're cutting the scientific budget by half. And the trouble with the big beautiful bill, the trouble with the scientific budget in particular, is that they're taking existing space telescopes like the Chandra X-ray Observatory, the New Horizons probe, which is the thing that got us a photo of Pluto, the Fermi gamma ray telescope. They're just shutting these things down, even though they're already in space. They're already operational. They've been providing great science. They're top of the line telescopes, top of the line probes. They're just canceling them, so we just can't use them. It's so wasteful. And I mean, like, the National Science Foundation is also having its budget slashed in half, shutting down working observatories. I mean, it's just really, really bad. So much so that France has started accepting American scientists. They have a scientific refugee visa that's going into place in France, just because of how bad this is. And people are we're talking tens of thousands of scientists losing their jobs. It's real bad.
You know, honestly, that might be worth talking about more, because when's another time in history we've seen a country either defund or fire a shit ton of scientists, and what was it? What was its impact on that country? I mean, I remember like the Soviet Union and Stalin firing state scientists. Then next thing we knew, they had a famine that they didn't know how to deal with that killed millions of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I was also just going to say, like, it's such a small portion of the budget. Why are they specifically cutting this? If they're trying to get money to pay for other programs, why would they cut this in particular? It's not like it's a huge revenue mechanism.
That's exactly the issue. I mean, the Chandra X-ray Observatory, the one that I care about the most, because, I mean, I should be very, very specific here. There are other telescopes. The Chandra X-ray Observatory is the only X-ray observatory that has the resolution that exists. It's 25 years old. It's the best telescope that exists. It costs $20 million a year to run. That's a drop in the bucket. That's a fifth of an F-35, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense. So the reason they're cutting it is because, I mean, clearly it's not something that they prioritize, and people aren't going to challenge it because people don't know about it, which is why I'm talking about it. I've been talking about it more on lives lately.
Thank you for coming up on the live and saying that, because like that's some really important information, because realistically, like, that's anti-intellectual, right? If you look at like the 14 points of fascism, I'm not trying to make a political message out of this any more than we are, but if you look at them, right, one of them is the fact that you are going after the intellectuals and the arts, right? This is an exact attack at the intellectuals, right? If they're cutting science, right? Literally, it's not a revenue mechanism. That is a direct attack, not specifically in terms of revenue. That's an attack at the sciences and the intellectuals. That's what it is. And we should not look past things like this, because this is seriously a huge threat to our system.
I mean, so it's tragic because I follow a lot of academic people on TikTok. There are a lot of people who are grad students in the hard sciences. These are people who are looking for postdocs in the hard sciences, even faculty in the hard sciences that are just having their grants just revoked, just because, the NSF or the NIH, not the NIH, or the DOE or the DOD, these places used to give scientific grants for basic research, and they're basically awarding half as many now. It's tragic, because you just have people who would have done great science in the US, they're going somewhere else because they can find a job there. Now, the only thing I'll say before I leave is, Dean, the right analogy is not the Soviet Union. The right analogy is 1930s Germany. Einstein fled. Basically, the entirety of the physics community and the mathematics community in Germany, they all left. That should really worry people here.
Yeah. Dr. Blitz, it'd be really cool to see you get into some politics live about, about what you're good with science, and physics and so on. I mean, I think that, it'd be very meaningful. I know that I'd tune in. I remember tuning into, like your free question Fridays or whatever they were called, when you would just allow anybody random to ask any question about physics. I remember asking you a bunch of good ones. You have a really good way to go about explaining these things that I think a lot of people would be willing to tune in to. But I do really appreciate you for joining the live tonight, man. Been a minute, and thank you so much for bringing up these really good points.
Kill myself at all, or no?
What's that?
Well, I do these once a week. I do political stuff in the morning, so it doesn't overlap with you guys.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to check out the next one. Have a good rest of your day, Blitz.
Have fun.
Bye. All right, for everybody else watching, I think that will likely be our last conversation of the night. We're coming in here in 4 hours, and honestly, I'm exhausted. But before you guys head out, I actually want to have you guys do some action. Okay, it's about what we talked about earlier, related to the crazy evil couple and everything that's going on Twitter right now. I'm gonna ask you guys that use Twitter to please go on Twitter and just echo facts of what happened what is happening and what's going on. There's not enough facts on Twitter right now. I know, crazy, right? But we just see like this overdraw of completely false conclusions that are like incredibly defamatory. You know, I see a lot of people saying that, you know, I'm a P3DO. I think that children can consent to sex. And I mean, these tweets will have thousands of likes. And I mean, this has now caused pictures of my old house to get posted. People are saying I'm a real piece of shit. I deserve to die. I woke up to a couple hundred death threats, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The facts of the matter are as follows. Okay. There was an incredibly evil man with an incredibly evil wife, by the way, that I've now talked to on 3 separate occasions in the last 30 hours. They say that parents have the legal right to consent for their children to be viewed by older people. And the husband, quote unquote, said, and I quote, and I quote here, at the end of the day, he wasn't breaking the law, so I can't fault him for that. They said that Trump viewing the naked bodies of 13-year-olds was a business transaction that benefited both parties. And somebody else in that live said that CP was art. And that's just a handful of things. So, and then the result of this is to take one like out of context clip of the dad saying something that could be falsely misinterpreted. The meaning going, "Oh, we need to call CPS on you." Once again, I agree. I definitely agree that was not the proper response. Was to call for the viewers of the live to find public information and take the private local CPS authorities. Drop the ball. That shouldn't have been my response. That shouldn't have been my response at all. Okay? But those 2 people, nonetheless, were still incredibly evil. I mean, it's documented literally on this live. The wife was the very first guest we had up. So feel free to go back and listen to her say that she thinks that Donald Trump looking at a naked 13-year-old was a business transaction. You will hear it on this live stream on YouTube. And I'm just simply asking you guys to echo the facts. Because right now, due to the lack of facts on the platform, it is sick. It is sick what people are saying to me. It is sick what people are saying about me. It is completely sick. And that's what I'll leave you guys with for today. Apart from that, it was a pretty good stream today. I feel like we actually had some good debates. You know, we've been on for 4 hours, and it just kind of breezed by because of how good the convos were today. As well as Annie, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, saying MAGA will do anything not to talk about their failed president. The news cycle will move on, I promise. Yeah, it will. We got another 24 through 48 hours. Appreciate you for the love, Annie. But yeah, I'm going to go get rest. And also, I'm going to buy some flowers for my girlfriend. Before I got on the stream today, I was so stressed out from all of this that I probably wasn't the kindest I should have been. That's not saying I was an asshole. Just I could have been kinder to her. So I'm gonna go buy her some flowers for her to have by the time she gets home. So that's what I'm gonna go do now. But Parker, if you want to go live, I'll send you a raid.
Absolutely, I will, man. As always, man, make sure to check my text, bro. I appreciate you. Have a good night, bro. Seriously, have a good time.
Cool. Take care. You have some good debates. For everybody watching, if you want to continue.
There we go. They're going to send me a rate. Hopefully everyone goes to YouTube. Alrighty, there we are. What's up, everyone? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Would you count Parker? On my TikTok, it's Parker got a GF because I don't have my main account. I don't have my main account until a bit. Actually, let me check when I get my main account back. Let me see. Let me see. Give it 1 second. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Share the live. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. Everyone, the YouTube's been kind of popping off on shorts recently. It's been going crazy. It's actually like just randomly overnight just started blowing up. It was kind of crazy. Here we have like an hour before we get the main account back. We have like an hour until we get the main account back, just letting everyone know. The shorts are popping off on YouTube, and I'm so happy about that because my TikTok is not working, chat. I posted the same TikTok to like YouTube and to Instagram and to TikTok, and it has 2,000 views. It's literally about the fact that someone argued that we should deport Jesus, okay? And it's 6 hours has 2,000 views. I know for a damn fact. That that's, you know, means it's not sending out because, I mean, hell, there's more people watching the stream right now. I'm serious. There's more people watching the stream currently. And I just started the live a minute ago on TikTok. So like, wow. I don't know what's going on. And I'm on my girlfriend's account as well. like, dude, I just know that it's like there's something going on with TikTok, and I don't know what the fuck it is because again, on Instagram it's sent out, on YouTube it's performing better than all the other ones that are like that blew up overnight. Are you Shadowman on TikTok? Absolutely. I swear those bans just are horrible. The fact that the fact that it has 2,000 views though, that's just like shows that it's like not sending out for sure. Alrighty. Well, we're gonna get some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Give it a second for people to join up. Some people always say, like, not gonna lie, I came for Marge, but then I'm sad to see what happened. That's always so funny. All right, we're gonna start getting some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's your birth year? 2006. What month? Okay. Do you support Donald Trump? Why? Oh, can't hear. I'm sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. My bad. Repeat. Can you start back from the beginning? Everett, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, YouTube. I'm so sorry. I had it like that because I was debating on Dean's live, and I have to turn it off because otherwise it sounds weird. I'm so sorry, everyone. I know I do that all the time. That's my bad. Go ahead.
So foreign policy, trying to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine, striking Iran's nuclear facilities as well, and supporting Israel in its war against terror as well.
Okay, so to clarify, so your reason for supporting Donald Trump is that you support Donald Trump engaging in offensive conflicts in the context of the Middle East on behalf of Israel. I have a question. Do you think that we should be defending Ukraine?
Defending Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right now,
Yeah.
I think we should negotiate an end to the war. I think we should
Wait, do you agree with Donald Trump cutting the funding?
Yeah. We can use the.
Wait, no. So right now, he supports using our money to go on an offensive conflict in the Middle East on behalf of the state of Israel, but he does not support funding Ukraine to defend them from Russia invading their country when we have an agreement with them that we would defend them.
No, I can acknowledge Russia invaded Ukraine, but Ukraine is not this perfect land,
But we have an agreement with them.
Yeah, we have an agreement. We don't have to honor that agreement. There's nothing in that agreement that says we have to honor it.
Well, then why do we have to honor anything with Israel?
You don't have to honor it, but it's just in our best interest. When you have a foreign regime chanting "Death to America," I think that's in our national interest to defend Israel against the war on terrorism, and don't forget Iran's proxies as well.
Okay, I have a question. During the Korean War, specifically when there were people within Korea that were saying "Death to America," do you think it is the case that it was justified for the United States to go to war with South Korea?
They went to South Korea?
Yeah, there were people in South Korea calling for that.
Are you talking about the Korean War?
Yeah.
But wasn't that the northern part of Korea though?
I'm just asking you in that context. Do you see it to be justified to go to war with South Korea?
I mean, they went to war with, wasn't it North Korea? I mean, it was the Korean Peninsula. They were united as one, but after they split apart. But I'm pretty sure that was from the northern side because one side was capitalist.
Sure, because he doesn't want to. Do I need to give you like a less specific example?
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't really get what you're saying though. But I mean, give me a less specific example then.
What do you think I'm trying to demonstrate here? Let's just clarify that first.
No, because you said, oh, if people in South Korea were chanting "Death to America," is it in our best interest to, engage in that? But I don't. I mean, if they were, I mean, I don't know if they were. Like, I don't know if you can back it up 100%. But if they were, yeah.
If North Korea was claiming death to America, should we go to war with North Korea?
I mean, I don't think so. But
Why
the
not?
thing is, okay, here I can explain. So Iran, they had 60 days to negotiate a deal. Obviously, at the 61st day, and I think going into the 62nd day, Israel struck Iran's nuclear facilities. But with North Korea, Trump was actually very diplomatic, in my opinion, because he had some very good talks in disarming their nuclear program.
It didn't work though.
I mean, no, it did work in some ways.
His negotiation didn't work. I just want to clarify that one. Secondly, you're still not addressing the fact that why would there be a difference in response if it is the case that they claim death to America? It sounds like that's not a reason for us to engage in offensive conflicts in the Middle East.
But the thing is, what is it? North Korea isn't funding proxies to take down, for example, Israel. Like they're not funding any proxies around the world because Trump had
Israel themselves are funding them. The United States has funded T groups in the context of the Middle East. You understand that both Israel and the United States have been involved in funding T groups in the Middle East, right? That have led to greater destabilization in the region.
Yeah, to overthrow governments and etc.
It also did that, yeah.
Yeah, they're not. North Korea isn't funding proxy groups to try to invade Israel and try to bomb Israel as well. Like
Wait, I'm confused. Why is only Israel relevant? It sounds like Israel first and not America first.
Well,
I'll respond to that, and then I have to say thank you to a lot of people. I'm really behind actually.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you could just do that first, and then I'll reply.
Okay, for sure. I just want to say, by the way, Sid with the fucking $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for my mental health has been rough lately with everything going on with my dad, but genuinely being a part of this community has genuinely been such a light. It's helped much more than you know. Thank you for creating this space, and thank you to this community too. Can we get some W's to Sid in the comment section right now? Of course, Sid, we fucking love you in this. We love you in this community. Seriously, all of us. Seriously, all of us. Can we get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Seriously, W's for Sid. I want to see literally like fucking 300,000 W's for Sid. Rob, thank you so much for the $20. I actually do not have a business email. I've got to make one, but I do not currently have a business email yet. I'll try to make one within the week or something like that if I remember. Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. Braylon, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Braylon. Thank you. Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Mallory, thank you for the $15. And I also wanted to say, again, can we get some fucking W's in the comment section right now for Christian? Christian earlier, when I was on Dean's Live, sent fucking $200 on PayPal. Can we get some fucking W's right now in the comment section for Christian? Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section? Seriously, W's for Christian in the comment section. W's for Christian again in the comment section. We really appreciate that, Christian. Seriously. W's for Christian. We always appreciate that. W's for Christian as well, everyone. W's for Sid. I really appreciate everyone. I'm going to continue back on the debates. Thank you so much, everyone. Seriously. I just wanted to say I really appreciate it. Alrighty. Go ahead.
So what were we talking about? I kind of forgot. I can't remember.
I can tie you back into a general concept. About things.
It was Israel, Iran, like.
Yeah, I was kind of saying that you were like being Israel first and not really America first.
No, I'm not being. It's obviously America first, but we still have to.
That's not America first.
I mean, when a regime chants "Death to America,"
why is that? Why should that mean I have to send my tax dollars?
I mean, your tax dollars were going into the Ukraine war under Biden.
Yeah, and that's defending a country from them being invaded. Why is that the same?
I mean, you have a regime who's developing nuclear weapons, and it was very close to developing one. I know they were saying in the past.
You know, there's something called mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't want a regime
We also
like
had
that.
an agreement, specifically a nuclear peace agreement that Donald Trump pulled us out of. Why did Donald Trump decide to do that?
Well, that was one of the worst nuclear deals. Even Benjamin Netanyahu, which I don't really agree with, BB.
Oh, don't source BB. That's crazy.
Well,
You
no, no,
wanna
no,
do,
I'm just saying, like, I
do you
don't
want to
agree
tell
with
me
BB.
what specifically within the nuclear peace agreement that you disagree with?
Okay, no, I can give you some stuff. First of all, BB said it was one of the worst deals
I don't care.
negotiated. First of all, it gave, I think, in my opinion, too much sanction relief for Iran, which obviously, in the future led up to their militias being funded with a lot, and it didn't really address their ballistic missile program as well, which they were using to bomb Israel. I mean, there's some.
Wait, in response to Israel bombing them?
I mean, but Israel was targeting nuclear facilities, and they were.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, they didn't really cover all
I'm
that much.
confused why you just ignore that context.
I mean, no, Israel obviously did strike first, but I think you're just forgetting all the militias that were attacking Israel first.
So,
funded by.
do you understand like that? There's a distinction between America supporting defensive in the context of Ukraine versus offensive in the context of Israel. Do you understand the distinction?
I mean, yeah, I do, but I think Ukraine was just like a needless war. It's like I agree with Trump, like ending that war. Also, Trump is ending the
Okay,
conflict.
wait. So couldn't you say the same thing in terms of like practically half of your party would say this to you? Would be like, dude, why do I want to send my money to another country when it could be used here at home?
Well,
On
first of all,
homeless
like,
veterans that Donald Trump did not include in his big beautiful bill.
by the way, I don't agree with everything in the big beautiful bill. Just like letting you know, like I don't agree with like everything. I'm just saying like mainly foreign policy. But yeah, I can talk to you about what is it, military going to Israel. It actually benefits like a lot. I think we're in a surplus actually with military aid towards Israel because it funds them with military technology, which actually we get a lot back, and also intel in the Middle East. We get a lot of intel from Israel, just about everything: Iran, Syria, Iraq, and etc.
Okay. So I'm confused what intel we need that's relevant.
The Middle East is a very dangerous place, so I mean, you don't want intel about the Middle East.
I have a question. Why should the United States be involved?
Be involved in the Middle East.
Yeah.
To stabilize the region and extend.
Wow, the United States has done such a great job.
Okay, well, obviously, I don't agree with George Bush and Dick Cheney's.
Do you realize that the United States being involved has led to greater destabilization within the region?
No, I understand, but
okay, so
Trump,
then why would you argue for more U.S. involvement when it leads to more destabilization?
I'm gonna tell you. So I don't agree with George Bush and Dick Cheney about their war in Iraq. I don't think. Do you? By the way, just
hell
you
no.
Don't, yeah. Yeah, obviously.
No, wait, but you're using the same justification, by the way.
No. But what I'm saying is,
land weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, well, I know that was bullshit.
Oh, look at you. Do you see that's you? Do you see how that's you?
I'm just gonna tell you one thing. I want the Abraham Accords extended. So
does it have to? Do you need hindsight to realize this? I'm telling you right now, this is you. If you look at it and you apply it, it's the same. You are providing the same argument they provided. What's the distinction? Can you provide me the distinction?
I can provide you the distinction right now. So we sent our troops to Iraq, correct? But the thing is, all we did in Iran was just bomb a couple of nuclear facilities that did damage, by the way. Iran's foreign minister said they did a lot of damage. So instead of sending our troops and daughters to die.
Wait, are you saying? Are you saying the nuclear enrichment facilities? You know that Donald Trump bombing the nuclear enrichment facilities actually only held them back a few months, according to AP News.
Well,
intelligence reports.
The foreign minister of Iran, it set them back a lot. That's what they said in the interview.
Okay. Can you provide me specifically, right, a source of what you're referencing?
I don't know the source, but I remember scrolling through Twitter.
I would love to go see a source instead of just. It is the case that.
There's an interview with the foreign minister.
Chat. Wait, did I get my Venmo back? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, chat. Everyone, I was just gonna say, everyone, my Venmo got temporarily frozen. Wait, what? Was that just an old... What the fuck? Someone just... My account's literally frozen. I'm confused. Someone just sent me $10, but my account's frozen? What? I'm so confused. What the hell is going on? Okay. I'm so confused, chat. Whatever. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead. It is frozen still. I'm confused. Brody, thank you so much for the
Wait, what were you saying?
$10. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you so much, Brody. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rob, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Instagram probably would be the best, but I just want to say I'm not likely to check DMs. In general, just want to let you know. And I don't have people who look through DMs for me. I'm by myself when it comes to that. So just letting you know that practically, I practically have no mechanism to get in contact with me. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Worked for me earlier. What the fuck? I'm so confused. By the way, I would recommend everyone don't send me money right now because it literally says my account's frozen, and I'm like, just letting you know, it still says my balance is at 0. So I just want to let you know. I'm so confused. Whatever. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, what were we talking about again? I mean, what was it? Fuck, I forgot. It was about what was it? Iran and supporting Israel or something like that.
Yeah, like dude. I just don't know why you're just like, you just want
I
to
mean, that's
support
good
Israel
foreign
so
policy.
bad.
Oh yeah, it was about
I don't think
comparing
it's
it to
about any other reasoning. I just think it's you just have some reason why you want to support Israel for some reason that is independent of what
I
you're
mean, no, I
telling
think
me.
it's good to support Israel though, especially against Hamas as well, and the war in Gaza. Like, I mean, I think it's
Do you agree with
good.
Donald Trump's plan to take over Gaza?
I mean, no, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't agree
He
with
called for
everything.
the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian population to take
But
over
then he
Gaza.
later retracted that though, which was, I mean, it was bad.
Wait, when did he retract that even?
He said, what was it, in a press briefing that we have to be good to Gaza, get them aid and stuff.
That's
And I think
not at all. That's not at all saying that
but he
he
somehow
retracts
retracted it.
that. That's not retracting it at all.
Plus, I think he just negotiated a 60-day ceasefire with Hamas, and then they're gonna look to permanently
Can you
end the
provide
war.
me a source?
I mean, you have to, but I mean, I saw like it was on Twitter, and I just remembered it. But I mean, I think that's really good foreign policy, ending conflicts and stuff.
Twitter, dude. It was on Twitter, man. It's a great source. It was on Twitter, bro.
I mean, yeah, I don't know the specific person, but also ending the war in Congo as well,
I just
and
don't.
also
I'm gonna kick him because he provided X as a source, a Twitter as a source. Come on, I don't want to deal with that anymore. Let's go to the next person. Hopefully, we can get some debates going. And to the 14-year-old in the comment section that's saying I'm a Dean copycat, that's kind of funny. Of course not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I need you to look up Edward Kelly. He is a January Sixer that was pardoned that just got sentenced to life.
Wait, hold up. You do support Donald Trump, correct?
No, I just want you to look that up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Appreciate you with the information. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, Parker. This is Leaks. 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Hold up 1 second real quick. 1 second real quick. Give me 1 second. One second. Hold up. This isn't loading. I apologize. Let me go to my YouTube, everyone. I have a few people to thank, and then we'll go into the debates real quick. Caleb, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Caleb. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Caleb. Give me some W's for Caleb in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Caleb. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Like, did they even? I'm confused. Robin, did you send me money before? I'm confused. Was there a time before where I missed you? I'm confused. I'm confused, Robin. All right. Oh, my account's restored, chat. Oh, my Venmo's restored. That's why. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jessica. Actually, you know what? Oh my God, chat. You know what it is? Yeah, that's actually funny. Wait, no, that doesn't even make any sense. Okay, hold up. I'll figure it out. I don't know what's going on. I think it's open right now because my balance is $1 now. So, okay, all right, go ahead. You were saying?
Hey, I don't think you had asked me a question yet.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I really apologize for that. My bad. I feel like I'm a little disorganized today. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Variety of reasons: immigration, tax reform, a lot of different stances I agree with him on.
Immigration, tax reform. What specific? Okay, so you support the big beautiful bill, correct?
Yeah, I think it's better than the alternative for sure.
Okay, so better. What do you mean better than the alternative?
If it wasn't passed, the expiration of the prior tax laws would have resulted in the biggest tax increase in American history, for example.
Larger than Liberation Day? I don't think that's true.
Could you tell me what you mean by that? Liberation Day?
Oh wait, hold up 1 second, because this is this is the person that was. Hold up, I just need to clarify. Lee, this is irrespective of you. I apologize. I just it's the person who sent me money on YouTube real quick. I need to respond to this real quick. Robin, was this the person who was talking shit and I just ignored them because they were talking shit? Is that what it is? Because I did ignore someone who was talking shit. I'm sorry, Robin. Robin, I'm confused why you would say something like that. What the hell? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's hilarious, actually. Like, yes, I ignored you. What? It's not your money. It's what you said. All right. Lee, go ahead. I apologize.
No, it's all right. You mentioned something about Liberation Day, and I wasn't sure what you meant by it.
Yeah, Liberation Day tariff increase was the largest tax increase in U.S. history.
I haven't. I mean, I've looked at the inflation data. I've looked at other stuff.
Because he paused the tariffs. And even just the imposition, by the way, even just the imposition of the tariffs, then them being paused, led to our economy going from multiple percentage points real GDP growth for multiple quarters to 0.3% decline in real GDP, right, for Q1 2025.
Yeah, personally, I don't think there's been enough quarters of data to understand the true impact of tariffs. I actually think if you would have looked at, if you compare the data now to what people on the left are saying it was going to be at this point in time, it was doom and gloom.
Can I ask
I
you a
don't think
question?
anybody thinks it's that.
Why did we go
Sure, go
from
ahead.
multiple percentage points increases in real GDP for practically multiple or several quarters in a row under Biden to in Q1 2025 having a 0.3% decline, right, in real GDP? Can you explain to me why that happened?
I'd have to look at the data. I'm not sure exactly why. I wasn't prepared for that point.
Given that that's the data.
Year-over-year GDP, I mean, it varies a lot from quarter to quarter. It's generally only looked at on a year-over-year basis. I don't know if there's any
It's not.
seasonal,
We're talking
performance in
quarters.
there.
It's looked at on a
Yeah, I know.
quarterly basis.
There's seasonality to GDP. So, like I said, I'm not too sure why it would be that way.
Even this last season was last season. This year, like Q1 2024. Is that what you want to compare to? If you want to compare to Q1 2024, we saw increases in real GDP by multiple percentage points.
Yeah, so you're looking at Q1 2025. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Q1 2025. I mean, Trump was sworn in January 20th. So I think that's the worst quarter to look at realistically.
Yeah.
That's me just trying to be, realistic that neither president gets credit for that quarter. There's too much overlap in between.
What do you mean? Do you know what Q1 is?
Q1, I don't know what the fiscal quarter
There's
is,
not,
but if it's
there's
January
not much
1st,
there's not much overlap on Q1.
well, January 20th is when he's sworn in. He doesn't have any presidential powers until then. So I wouldn't I wouldn't measure him on Q1 because he wasn't even president at the start of Q1 is what I'm trying to say.
For like 20
But
days.
hey, going back to the
For
big
like
beautiful
20
bill.
days? For like 20 days? I'm sorry. How are you going to we obviously know that the GDP declining was because of Donald Trump pausing or imposing tariffs. You denying that is just straight up mental gymnastics.
I haven't seen any data that supports that
Well,
claim.
I just told you. I'm telling you specifically right now. You can look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. You can look at St. Louis Federal Reserve. Look at Q1 2025 after seeing Q4 2024, Q3 2024, Q2 2024, Q1 2024, Q4 2023. I mean, you can keep going back.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. I'm intrigued by what you're saying. What I'm on my end talking about the big beautiful bill just at the start of it, and you asked me why I'm a fan of it. I said the alternative was definitely worse. It would have been by far the biggest tax increase in American history, by far. And I think one thing that the media is misconstruing a lot, and one thing that I've realized is
What's
that
your source?
night on that it would have been the biggest increase.
Yeah.
It would have been a 4% increase overall. I got to find the source for it.
Yeah, go find that for 4% for everyone. Because I just want to
Or
let you know
4% all up.
the
Yeah, all up.
imposition of the big beautiful bill leads to an after-tax income decrease for the bottom quintile, right? And it benefits top millionaires and
So
billionaires.
let's talk about that.
That's from the CBO.
The bottom
Christian Vanguard.
quintile in what sense?
What do you mean the bottom? What do you mean in what sense? Do you know what quintile is?
I definitely understand what that is. What I'm
Okay.
saying is take Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff out of the equation. In what way was it going to result in a tax increase? I want to understand, was it through expiration of deductions, higher
No, I'm talking about the overall effect granted specifically on after-tax income due to the CBO. You're saying what is the effect on? We have to take into account benefits. You can't just ignore that.
Yeah,
So
and that's a good point.
How about you look at the nonpartisan determination from the Committee for Responsible, or not? You can look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget and from the Congressional Budget Office, and then you can come back and you can come up with some sort of particular analysis. Otherwise, you're just like vacuously saying shit.
No. Let's keep it going regarding the benefits part. I think that's a big piece. So that's another part of the bill that I think is getting way more negative attention than it should. My TikTok feed is filled with a bunch of different stuff, you included, on recaps of the bill itself. But one thing I find hilarious is that you see video clips of Clinton, Obama, and everybody talking about how Medicare in of itself as a program is intended to be a safety net and not something that people are supposed to rely on that are able-bodied. It's hilarious that I see clip after clip after clip of prominent Democrats pointing out the obvious that this program is being taken advantage of. It is a joke at this point.
I have a question. Are you saying no one who's able-bodied should get Medicaid?
No, I'm not saying that. Pregnant women should be eligible for Medicaid. People caring for other people with disabilities should be eligible for Medicaid. There's a list of people that it's intended for.
Yeah, I'm saying explicitly, who do you think should be able to get it? Do you think it should be applicable to people who can't afford it?
It depends. When you talk about
Depends on
afford,
what?
are we talking about someone who is temporarily on it? Maybe, unemployment type situation?
Here's a basic question.
Or are we
Do you think that anyone should have a restricted access to health insurance?
I think people should be incentivized to buy their own plan when the rest of us are required to do that.
Why don't they pay for it through the governmental system?
So I actually, maybe in this area, I'm not too far off from where you believe. I do wish we had, a better government option for health insurance.
Yeah, like when you pay taxes, you're paying into that
realistically, but realistically, that's not where we are.
What do you mean?
Everybody, for the most part, pays their own insurance through their employer. I personally,
That's
when
not
I
how it
take
should
into
be.
account all of,
People shouldn't
when I
lose
look
their
at
health
my,
insurance if they lose their job.
I know, but the system we have right now is incentivizing people not to work, Parker. That does not work.
No, the system right now is forcing people to work in bad conditions because they need a job in order to get health insurance. right? It's forcing people to work in bad conditions that aren't applicable to what's helpful in the context of their household. There are plenty of households
What do you mean
specifically.
by bad?
Well, I'll
What do you mean
explain.
by bad conditions? Can you
Yeah,
elaborate?
yeah. I can, for example, there are plenty of work conditions specifically around the United States where there aren't as many jobs available, and in places in which there aren't as many jobs available, and it's harder to be able to get access to jobs, depending on the year, depending on the season, depending on what's happening within the market at the time. Right? People will get stripped of Medicaid. They'll get stripped of their health insurance, and I don't think that people should be stripped of their health insurance and stripped of their Medicaid just because it is the case that they can't get access to a job right away. That's ridiculous to me.
Yeah, and I agree with you on some points. I think the key word is temporarily unable to get access to a job. I understand that life happens, you lose your job, your company shuts down. There's a number of different things that can happen, right? Your skills and knowledge don't align with the current marketplace. There's a million different reasons why someone can't immediately find a job. But the reality is too many
Should
people
they
take
lose their
advantage of
health insurance
Medicaid.
then?
If they've been in that situation, call it less than 6 months, no, they shouldn't.
Okay. So then then you're saying that no one wait, actually, how many people would you be okay with taking off of Medicaid? If you knew that you were going to take 30 million people off of Medicaid, would you be okay with that?
I think the number in of itself is irrelevant. I think the key word of the bill right now is able-bodied people putting in at least
Wait,
80
could you
hours of
answer my
work per
question?
month.
Can you answer my question?
And the numbers here, 30 million, 100 million, doesn't matter. It really does not matter. What I'm trying to say is that the work
So I have a
requirement, it's not
question.
even a true
If
work
you knew
requirement.
that cutting 100 million people off of their health insurance, right, or whatever number specifically it was going to lead to say 1,000 people dying, would you then disagree with doing this?
And I've heard you make that argument before. I think you're playing too much into the emotional part of it, which is you support death of people. Of course I don't, Parker. Come on. That's not what I'm advocating for at all.
So if your policy led to the deaths of 1,000 people, you'd disagree with your position?
Can you describe in what way they directly lose or
they
die because of that change?
They die because it is the case that they couldn't get access to or afford to preventative health insurance, right? Or preventative health care, which then led to them, developing harsher conditions in the long run, which then led to their treatments specifically being less effective, them not being able to afford going into that much debt to be able to treat themselves, right? And or the insurance just not accepting them because of that. So there are plenty of reasons why people can die because it is the case that they did not get access to preventative health insurance that is incredibly important in terms of, people ensuring their health in the long run.
When I think about I think the problem of the left in this particular area, Parker, nobody supports people dying. The problem is every issue is a priority for the left. Homelessness, right? We've been trying to fix homelessness for a million years. I live in California. I see homeless people everywhere, shooting up, dying. Nobody's doing nothing about it.
By the way,
So,
you can't
Parker,
refer
I
to
can ask you this.
you can't refer to any DRUG. Just letting you know.
Oh, sorry about that. So what does DR? Could you elaborate? I'm not sure what you mean.
You just can't refer to any DRUG in specific.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry about that. I personally feel the epidemic we have on the of unhoused people is significantly worse.
Can you name one policy
people...
that Donald Trump has to support people who are homeless?
No, I'm not telling you that's the area he's known for. I'm telling you.
Did you know his policies would hurt people in the bottom 25%, which would then lead to more people becoming homeless?
Because of the big beautiful bill, or in what area?
Because of the big beautiful bill.
I haven't seen anything in the big beautiful bill that truly hurts people on the bottom outside of the Medicaid part, which the way they're going about it, in my opinion, is very surgical.
I just want to let you know, if we
Parker,
reference the big beautiful bill and the effect on after-tax income, right, is a negative for people in the bottom 25%.
Okay, so Parker, the biggest argument you came up with earlier is that it's able-bodied people putting in 80 hours of work per month. And it doesn't even have to be work. You can volunteer or search for work.
By the way, people, you want them to do 20 hours of work in terms of volunteering without pay in order to be able to get health insurance? Dude, are
If
you
the
okay?
health insurance, it's not, you don't have to just volunteer. You can also look for work, Parker.
You understand
The
that for
bill
many people,
clearly,
yeah, you just saying look for work, like they haven't thought of that already. Are you okay, dude? Do you think people aren't looking for work? Dude, people are working hard as fuck on fucking Medicaid, and they're gonna be cut from this because it is the case of the shitty fucking policies. That's how it is.
okay, so
Every single person in this country, regardless, should have health insurance. No single person in this country should go without health insurance. The fact that you're okay with cutting millions and millions and millions of people off their health insurance just because you are fucking greedy is absolutely despicable. It's disgusting.
I'm
And
not
actually,
greedy.
history is going to look back on this as like, what the fuck was wrong with these people that voted for Donald Trump specifically, right? That literally got this country, right? Of, our fucking money, right? Trillions of dollars in the debt, right? Cut Medicaid, cut food stamps, cut the Affordable Care Act, cut Medicare, right? Cut the CDC, cut scientific programs within the federal government, cut the federal government's size in general in terms of the employees without actually determining whether or not they're actually relevant, particularly in terms of that particular field, right? Just whether or not they're like, going to be in support of Donald Trump, right? Cut education, that's horrible. Do you not realize the importance of how horrible this is for our country? This sets us back. This does not push us forward. It sets us back. And we're going to fucking take decades to build back what has been literally destroyed by Donald Trump in terms of our democracy, our court system, right? Our trust in our public systems and science, right? You understand that, right?
I understand what you're saying. What I think you're saying is you haven't explained to someone like me who pays on average at least the last 5 years. I pay 10 grand out of pocket every year for my health insurance, co-insurance
Yeah,
costs,
and that's more
medical
than,
costs.
and
I
you want to know
pay
something crazy? That's more than
so
practically every other country around the world that's developed that has
I
universal health insurance. So if you
I
want to
agree.
actually
So
pay
now
less, well, then why don't you support a universal health insurance? Because you can pay less.
no, Parker. You see that's not the answer. To me, the answer is not go straight to a government run program to answer all of our problems. The
It's
government
worked.
is very rarely efficient at this kind of
Wrong,
stuff.
wrong,
Very,
wrong, wrong. Name one fucking country around the world that has a good healthcare system that has no public involvement.
no, what you're advocating for is a 100% run government program. That's what you're advocating for. Basically Canada's model, right?
No, what I'm advocating for is there can still be private health insurance, but there is a public option provided for everyone that everyone that gets that's really good fucking quality that provides for everyone. That's the baseline. You want to provide a baseline for everyone. You can have a market, but a baseline for everyone. Every single person
I
gets
agree. I
adequate,
agree with that.
adequate, right? Healthcare. Every single
I
person.
agree with a baseline type insurance, but you do know Medicare is often referred to as a gold plan, right? It's better than what I get, and I pay 10,000 a year, Parker. Explain that to people who pay for their insurance that are getting
Hey,
the
dude.
value
Hey,
of
dude.
what a
Hey,
lot of
dude.
these people get for
Yeah,
free.
well, you're just getting ripped off by private health insurance. So how about you fucking realize? How about you realize you're getting ripped off instead of blaming the
And
government for providing a better service?
what's my alternative? I work. I'm ineligible for all these programs.
Wait,
So
by the way,
what's the alternative,
he
Parker?
just said that Medicare is better than what he has right now, spending $10,000 a year. Yet it is the case that Medicare for all would literally expand on what Medicare already has. It would be even more expansive than what Medicare is right now, and it would be the case that it would cost less. It would save around $450 billion from a governmental perspective on a yearly basis, or not government, no, an overall society perspective, not government.
You haven't explained to me how it's fair. I often hear people on the left use the word fair. How is it fair that you have hundreds of millions of people who work in this country for their own insurance, who have to grind it out week after week after week for people to just sign up and get it for free? You haven't explained that to me. Who are able-bodied, able to go work. Explain that to me, please. I'm willing to listen to any argument you have.
Yeah, 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance because people can't get access to preventative health care. And it is the case that in this country, if people can't afford health insurance, that they will die at a greater likelihood. If you want more Americans to die because they can't afford health insurance, yeah, then you don't fucking care about America. You don't love America. You're not a patriot. You don't love this country, and you don't fight for this country. If you cared about this country, you would obviously support policies that are not only more cost effective and would cost you less, but would also save 45 to 68,000 American lives every single year. Do you realize how many people that is? How many people lost their fucking family members, lost their grandparents, lost their fucking moms, right? Their dads, right? Their fucking significant others, right? You understand people that they really care about, their friends. You understand that people's lives were lost because they couldn't afford health insurance. You understand that, right? 45 to 68,000 American lives that lost every single year.
I'm going to give you another scenario that's equally sad. I'm sure a lot of people on your call, like myself, struggle with anxiety. They've struggled with depression. They've struggled with a million other health disorders. People in my family have histories of strokes, heart attacks, all of these things. Parker, I kill myself every week working.
Okay, I don't know if you can say that on
think
the
my
line, man.
life expected? I'm sorry. Do you think my life expectancy is going to be longer or shorter if I continue working at the rate that I am?
Lower.
Aren't I not gonna live a shorter life because of the amount of work I do?
Probably lower. Push the dinosaur if you're
Probably
stressing
lower.
yourself out.
Yeah, so the reality is
So
we
so
all
so then how
have-
about this? How about this? We want a society that makes it so you don't have to work as fucking much in order to be able to provide for your family, right? So maybe if you had universal access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, maybe if you had like the government actually standing up for helping you out and providing security for you and your family, maybe you wouldn't have to, stress out so much.
There's nothing in life that I've ever been given that was more satisfying than something I worked for and earned myself. Nothing.
Yeah, but
Nothing in life.
I just want to let you know, not everything that's satisfying in life do you just fucking do yourself. There are plenty of things that are satisfying in life that you don't just do yourself. In society, we live in a society that we rely on other people. I don't do everything relating to my own life by myself. Do you think I get the fucking water I drink or shower myself with or the fucking energy that I'm using right now to go live on? No, obviously I don't do that. We live in a society and we rely on other people. That's how it works. We rely on other people, we work with other people, and now we have better things for ourselves. So obviously, I think that there should be certain things that, are provided by society because they're bare necessities and people rely on them to live. And the whole point of an economic model in the very first place is to ensure the very bare necessities of everyone, to make sure everyone's taken care of. And then we can talk about everything moving forward. All of the great things that we can get from market-based societies beyond that. We can talk about that. But let's ensure everyone has base necessities. That's a bare minimum. That's the whole basis of an economic model, is to ensure everyone has food, everyone's taken care of, everyone's got a house, everyone's got healthcare. That's the whole point. And if we can't ensure that, what the fuck are we doing here? Genuinely, what the fuck are we doing here with this economic model? We have to be thinking about that. We have to care about people. We have to be compassionate. We have to have empathy for people in our fucking communities. Because if we don't have empathy for people in our communities, we do worse off, not only ourselves, but we do worse off as a society. And it's better that we want a better society for everyone, because your children are going to grow up in that society. Their children are going to grow up in that society. And the children that come after them are going to grow up in that society. And if you fucking care about anyone in your damn family, you'd care about the future that you're living for them. Or the future that you're leaving for them.
Of course I do. Of course I do, but I also believe in proper incentives being in place. And right now, unfortunately, we incentivize too many people to not do more than what makes them slightly uncomfortable.
How about this? We
That's the reality.
What about the bad and malicious incentives, specifically about people profiting off of people dying? How about we talk about that? What about the malicious aspects of that? Why don't you talk about the intentions when it comes to that?
Are you talking about like the health insurance
the
industry,
incentives?
the medical industry?
What
Who
incentives
talking
are you creating in a society to create a society where people are profiting off of others dying? Don't you want to make that illegal? Don't you not want to do that as much as you possibly can in a society?
I guess when you talk about incentives, you have to talk about an incentive for an individual person or a corporation. Who are you talking about right now?
Wait, I'm talking about the incentives for society, which would include people and corporations. Corporations are made up of people.
Yeah, I understand that, but right now, which incentives specifically are you referring to? When I'm talking about incentivizing people, I'm talking about
I'll give you an example.
majority individuals.
I'll give you an example.
You have to.
Like, if we don't have
Sure.
regulations, companies will have incentives to pollute waters that people rely on to survive. And then people would use those waters, and it is the case that they would then die because of the pollution. But it was profitable for that company. Do you realize what's profitable for that company is not what's most profitable for society as a whole? And actually, the entirety of the social welfare as a whole would be worse off if it is the case that that company is allowed to pollute. Even though it's more profitable for them, even though it makes more sense from a monetary perspective for them individually, it's not better for society as a whole because more people now have their health negatively impacted and have to have costs related to the negative impact in terms of what it would have been comparative to what it would have been without the pollution. Do you understand that that is how we use governmental
I
regulation?
am for.
And that when people say that governmental
I am for regulation.
okay,
That's fine.
okay, response.
That's fine. We're not talking about government regulation here, though. What you're talking about is giving stuff away from free. Who are you regulating? Who are we talking about regulating here in what you're describing,
We're
Parker?
regulating the market by providing
The
we're regulating the market by providing a social service for people to ensure a baseline of how people are treated. Think about how a minimum wage is also applied. You're applying a bare standard minimum level of care. That's what we're also doing in the market here when we provide a social service. Does it make sense? It's not scary, bad government intervention. It's children having food on their fucking tables. It's people having health insurance. He just left, by the way. It's people having health insurance, you know? It's people having affordable housing, okay? It's us having taxpayer dollars going to fund scientists, right, that are studying things to save lives, okay? I mean, that's what we're putting our money into that Donald Trump is cutting. You know what I mean? Like, that's what he's deciding to cut. Instead of, funding those things for the common good of the American people, what he thinks is better to do is to give ICE, right, $130 billion over the next, I think, 5 years, right? A budget that is larger than the state of Israel's entire military budget. Just want to clarify. Higher than Italy's, okay? We're spending more on ICE than Italy spends on the military as a country. Okay? We're militarizing our southern border rather than providing compassion and empathy to people that are coming to our society for a better place for themselves and to make this country a better place. Because when we allow for immigration, that's what happens. This country becomes a better place. It really does. When people come to the country who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes, that makes this country a better place. Point blank, period. Now, let's see if we get some MAGA up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I just want to say, Zach, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Zach. Holly, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Eku, thank you so much for appreciating the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sid, thank you so much for the $45. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. There's been some weird comments lately in response to the donuts. I just want to say sorry if I ever made stuff feel off. No, it's not you at all. Sid, that is not you. What? Those people are crazy. They're just mad for no reason. It's like the people that come up on my live that are like, fucking call me a grifter and shit. Like, those people are ridiculous. That are literally, like, they're getting mad at you for sending me money. Like, that's what they're getting mad about. By the way, that's what they're getting mad about. That's like diabolical. Like, seriously,
Oh
like,
my God.
you're good. You're good.
Join.
We have a president of the United States cutting people off of their food stamps and health insurance, and it is the case that that's what they're worried about. Just to clarify. I know, right, Matt? I'm such a grifter. I'm such a grifter. Can we get some W grifting in the chat, everyone? W grifting. We love grifting here.
It's good to see you again.
Did I already debate you?
Yeah, you remember me? We were debating at the time, and you got kicked out, and you lost your account on TikTok. Remember? You don't remember?
Yo, how old are
You're a
you?
hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, bro. You claim to care about people, but you stand by.
How old are you?
20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do, but you're a hypocrite.
Okay, so wait, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump, bro, because of the fact
Have
that
I talked to you before?
No, I've talked to Dean, but not you.
Okay. And did okay.
So wait, why can you stand by Dean whenever he's calling for doxing people, but not stand by Harry's system?
Okay. I'm confused how these are comparable, and also it's the
So,
response that Harry had. How are these comparable?
I got you, because Dean was trying to call CPS to rip away a child from somebody's father.
No, to investigate someone that literally was saying that it's justified, right, and morally permissible for adults to allow for other adults to see their children naked in a pervy sense. Okay, you understand that, right? That's what their position was. So do you want to add that context? You want to add that context?
I'll play the clip for you if you want me to.
You understand that the clip you're going to play from Twitter is not the overall context of what I can tell you in terms of what they were talking about. Because I'll tell you what that conversation was. The conversation. I'll tell you the conversation right now. The conversation specifically was Dean talking to an older dude that specifically was saying that it would be justified in certain circumstances for the children who were involved, where Donald Trump was perving on them, in Miss Teen USA, right? It would have been justified for Donald Trump to have done that if it was the case that those parents consented to Donald Trump seeing the naked girls that were teenage girls, 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
I'm willing to play the full minute and a half clip to break it down, literally word by word, because he did not admit to that. He, in fact, said he would rather not have his little girl inside of the pageant at all, because it's literally on the basis of objectifying women, which you would agree with.
You're misunderstanding the conversation. So he's saying that he wouldn't do it himself, but he's saying simultaneously, right, at the same time, that he thinks it's morally permissible for other parents to literally consent to their children being shown naked in a pervy sense to adult men. Do you understand that? That's literally them saying they're okay with other parents, right, in a legal sense, generating child porn. That's what you just said was such an issue for fucking crazy, for Dean specifically to literally make a big deal about and to call CPS over. Man. I just want to clarify. Now, Dean specifically has said that he went a little bit too far with it, but I actually here's my position. Here's my position, and I'm just gonna say it because I don't care. Here's my position. I don't fucking care. I really don't. I don't think it's a big deal that he called CPS. I really don't think that's a big deal at all. I really don't. The fact that people think that's a big deal, I think is kind of crazy because his position is so fucking insane, and he tripled down on it. Dean talked to him again recently, and he tripled down on the same very position, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't want to sit here and act like it's so fucking insane for Dean to literally go out and do that when it is the case that literally that's the position that they hold. Don't fucking act like that's comparable by any means.
So you think anybody who voted for Donald Trump should be called CPS on them? You think anybody who voted for Donald Trump, we should all call people?
But listen to what my position was. They were saying, listen. They were saying that they believe that it is okay for parents to generate child porn.
So do you not agree that
to literally to consent to their children, right, being viewed in a pervy sense naked, right, to other adult men? What? I'm sorry how you're saying that's comparable to anything you're saying.
So what I'm saying, right, is that you in turn think that people who voted for Donald Trump accepted this fact, right? This fact is that he perved on young women inside of the pageant, correct?
I don't think every single Trump supporter knows about this. So I think there's a huge distinction.
You think there's a good amount though, like a good amount of people that know about the situation.
Yeah. So if there are parents out there defending literally adults literally perving on little children that have children, I think it totally makes sense in that context for him to have done that. Now on my live, would I have ended up telling people to go out and do that? I probably wouldn't have done that myself, right? Because it is the case that I would have done so on the back end, right? But it is the case that I just want to be very clear that these fucking positions are not okay. These positions are morally abhorrent. And regardless of whether or not you think that Dean went a bit too far, to act like he was insane for responding that way is ridiculous. It's honestly ridiculous. Be real with yourself right now. It makes sense for him to respond that way to such an insane position. Regardless of whether or not you think his response particularly was justified, it makes sense for him to respond that way.
That's why I want to clear up this with playing the minute and a half clip and breaking it down like literally sentence by sentence, because he verbatim said, and I'll say this correctly. He said he wouldn't even allow his little girl inside of the pageantry due to the basis of it being like entirely based upon objectifying young little women.
Do you acknowledge that I already addressed this in the conversation?
Yes, that's why I got to your point.
Are you like
and then
not listening to me? I feel like this is a. You know what? At this point, I genuinely, I'll let you say this last part, and then I'm gonna go on to the next person because I don't think you're here genuinely.
No, I am here genuinely. So the first point, right, is that he and you both agree that more like pageants are morally reprehensible due to the fact that they objectify young little women. All right. Now on the second part, he agreed to that. So therefore, like literally just subsequently, his action would not be putting his daughter in a place where she would be objectified. And that was the whole basis of the claim, like why you should call CPS on them, or we need to call CPS on them because he's putting his daughter, he would put his daughter in that type of situation, or he allows that, which he never did. That was the
you actually didn't listen to a single thing I damn said. I explained. Wait. So then how about you address the fucking context of how he's saying it's morally permissible for other parents to generate child porn? How about you address that?
He literally said not because he wouldn't even
put respond to that. Respond to that. How about you say that?
Are you saying other parents or himself?
He said that it's morally permissible for other parents to generate child porn and to show that to other adults.
He never said that word by word. Bro.
Wait, that's exactly what he said in the conversations with Dean. Don't fucking
Not
sit up
word
here.
by word.
Wait.
Not word by
I'm
word,
sorry
no.
you saw a Twitter clip. I'm fucking one of Dean's best
whole
friends.
thing.
I've had dialogues with him. You can look at his fucking YouTube. You can go watch the streams. Don't fucking sit up here and act like I don't know this information and that you know more based upon the fucking clip you saw on Twitter that's less than a minute long.
Yeah, but you literally called thousands of people to go dox him with facial recognition to go literally like, can you not imagine the amount of people that would have went to his house? Like, I don't understand like your own position as an influencer. You have to have like a level of like moral, like I don't even know how to say it. Like you have to have a fucking moral compass to not call.
Wait, by the way, I do have a moral compass. I do have a moral compass, but you have to have a moral compass here. You don't fucking think of these things. Wait, by the way, you're not thinking of the implications that can have in terms of treating a child. All he called for is a fucking investigation. You're mad that they called for an investigation? Are you fucking serious? Your biggest issue on the fucking to come on my live stream about is the fact that Dean called for an investigation on someone that thought it was fucking okay for parents to generate child porn. Please get your head out of your fucking ass. Engage in actual dialogue. There are people losing their health insurance in this country. There are people losing their fucking food stamps in this country. There are people literally gonna die in this country because they can't get access to basic fucking necessities. You understand that, right? People are going to die in this country. And it is the case that you're worried about Dean literally fucking saying CPS should investigate someone that literally thought it was okay for parents in a morally permissible sense to generate child porn. I'm serious. Like, that's actually nuts.
Yes, it is an abuse of power. It is the case, right? That it is an abuse of power because he literally called for thousands of people to dox him with facial recognition, not even counting the amount of people that go to his house. Yes, he said it was permissible for
regardless, you voted for Donald Trump, right? If you think specifically that's an abuse of power, totally fair. You know what? Totally fair. That's an argument that you can make. But you can't make that argument when you fucking voted for Donald Trump. Are you serious? Talking about abuses of power? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's okay if you do it, but like.
Wait, no.
It's okay if you do it.
Wait, what do you mean it's okay if you do it? How is that comparable to Donald Trump abusing power from a presidential standpoint? How is that comparable? How is that comparable? He fucking called for CPS to investigate someone who literally said that it was okay for other parents to generate child porn, and you're comparing that to Donald Trump engaging in abuses of power, like trying to steal the fucking 2020 election? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude?
No, that's just absolutely absurd. No. So even if he did think it was permissible for other parents to do so, he himself said he wouldn't. So therefore, there's no
wait. I'm sorry. Are you saying that doesn't yield for an investigation?
He said.
Wait. I'm asking. Do those positions yield for an investigation? From CPS, if you had the ability to control CPS, would that yield for an investigation?
Yeah, that's an entirely different hypothetical.
No, I'm asking you the question. If you can control CPS, wait, hold up. If you can control CPS, would that warrant an investigation?
I mean, yeah, but it wouldn't warrant thousands of people.
Oh, dude, that's rough. That's rough.
That's
rough, dude. Wait. By the way, you don't even know that occurred. You have no evidence.
Oh,
by the way, you just said it was justified for CPS to investigate. I just want to clarify. You agree that it was justified for CPS to investigate. That's actually nuts.
How absurd are you? I can't make that.
I'm absurd.
Yes, you're absurd.
For what?
I can't make that logical reasoning, like the line of reasoning. If he calls for
thousands
of
the member
people,
description.
not one person. that not one person will go to his house or find where he lives? You don't think that's like a logical thing to think of? That's absolutely absurd.
Wait. People could find that, but that doesn't mean that is the case that someone. Wait, are you saying someone went to his house and did
literally
something?
Said to find him. The words that came out of Dean's mouth was to find him.
Yeah. Okay. What do you mean? Like to be able to tell authorities?
See, that's the thing with grotesquely over.
So look at by the way, look at public information to be able to literally just identify to the authorities that they should investigate this. That's all Dean said. And you're fucking sit up here and you're like, well, this abuse of power while you support Donald Trump. Okay, you can say it's an abuse of power. You could say wait. By the way, you can say that's an abuse of power, but you cannot say that whilst fucking supporting Donald Trump, who is engaged in the level of abuse of power that he has. You can't say that.
So you agree it's abuse of power?
Wait, you can make that argument, right? Sure. You can say that it's an abuse of power specifically for him to say, go find this public information, right? Because it can have negative implications in terms of how people view things or the social permissibility around specifically, right? Finding public information around that. But that doesn't change at all the reality of whether or not that person should have been investigated by CPS, right? Because it is the case that what they said is not fucking okay.
I agree, right? So like I can agree with that. If you can also agree that a dean widely abused his power inside of that context on live. If you can acknowledge that, I will acknowledge that CPS should have done an investigation by all means. But the thing is, you'll never concede to that because you're always buddy.
Wait. By the way, I have no issue saying that there was some level of a quote unquote abuse of power, right? Because I would have done it differently. But I mean, would I even grant that as abuse of power just because I would have done it differently? I mean,
see, there you go. Now this is literally
wait. Can you define abuse of power?
Abuse of power is using your authority in such a way to call for just an over grotesque amount of punishment. So
wait, you don't think that's an over grotesque amount of punishment?
I do think what Dean did was an over grotesque amount of punishment.
So what over? So tell me what over grotesque amount of punishment specifically the person who he did this to received.
So I can make the inference, right, that the amount of people that find him, they can go to his socials, they can find where he lives, he can find the state that he lives in, he can call the police and get him swatted. These are numerous amount of things that could happen.
Wait. You said that they could get them swatted. That's not what Dean called for. Wait, by the way, are you saying? Wait, here, let's just clarify. Are you saying that if Dean specifically, regardless, even if he doesn't say that they should specifically engage in this type of behavior, he's then going to be held accountable for all the different things that could result from it? Well, maybe we could apply this same reasoning to January 6th, right? Couldn't we apply that same reasoning to January 6th?
Yeah.
Is Donald Trump responsible for the
Shift the goalpost.
Wait. I just want a question. I just want to answer.
Oh, no, I literally want you to shift the goalpost.
By the way, you talk about shift the goalpost. This live's about why do you support Donald Trump, and you decided to come on my live and talk about why Dean specifically you don't like Dean. Like, stop talking about shifting the goalpost. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I tried to wrap it into the topic, and you're like, you're shifting the goalpost.
No, it's literally I used to like Dean until he did this. It was actually the most reprehensible thing.
Okay, go get a Kleenex. I'm serious. Go get a Kleenex. If this is I'm sorry. You support Donald Trump? Do you?
Yeah, you're gonna kick me after
because you don't. Okay, well, do you realize how that would make me respond differently? So you're saying you're a liberal, and it is the case that you stop supporting Dean because of this?
You just acknowledge the abuse of power. Don't say some level. Just
again, you have to define abuse of power. Like you still have not done that in a manner in which I would apply.
Abuse of power is like literally infringing on someone's like normative like copaesthetic, like literally just day-to-day living, and then abusing it with a level of punishment that is way farther than what should have occurred. Like literally the level of punishment.
Oh, way farther. So no, he did not engage in abuse of power.
So what? So you don't think that literally calling for thousands amounts of people to do that is like what?
I don't think what happened was way further than like I would have said to say it's an abuse of power. I actually genuinely don't. Like I genuinely don't think that. No, I don't think that at all.
So
Jacob, I've got
wait. And actually, I just want to clarify. My position might be different than Dean's on this. I'm going to be totally real. I think my position is different from Dean's from me talking to him. But Dean, you can clarify.
Yeah, Jacob, what do you think I called for?
You literally called for thousands of people to use facial recognition to find him.
Okay, so I think that you're confused. So obviously you didn't watch the totality of the live stream or else you wouldn't be so confused. But more specifically what I called for was viewers to find public information to take to the authorities in his area and not to post on the internet. So I think that we need to be like incredibly clear about what I called for because there's a lot of misinformation spreading as it relates to that. Now secondarily, thank you. Now secondarily, here's what, man. Now, secondarily, you might say here, well, Dean, that's doxing. Well, in response to that, no, that's not doxing. Doxing would be to share private information publicly with like malicious intent to like harm or harm or hurt. And what I did was not that. However, it was to find public information and share it privately with local authorities. But now, as it relates to calling on my viewership to find public information and share it privately with authorities, right, I'd say in retrospect that there's about a billion better ways I could have gone about addressing the scenario. That is not the way I should have chosen to address the scenario. And I can agree that that was a bad way to go about things. In fact, I've now repeated that today a handful of times. I would walk that back. I would agree that that was a bad thing to do. However, right, it's also worth acknowledging that these people were pure evil, both the husband and his wife. The husband agreed that parents are within their legal rights to consent to children being viewed by older adult people, as well as, he said, quote unquote, if he didn't break the law, I'm not going to fault him. His wife argued that an older man viewing naked 13-year-old girls for their pleasure is a business exchange that benefited the children. So she was transactionalizing the bodies of naked teenage girls.
I agree you're not
we
getting
could
to the
agree
crux
that
of the
these people are
issue.
evil.
You're not getting to the
However,
crux of
we
the
could
issue.
also agree that it wasn't doxing. And we could agree that there's about a
it was
billion better
doxing.
things I could have done.
No, Dean, it literally was doxing. So using public information, right? This is like cybersecurity execs say this all the time. Just because you have public information out there does not mean that you can view that public information to find private information. So if you put someone's public information online, no matter what context it is, if you completely blast it, which you did, right? You literally called for a bunch of people to find.
Wait. I just want to clarify. When they join on TikTok, what information is being? Is it Dean that's putting that information out there, or is it the person who comes onto the live?
Right, and obviously, like, you haven't seen the clip of me explicitly telling my viewership to not share this information online, but to privately share it with the
That's the
authorities.
same argument that you guys use for AB. That's the exact same argument that you guys use for AB. No, literally, it's the exact same thing. If they consent to getting online, right, does that mean they should be held accountable to the subsequent factors that come after that? No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't have to have all their public information dropped on the internet just because you call for it.
Wait. You're now lying. You just said they shouldn't have all this information dropped on the internet. Acknowledge the fact that I explicitly told the viewers to not share that information on the internet, but to share it privately with like local authorities.
Yes.
Do you understand the distinction?
Yes,
Like,
I
acknowledge that I
understand the
said that.
distinction, but it still falls underneath what I'm trying to get at here. The whole crux of the problem that I had with that entire situation was absolutely just like so heart saddening to me. Because you literally just called for everybody to find this public information. Yes, that's public information. I completely agree with that. But then people can subsequently find the private information of that person, their home, where they live, their job, all this. Yes, they may be a morally reprehensible person, but does not call for literally thousands of people to find that information.
Wait, now
That is
you're arguing.
absolutely
Now you're shifting the goalposts because I think that I could acknowledge and respond to what you just said. However, right, you were arguing that it was doxing, and you were hinging the argument that it was a dox predicated on the share of public or private information on the internet. However, acknowledge that I explicitly said to not share this information on the internet, but to take it to local authorities. Acknowledge that. That absolutely
You know that's not going to happen.
That it's doxing.
Wait, couldn't that happen also? Wait. I just want to clarify. Couldn't that also happen just by them joining the live and us debating them? Like people find and that would that be Dean's fault in that context?
If he didn't call for people to find him, no, it would not be his fault. But if he did, then yes, it would. Here's why. Here's why it's the problem. Yeah, literally, here's why it's the problem because you're putting all like.
And this is the last point I just want you to be able to address. I genuinely want to move on with my live. You've now wasted how much time on this is ridiculous.
Okay, so literally, just because you say that don't share this public information is like giving a bunch of like it would be the same reason whenever like a bunch of like the Twitch viewers or like Twitch streamers tell people to find somebody and they will still ban them on Twitch because no matter whatever the fact, if they're saying to go view his public information, they know like literally the subsequent action that's going to happen of that is finding his private information and sharing.
Wait to clarify. If I go tell everyone in the chat to go laugh at one of your videos, would that be like hitting the same principle? Because that could lead to people finding your private information.
So yeah, you're specifying a certain situation, and I agree with that situation. The reason why this is not regarding this situation is because the specification was not the specification was go find his public.
You understand?
Yeah, but share it privately, not share it publicly. So if you're saying that he's responsible for them sharing it publicly when that wasn't his intention, please explain to me how you don't apply it in this scenario.
You're just greenlighting it. That's all
what I explicitly stated. Also, it's like I think that you need to acknowledge like the specification of what I said was literally because this guy was saying that parents can consent for their children to be viewed naked by older adults, and that is legal, and that he can't hold anybody at fault that does that, and that it is a business transaction to view a child naked from an adult. Like, I think that you need to acknowledge.
Let's please
that, like,
virtue
that
signal,
was-
please.
Well, I'm not virtue signaling. I'm repeating what he said.
You're literally you're virtue
Wait,
signaling.
you think that virtue signaling is repeating what him and his wife said? You've lost it.
No. You're pivoting from the core point of where you're fault. Just admit and acknowledge.
Wait, how can you accuse me of pivoting away from something when I'm in the middle of my sentence and you interrupt me and you call me a virtue signaler for literally
right now
repeating
you're
what he
doing
said?
everything to pivot away from acknowledging your own fault.
How do you know? How do you know that I'm pivoting from anything if you didn't even let me finish my sentence?
Because you're still not acknowledging fault when I've clearly stated the reasons why you're at fault.
Okay, no. So I've acknowledged that there's about a billion better things that I could have done in that situation. However, I've not acknowledged the fact that it is doxing because it doesn't qualify as doxing, and I've already explained to you how that is the case. And I also haven't acknowledged how this is like some crazy morally reprehensible thing that makes me worse than Satan. And the reason why I also believe that is because these individuals absolutely were evil people that were explicitly stating that it is a business transaction for older people to be given consent by the parents of children to view the young children while they're naked, and they can't hold anybody at fault that does that because they think it's legal and that the parents have a legal right to do that. Once again, I can completely acknowledge that there's about a billion better things that I could have done in that scenario. However, I don't think that your accusation of doxing, right, is A, going to be true, and B, what I could have done better in that scenario was not to tell my viewers on live to take the findings to their local authorities. And funny fucking enough, this guy on live today said that the worst thing that has happened to him since I said that on live was somebody DMing him, asking him how Trump's shit tasted. That he said that is the worst thing that has happened to him since I said that on live.
Wow,
Right?
Matt, Jacob,
So
your whole point's so laughable. He's like, oh my god, all these bad things could happen.
And by the way, this guy is like reaffirmed.
It's literally not laughable.
By the way, this guy's like reaffirmed. One moment. This guy's like reaffirmed everything that I've just said like a billion times. On Twitter, I posted saying that he literally defended Trump looking at an underage minor with the parents' permission, and then he responded to that by saying on Twitter, his Twitter account, which he proved with a screenshot of his TikTok.
I don't
account,
think an insane individual would not also be likely
I
to
agree with
adhere
this.
to what
I
you
don't
said.
walk this back. This is what I believe.
I think an insane
Parents have these
individual
rights.
would also hold the same insane view that you're holding. Like I don't understand what you're getting here. That's an insane individual that would also be just as likely to hold the insane views that you are holding inside of the situation. Here's why. Let me clarify my position so we can move on. I'm literally just going to clarify this one thing. Okay?
I kicked him. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll just go ahead and leave the takeaway. Then I'll probably drop 2. Right. I acknowledge 110%, and I do take responsibility and accountability for this. I should not have directed the viewers of my live to attempt to find his public information and privately take it to the authorities in his area. I completely acknowledge that there's a billion better ways to respond to that. 1 billion. I shouldn't have done that, full stop, all right? But to act as if these people weren't completely evil individuals is insane. To act like these people, right, do not pose like a potential threat to others is completely insane. And to act like we should even normalize the idea that it is a business transaction for an adult to look at a naked child as long as that benefits the naked child and that parents have and retain the legal right to allow older men to look at younger naked teenage girls like that is also insane, right? Like, this is obviously being overconflated by bad faith actors on the right that either A, don't care about the safety of children, B, are completely bad faith and don't like me, because C, individuals that have genuinely reached out to me by saying, like, no, you shouldn't have, like told your viewers to find information to take it to Child Protective Services, etc., right? When I then returned to them, gave them context about why these people were evil and about how I agree that that wasn't the first thing that I should have done, acknowledge that, like, okay, Dean, I see it from your perspective. Let's go ahead and move on. So, I mean, these are just bad faith actors. Children are important to keep safe. Parents cannot consent on a child's behalf, and I shouldn't have told all my viewers to find their public information and privately report it to authorities. But hopefully, right, like this... this doesn't come up on your live again, and I apologize that it did.
Dean, that's not your fault at all. And you know, I actually take accountability for this because you know, I will absolutely hold anyone, one of my friends, accountable for something that I disagree with them on. But this is actually a position I hold, and I genuinely don't understand that position. And you know, I felt so strongly about it where I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna you know, address it because I think that it's ridiculous. I mean, there's people literally calling me for me to like not be friends with you. I'm like, this is the most insane position I've ever seen, like ever. Like it's actually ridiculous. Like we have got to be able to like critically think about these types of scenarios in a manner in which it's not just like I would have to cut off Dean for like for responding to the way in the way he did. It was ridiculous. By the way, that's not people in our community. That's literally like people on Reddit apparently are saying that. Like it was so ridiculous. Like it's like the most insane perspective. Definitely people not in our community. Just want to clarify. So people that obviously don't, you know, have the same knowledge of, you know, what has happened, but I still just want to point out, it's just like, you know, when the misinformation is spread so much, is that people don't know a lot about it and they assume a lot of things, you know, and they say things like that. But yeah, it's unfortunate.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and drop and eat my food now. You have a good rest of your night.
For sure. All right. Appreciate you, man. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Dean. Like I really feel like he should not have to come up and respond to that. I really feel bad for that. Can we get some appreciations for Dean in the comment section, everyone? Some appreciations for Dean in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person here real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio on YouTube. Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know, it's crazy. Thank you, Ink. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. David with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, David. Jesse, thank you so much for the $2. Ruby, thank you for the $5. Robert, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then there's always the people that just like assume that I'm always just going to take Dean's side no matter what. It's kind of funny to me. I'm like, here I'm actually like low-key. I'm just going to, I am taking a pretty pro Dean position, but let's go on to the next person. Everyone tap the screen, share the live. Let's go on to the next person. I'm not going to say any more about that. I just wanted to say that last part. So let's go on to the next person real quick. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to see anything that just happened, everyone go on the YouTube. Go on the YouTube. Watch back the YouTube. There's like 3,000 people on the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, quit glazing Dean, bro.
You want a Kleenex?
You're a cornball.
You want a Kleenex, bro?
You're a cornball, bro.
You want a Kleenex,
you can have
bro?
your own opinion.
How about you quit watching?
You can have your own opinion, bro.
I'm confused. Why are you watching me glazing Dean?
No, I'm going to, bro. Someone to say that. You're a cornball.
Crazy. Diabolical. Interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. How are you doing on this
What's your
fine
birth year?
evening, sir? July 4th, 2006.
I don't really believe you. Hey, everyone. Looks like OM got out of jail. He posted a video today, apparently. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21, man.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. Yeah, man.
Robin said you can't even acknowledge the apology. I'm sorry, I didn't even see it, Robin. I apologize. Said proving my point seriously. Robin, me waiting and not seeing that proved my point. How about that? All right. I just kicked him. Who? OM is older millennial. It's some insane lunatic that called for literally the execution of all mentally disabled people to be thrown off a mountain. Literally, that's what he called for. He's an insane MAGA grifter that was like arrested recently. Which everyone who's like a liberal on the internet was like laughing about because like, you know, he would do the same thing if it happened to any liberal. And apparently he got tased for resisting arrest. Older millennial, apparently he did. And I'm pretty sure he used that argument against other people. Like if they shouldn't like resist arrest, like interesting. Robin did say if Sid was a bad example, I apologize. I didn't mean to make anyone upset. I didn't know she has met anyone. It was a direct call out on how he treats donos. Wait, you didn't even apologize to me. I would clarify. I don't care about the people spending you money. I'm doing that right now. I have a problem with you acting like you don't care about people to entice them to send more money. What are you talking about, Robin? How do I act like I don't care about people so that they send more money? What are you talking about? What type of insane shit is that? What are you saying? What? Why, like, Alex, thank you for the 10 Canadian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What? What is up with people sending me diabolical messages, chat? What is going on YouTube right now? Is it because it's my YouTube sending out a little bit more or something? Like, geez, bro, what's going on, bro? Leah, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Leah, thank you. Ariana, thank you so much. We appreciate the $2. Tim with the $5. Thank you. Hazelnut, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure to look. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22, man.
Libby with the $10. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
You said you're 22. What's your birth year?
2002.
2002, and you said you're how old again?
22.
What month?
August 11.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
He's the better option out of the two. And I think now what he's doing is putting the country first.
You think he... Oh, did I debate you recently?
No, I don't think I've debated you. You debated your friend Takisha.
Tashika? And I'm also... Like, I agree with it. I'm probably going to take the chat. Oh, so you want an apology? Sorry, I thought you wanted me to apologize to the people you claim to care about. Robin, I thought you were saying an apology to me. And thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Es, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Adam, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Adam, I'm not going to bring those up. I don't think I have to prove myself in that way. I think people know that I care about people. But I appreciate you, Adam. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why do I have to answer that question? Is it relevant to the conversation?
I ask people how old they are because they have to be old enough to be on the live because of TikTok terms of service. Just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Help send it out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. For the 3,000 people here, make sure to subscribe if you're new, if you haven't already. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Katie, think of the $5. Thank you. Yeah, you know what I should do? Yeah, everyone donating and talking shit has to. I wish I could set it up that way. That's crazy. Alexia, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello. 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Nah.
Nice. Gabby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for using my weekly dono for not paying attention to me. Gabby, you're so funny. Let's go to the next person. Only sending us requests if you do support Donald Trump.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. I voted for him last election.
Okay, why so?
I actually want to talk about is how, I think the Democrats, people like you and Harry, I think pushed away a lot of people towards Donald Trump. I think because you guys create this narrative that, Donald Trump is evil. I might not agree with everything he does, but for you guys to frame him as, you guys kept on going, especially you and Harry. I don't know if you guys still get along, but just on social media, you guys just kept on pushing people away to the point where, people just like, you know what? Like, I'm from Michigan. and I'm actually I'm Arab, and as you know, a lot of people from my community voted for him because he even showed up to Michigan as well. So the reason why I support him is just because he puts America first and he actually cares for the people, while people like Biden or Kamala Harris, I mean, all they can Ukraine. Yeah. What?
You said all they care about is Ukraine. That's interesting. So I do think that Trump is evil. I don't think that I push people towards Trump. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I have a question though. How do you support? Do you support Donald Trump's position on calling for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
I think this is propaganda, because I mean, back in you're talking about the one back in 2016.
So it's not
Before his-
propaganda. He said it.
No, I mean, he basically, what he said is he wants to strengthen the border so everybody that's coming, and it wasn't it might have been phrased wrongly, but what he wanted ultimately was
whose name I will not use, for the Afghan Taliban. The killer was in American immigration system. The next 4 years, we have an administration that will not change. But if I get in there, it's going to change, and it's going to change quickly. We're going
let me
from
ask you.
totally incompetent to just the opposite. Believe me.
Don't you support vetting people that come in? Don't you support vetting everybody that
Wait, hold
comes
up.
in?
Can you let me? Do I support
Yeah.
vetting everyone? Yes, and that's why I think that it is the case that we need to have a process that incentivizes people who are in the country undocumented to get vetted.
And what was that process, catch and release, where you have cases like
Can I play this? Can I play this? Can I play
Donald
this?
J. Trump.
Am I able to play this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah, as I was telling you, this was phrased, wrongly, but what he ultimately
J. Trump is calling
meant,
for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the
I mean,
United States.
you can have a discussion with one, because I'm Muslim, so I can talk, at least get my perspective instead of keep playing something from 2016. What do you think, Parker? I mean, you can still interrupt me and play it, but I prefer speaking my perspective, which is, back then, yes, he phrased it wrongly, but I think what he meant ultimately was, let's take a pause and let's make sure that everybody that comes in is vetted. And then I guess he profiled a few countries. I think maybe Afghanistan being one. Ultimately, he didn't mean it, banning Muslims coming in. He meant more vetting.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of
Like I said,
Muslims
phrased it
entering
wrong.
the United States.
And he didn't act on it now, did he? Did Muslims stop coming in back then?
Total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Just to clarify, right? Regardless of whether or not you act on it, that doesn't matter, right? He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's explicitly clear that he doesn't want anyone who's Muslim coming to the country. How do you not know that's applicable to you?
Well, I was already in the country. I've been in the United States for the last 20 years. So it's more, like I said, it was more or less.
But I just want to wait. I just want to clarify. Did you say that you immigrated to the United States?
My family did, yeah.
Your
My
family.
did.
Do you think that your family should have been restricted from coming to this country?
No, my family came in legally.
But I just want to clarify. When he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, he means no legal process for people who are Muslim. So
He
just to
obviously
clarify, does your family believe in Islam?
Of course.
Okay, well then Donald Trump doesn't want them in the country because he didn't want them to come to the country in the first place. So you understand that was applicable to your family. That's how insane this position is.
No, it's not insane, because, like I said, what his position was to vet more people. He obviously did not mean a total ban, because that did not happen. Now, did it, Parker? It didn't happen.
Wait. He said it, but he wasn't able to do it within the law.
Well, he said
that
a
does
lot
not
of
mean
things.
that. Wait. Are you saying that? Wait, if he called for a complete and total shutdown of any other group from coming to the country, would you support him?
No, I would have not supported him.
Well, okay,
but
so
like
then
I
why are
said,
you okay if he says it specifically about
he
Muslims?
didn't act. He didn't. I mean, you can pick this one particular thing, but
No, but he
let's talk
literally
about.
said it about Muslims, and you're like totally okay with it.
I'm not, I said I'm not okay with it. What I said
I
was
meant
he
like when
didn't
I say
mean.
okay with it, I mean
He
like you're
didn't
still
mean.
supporting him.
No, he didn't mean and didn't act on what he said. It might have been phrased strongly. That's what I said.
I mean, that was clearly not phrased wrongly. He read it.
I'm like I said.
He read it. What do you mean it was phrased wrongly? He read it.
Well, I prefer to talk about the last election. So if you don't mind, I mean, you can keep picking on this fact, but I prefer to talk about why I supported.
He said it, and then you know that he did act upon it, but he wasn't able to fully
did
get.
not act.
Wait, he
He
wasn't
did not
able. He wasn't able to fully get a complete and total shutdown of every Muslim entering the country, but he did attempt to do so. You understand
How
that he
did he
tried to
attempt?
he tried to limit
did he
people
attempt?
coming from predominantly Muslim countries.
Well, he basically, I think, maybe enhanced the border to vet more people from particular areas.
No, he was particularly targeting areas that have a predominant Muslim population.
Like what? You're talking about Afghanistan, the Taliban's, or
I'd have to go check the specific countries, but I know that was a certain set of countries, particularly within the Middle East.
I'm sure there were countries with war going on, perhaps something along those lines, where maybe
It's not every single one had war. Plus, it is the case that we're
I
talking.
doubt he was-
Why?
I doubt he
Wait.
was
If
banned.
it's countries that are in war, why didn't we do that with plenty of other countries that are in war? Why did we only do it in this context?
What other countries? I mean, you understand when it comes to the border.
So if you're saying a country is at war, we shouldn't allow people to come from their country.
Not at war. I mean, like where like a radical group is in it. Like you have the Taliban's. You have maybe in Syria. There's certain groups that were.
Do you think people should be able to immigrate from Mexico?
Of course.
Do you believe the cartel is operating in Mexico?
I do believe the cartel.
Okay, so then what's your point?
I support legal immigration, just like how my family came in.
Yes, but again, he called for a ban on immigration from people coming from these countries, meaning no one from these countries can come to the country.
Okay, let's talk about back in this one when this was said, ISIS was on the rise back in Syria and Iraq, as you probably remember. So what my guess Donald Trump meant was those countries that have right now, and was unfortunate back then. I think back then, even
you wouldn't
ISIS
ban all Muslims. That's a ridiculous claim.
No, he didn't ban, but he's like
he called for it.
Well, what he called for was vetting, so he knows who's.
I'll ask you this
in.
question: If Donald Trump called for a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country, because
I
that
don't
is the case,
no, of course
would
not,
you
of
support
course.
him?
No, I don't support banning any. What I support is
no. If he just said it, I just said if he just said it.
Like I said, he didn't mean.
Let's say he didn't act on it, but he called for a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country. Would you still support him?
Have to. No, I don't support banning any group.
So he wouldn't support him in that context. But if it is the case that he wants to ban all Muslims from coming to the country, then you're okay with it.
What I was trying to say is back then, ISIS was on the rise back in those specific countries. So he wanted to stop anybody from coming in just in case they were affiliated with
Okay,
ISIS.
I have a question. Do you think that we should have had Jewish refugees come to our country during the Holocaust? They were coming from Nazi Germany.
Of course, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, no. Do I support what banning? Of course not.
Yeah, wait. So then I'm confused. Why are you banning everyone coming from these countries, but you're not banning everyone coming from Nazi Germany?
Well, I mean, okay, if in that context, where what would have happened? Yes, you probably would have banned actually any German just in case they were Nazis.
Oh, okay. So even if they were a Jewish refugee that was seeking
No,
asylum in our
Jewish.
country because of the Holocaust.
No, Jewish is a different story. Because
Wait, but
obviously
they were literally from Germany.
Well, they were
not
the
in all
target.
instances, of course. There were plenty of Jewish people that were in other countries around Europe. I'm specifically talking about Jewish people from Europe, or not from Europe, from Germany. Like, do you think that we should have not allowed them?
No.
So then how can you say that you're okay with cutting off everyone from coming from any of those countries if you're not okay with cutting off the entirety of immigration, specifically from literally Nazi Germany, while the Holocaust was happening?
No, what I'm saying is back then, ISIS was on the rise. That's why, those countries were put on ban. That's what happened back then. If I can recall why he put maybe a list of countries where maybe extra vetting. I'm sure he didn't mean, banning, for example, Jordan or Egypt or Morocco or, he didn't mean those countries. He meant specific, countries where ISIS was, on the rise.
And which countries are they?
Back in 2016, if I recall, it was Iraq, Syria, where ISIS took over. Perhaps I think the Taliban's were a problem back in 2016 in Afghanistan. Perhaps Libya. Libya had a problem as well back then. Yeah, those are the countries that I can recall. You can check the list. Probably those lists include those countries. I doubt it would include countries like Jordan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, or those safe countries where the governments back are in control of.
So Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen. So do you think that they're okay? What to clarify? This is while Yemeni children were being starved, bombed, and slaughtered at mass. 70,000 Yemeni children died. So you wanted to cut off travel, specifically what we'll talk about Yemen, from Yemen, so that no refugees can come from Yemen, when it is the case that they were experiencing a genocide.
Well, I don't know if it, back then you're talking about, was it the war with Saudi Arabia, the Houthis with the Saudi Arabia? Was that what's going on back then?
I'm talking about 70,000 Yemeni children that were starved and bombed because of particularly the embargo on Yemen, right? Along with the bombings.
Do I support what, like banning? But you have to understand.
You supported around that time banning all immigration from these areas.
No, like I said, those areas were, the Yemen, for example, had a lot of Houthis, which I think they were categorized as terrorists in the United States. Correct, right?
I'm not taking that as a justification. That's dude. Like, I'm talking about children being starved and bombed, and he's like, dude, there are terrorists in the country. Like, what? What? I was explicitly said children, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, everyone, I want to say thank you some people quick. Deidre, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alexia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. What for? Violating probation for his DUI. For not going to, what's it called? I can't speak. I forgot. I think you can piece it together. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maria, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Nafi, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much, Nafi. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It helps send it out to more people. I got some people on YouTube to thank real quick. Got some people on YouTube to thank real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo, 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I like Donald Trump, yeah.
If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who'd you vote for?
Trump, easy.
Okay. All right, let me thank some people real quick. Sid, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, don't worry about it. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Sid in the comments section. Thank you so much. Caleb, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Caleb. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Evelyn, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for telling me as well. Richard, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump? Hello? Reed, are you there? Are you there? Hello? All right, everyone, we get another person up in the meantime. I don't know where
Hello?
they. Oh, you're there. Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I I wouldn't say that I think he's the best president of all time, like other right wing voters, but I would say he's clearly better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So that's why I
Why?
voted for him. I mean, Joe Biden's falling downstairs. Kamala Harris
Donald Trump tripped on stairs.
doesn't have the stones to do anything.
Oh, are you saying that Kamala Harris, because she's a woman, it is the case that you're saying that she shouldn't be allowed to be president?
No, I think she's. I actually think she's done enough to be a president, but I just don't think her. Maybe she like her debates, the way she speaks to the public.
What
I
do
think
you
she
mean
seems
by
a little,
stones?
like balls.
Okay, so you under your view, because you view gender be based on biology, you're saying because she's a woman, you don't support her, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so
You can say however you want. She doesn't have the balls. She doesn't have the stones. It's just a metaphor.
okay, metaphor for what?
But for having confidence, I guess, to run the country.
Okay, what confidence does she lack?
I just told you her debates. Anytime she addressed the nation,
She destroyed Donald Trump in the debate.
no, just because she
dog walked him.
woman
might I say.
explained everything. No, she didn't
Why do
dog
you
walk.
say that? Are you mad that?
Well,
did someone say that you
I'm
were
speaking,
mansplaining and you got mad?
That doesn't really. That she thinks that's a viral moment. She didn't really.
What are you talking
do
about?
anything there.
What do you mean a
But,
viral moment?
Her viral moment. She said, "I'm speaking, don't talk. I'm speaking." Like she thought that was so big. Like she thought she dominated him in that moment. Like how exactly did?
How is
did
her
she
saying that she's speaking to stop Donald Trump from interrupting her
Okay,
mean that she's quote
okay,
unquote
answer this,
woman
answer this.
splaining? What
Answer-
the fuck is
okay.
wrong with you? You're just mad that someone said that you're
okay.
mansplaining
Okay.
because you just don't understand what it means.
Two questions. First, answer this, then I have a second point that you and your boy Dean never seem to answer. So the first one, other than because I will give her the fact in the way she addresses the media, the way she addresses the country, the way she handles herself in the debate, she has a better temperament than Donald Trump. That's 100% true. But other than that, what does she do better than Donald Trump?
Yeah, she has better
In
policy.
terms- sorry,
she has
sorry,
better.
in
She
terms
has
of a
better
leader.
character. She has better. She has better compassion and empathy. She leads the country in a better route.
Wouldn't going to the border in such a
Wait, actually, name
crazy time have more compassion?
name a single quality of leadership that Donald Trump has over Kamala Harris.
Well, I think people respect him, whether that's respect out of fear or respect for his position.
What
as a
evidence do you
president.
have that he's respected more?
Other leaders. I mean, people showing up actually for the.
Really? What tells you that other leaders respect him more?
They said it. He just had that interview with like the Dutch in the Hague. That guy he sat down with at the
Which
Hague.
leader respects him more?
I just told you the guy he sat down with, like the Dutch president or whatever you want to call it.
What's their name?
He literally, I don't know what his name is, but he was giving open praise to Donald Trump.
Okay, so if I could show you,
and for terrorists, he was giving praise for the terrorists. But anyway, that aside, answer the second question. So you said what kind of dumb, whatever comment, what kind of stupid comment, whatever it is. Why do you and Dean like? I don't get why you get on lives and whatever, and whether someone makes a good point or not, just cussing them out and saying they're stupid. What is that? Is that going to get people to vote for your side? Like, I don't get what the point of that is. Does that make you a great person?
I'm confused. You just like randomly start crying about
It's
me.
not crying.
I just
Bro,
randomly
you want to talk about crying? You literally cried because people asked why you want to date a transgender. So,
a trans person. And by the way, when you say that I cried, I was just describing to that person that they were violating my boundaries after, considering to talk to me like multiple times, after I said that I don't want to talk about my sexual preferences, after I already described to them that specifically, yes, I could absolutely find a trans person attractive, right? The idea that you have in your head that you couldn't find any trans people attractive is something that you need to deconstruct yourself, bro. What the hell is wrong with you? Like, I don't see how that's an issue with me.
Well, that's a perfect
I have
point.
an
That's exactly what I'm talking
issue
about.
with
Okay,
I have an issue
I
with
never
someone like
said I
asking
couldn't
about
find a
my
trans person
sexual
attractive.
preferences.
See that I never said that. I never said you're like you need to deconstruct. First of all, I never claimed I couldn't find a trans person, transgender, whatever you want to say, however politically correct.
Trans person.
Attract trans person. Okay, I never said I couldn't find a trans person attractive. You just assume that because of I guess what I've said before.
No, because of the type of video that you brought up.
Right. All I'm saying is you said you're crying in a derogatory way towards me, and then I said, "Oh, but you have cried before as well."
I said you're crying because you're bringing up something that's totally irrelevant. You said like I was just cussing someone out or something and calling people idiots, and that's not bringing people over to my side. I don't know what specific point you're referencing. If it is the case that I'm quote unquote cussing, if it is the case that I'm cussing someone out, they hold some radically insane position. I don't cuss everyone out that comes up on my live stream. You're insane.
That's what I just said. When you think someone makes a bad point, you just cuss them out and say they're stupid.
I don't do that. I don't do that with like even every day.
You just did it.
When?
You just said I made a stupid ass point.
Oh, you're saying that? Like okay.
Yeah, you said that amongst other things, but
sure.
But yeah, that's what you just said.
Sure. Okay. What's wrong?
Yeah. Okay. Why do you do that?
I didn't even call you stupid. I just said you made a stupid point.
Yeah, you don't think that's demeaning?
Dude, tears?
Bro.
Tears? Genuinely, like, do you want tears?
Did people? Okay, bro. You cried on stream. No one came.
Yeah. Why did I cry on stream?
Because people said you thought a transgender was attractive.
No, the time that I cried on stream was because my grandpa died of cancer, and someone lied about having cancer to rage bait, right? And to like literally like get sympathy from people. So I cried because my grandpa literally died of cancer.
Right. Anyway. Okay. So what do you think?
By the way, same group of people. By the way, that's gonna be like we live in a male loneliness epidemic, and like men's mental health is so bad, and like they're treated so horribly. They can't go out and talk about their emotions, right? But yeah, you reinforce that societally.
I actually disagree with that.
Okay. Well, you just reinforce that societally. Just letting you know.
I didn't. But what makes Trump so bad then? What makes voting for Trump so bad? Is it okay to not like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Is that an okay point?
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry.
What makes voting for Trump? Because you always say, "Do you support Donald Trump? Did you vote for him? How the hell did you vote for Donald Trump? What's wrong with voting for Donald Trump? Opposed to Kamala Harris, the Democratic Party, and Joe Biden? What's wrong with that?"
Did he just say a bunch of words? I actually didn't. I didn't get what you were trying to say there.
What is wrong with voting for Donald Trump? You always ask people
to clarify what's wrong.
Why voting for Donald Trump?
What's wrong with voting for Donald Trump? He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls.
Okay, let's say I think
he cuts me off. I literally get to one point and he cuts me off.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, how many points do you have?
I'll stop.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see your points.
I mean, do you even know what I just said? Can you repeat to me what I just said?
You said he was held liable for sexually assaulting someone.
Held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He literally said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. His big beautiful bill adds trillions of dollars to the debt, alongside of the fact that it literally cuts Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, right, and food stamps. So like that's horrible. He also called for the termination of the Constitution. He undermines our rule of law, our democratic values, our court system. You know, basically everything we see to be core and fundamental to like what it means to be American.
So do you think the like Republican Party should just not exist, or what?
What do you mean? I think that we should have a multi-party democracy.
Well, like in reality, like you don't like that people vote for Donald Trump. So what do you expect half the country to do?
What I prefer
for Kamala Harris.
So by the way, would you say like would I prefer if instead of people voting Republican, they voted more left wing?
Sure. The last election, what would you
Obviously.
like? You don't like that they don't. So you just tell half the country to throw away all their views and just vote for Kamala Harris?
Yep. Because they're not actually upholding their own legitimate values when they vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. If they were actually upholding the legitimate core values of this nation, they would have voted for Kamala Harris.
So no one in the Democratic Party has ever done anything bad?
People in the Democratic Party have absolutely done things that are bad.
Okay, and then they get voted for. I don't see why.
I'm sorry. It's not just
That's a
that.
problem.
It's not just that Donald Trump has done bad things. It's that the things that Donald Trump's done that are bad are so egregiously bad that you should never support someone who does that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. But what about those people who just like vote for the office and they don't vote for Donald Trump? Like people who are Republican for years and years and decades, they just vote for the Republican Party because they overall think the views of the Republican Party are better for the country.
I would ask
even
them
if the
like
person
what? I would
holding
ask
the
them like
office is
what?
not.
I would ask them like what? Do you put
Well,
do you
like
put
the
the party
right-
over the country? Do you sell out the country because you just want to vote for the Republican Party no matter what? No. You care about what you foundationally
for, like,
rely on and
bills that would
value
get
on this country.
passed and-
If you are a Republican,
Legislation that would get passed would be Republican views. They wouldn't be Democratic views, no matter
Which
if you don't
ones?
like Donald Trump or not.
Let's stop talking about other people's views. Can we talk about your views?
What do you mean, my views?
Why do you support Trump?
I just told you. I think Donald Trump is not the best person ever. I don't think anyone really does. And if they do, they're, I don't know, brainwashed like you and Dean say. But Kamala Harris, one, I don't think that when she just was given, they didn't have a primary or anything. I think that was wrong.
Okay,
And
so because it was quote unquote anti-democratic. Just want to let you know.
Sure, if you wanna
what
call it
happens
anti-democratic.
when the president steps down from a ticket? What happens?
they have to run
No, when the president steps
in the middle of a term.
Dude, Jesus Christ! The president steps down from a ticket. Who steps up? The vice president.
The vice president. Yeah, everyone knows
Okay,
that.
so that's exactly what happened. Jeez,
But he was
dude.
forced out. But
He chose it.
You believe that?
Yeah.
He literally said multiple times that he did not want to step down.
Wait, that doesn't mean that he didn't end up choosing it himself. He originally, didn't want to step down. Doesn't mean that he didn't end up choosing to do so.
You think he would have won if he didn't step down?
No.
So you're glad he stepped down.
I was calling for him to step down.
And you would have been 100% comfortable if Kamala Harris was the president, current sitting president.
Absolutely. I'd be ecstatic over Donald Trump being president.
I don't know about that.
Do you,
I don't think
do
she
you know
has
what
any
Donald Trump's
qualities.
doing to this country?
Yeah, he's taking it to make America great again. I don't know.
When is it going to be
He's-
great?
It's already great.
Oh, so
Cutting down
Okay, so he's not making America great again. It's already great. When did it become great?
Well, it definitely wasn't great the last 4 years with Biden in office.
Okay, so when did it become great?
When he put up his fist in the air after he was shot at.
So when Biden was president?
No. It wasn't because of Biden. He got shot at.
But you just said that America.
Cementing him
You
as the
just
next
said, you
president,
just said that
basically.
America was great when Biden was president.
Yeah, because everyone at that point rallied behind Donald Trump.
Everyone didn't rally behind Donald Trump, but at that
Okay.
point when Biden was
Well,
president,
he also-
you just told me that the America was
Okay.
great without Trump
Well,
as president.
he also-
So wait, to
he
clarify,
also
if we're
won.
gonna quote
He also
unquote
won.
so
He
if
also
we're
won. He
gonna
also
if we're gonna
won.
quote
So-
unquote make America great again, well, you're not making America
What-
great again because it was already great under Joe Biden. That's what you just said.
It wasn't great, and no one believes that. How does someone get on the roof to shoot at the president under Joe Biden? I don't understand that.
They were literally Donald Trump's Secret Service.
So does the buck stop at the president or no? I'm confused.
I'm sorry, that he was gonna have the Secret Service
Does-
regardless who's president.
His response is it the president's responsibility or is it the new to be president's responsibility?
No, it was already established. Like you understand
Okay.
that like every president has Secret Service till they die, right?
Yeah, I understand.
So the Secret Service that he has is totally verified by him.
Then why did the Secret Service get fired? The head lady?
That would be up to him.
No.
Yeah.
That's Biden is over that.
No, Biden didn't stop. What head lady are you
Okay,
referencing?
bro. Okay, how many more years is Trump in office?
Why are you pivoting instead of addressing what we were just talking about?
You're not. Like Trump.
I'm not. You are.
Was taking his speech, whatever, but the Secret Service, ultimately, the buck stops at the sitting president. That's his responsibility. He's over that. He determines if they get fired, and he should have done that sooner, but he didn't. So it's not Trump's fault that he got shot at. That's a crazy take.
So where do you think Donald Trump?
That's what you just said.
Yeah, I never said it was Donald Trump's fault. I just said that he would have control.
Yeah, you did. You said it's his responsibility for his Secret Service.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that he's the reason why he got shot.
Whose
the person who shot.
Your eyes, then?
The person who shot.
What about the ram? How did he get on the roof?
Well, that would be a Secret Service fail. Like, that's on the Secret Service.
Okay, so I'm Biden. Okay, great.
That has nothing to do with Biden. Biden didn't give them orders to not do anything.
Okay, how many more years is Trump in office?
He's until 2028.
It's gonna be a great.
Or, well,
year,
technically
right?
2029, like the beginning of 2029.
So what do you hope to accomplish before then? Like, do you want to argue with everyone to get them to change their vote, or
to change their perspective, so that next time we have an election, we have better outcomes? I mean, the midterms are coming up.
But what, you said change their out. Are you trying to change their outcome on Trump as a person or as a Republican voter?
In terms of how they vote in the future.
So from Republican to Democratic.
Ideally, but like the basis.
But wouldn't
of
that be changing?
Ideally, the basis of the Republic. Well, if we look at the Republican Party right now, their view is based upon Trump. Okay, so the reason why I'm debating why do they support Trump is because that's the best way to engage in debates with people who are Republican, specifically that are mainly the ones driving the Republican Party.
Yeah, well, not everyone supports Trump.
Okay, well,
and that's
you do.
Why
Can you debate me, or do you just want me to kick you because you're not actually debating me?
I want to know why you're just yelling at people for the next 3 years.
I'm not yelling at people. Do you think I'm yelling at you right now?
I just don't. Like, if you want to have a good faith conversation,
am I yelling at you right now?
Why your views about supporting what the Democratic Party, but to say you're gonna try to get people to change their views, that doesn't make any sense. Like, someone's gonna switch from I want no abortions to I want abortions. Like, who's gonna switch on that?
I just want to let you know, I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to be pro-life.
You used to be. So you were pro-life.
I was at a point.
What could possibly change your mind?
Technically, I was like anti-abortion, but I probably was still pro-choice at the time.
What, were you religious or no?
At that time, I was mixed, kind of.
Mixed? What do you mean mixed?
I was like deconstructing my religious beliefs.
Of what religion?
Christian.
Denomination?
Non-denominational.
So not super active then?
I was active. I literally went to church twice a week as a kid.
But so were you ever like devoted? Because if you weren't, then
yes, I was.
Interesting. So what could possibly change your mind to say that you're pro-choice? You had a family member or something?
I changed my mind over time based upon the arguments. So I have these types of debates. These types of debates have led to a change in my how I view the world.
Because you want to support what exactly?
My mind changed based upon a better argument. Does it make sense?
What's the better argument than all people should have a life?
Oh, well, I just hold a view based upon sentience.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'll let someone else debate. But
so you just came up here to like interview me? Like, do you never want to debate? You never got to a
what
point where you actually.
What do you want to debate about?
What do you mean? What do I want to debate about? What the fuck? What fucking live are you on?
I don't believe. What's there to debate about when you're not going to change your views because they're delusional and I'm not going to change mine?
Wait, you understand that? Like, again, you can change my perspective on things if you provide a good argument. There's just no good argument to support Trump.
I just gave you.
You didn't give me shit.
Kamala Harris is.
Yo, Alexander, that's crazy. They give it $20. Do not do that. That's crazy. Attorney
And if she
Eric,
was
thank you for
so
$10.
confident,
Thank you,
people liked
Eric.
her so much, she would have won. I don't get how
What'd you just say? Repeat that.
Kamala Harris, Joe Biden are not competent, and if they were, they would have won the election. They're not.
Okay, so Donald Trump's not competent. If he was, he would have won the 2020 election.
What do you mean he's not competent? That doesn't make sense. So he suddenly gained competence and won the next election? Because you said he's not competent because he lost, but he won. So what?
So he was competent, but he suddenly lost competence?
No, that's what you said. You said if he was competent, he would have won the election. That's what you just said.
I just want to let you know. Joe Biden won in 2020. Right?
Right, when he actually had a brain that was functioning and working.
I don't think that was even true then.
You think he wasn't even you think he was a vegetable then too?
Okay, don't use that terminology. When we're referencing
What terminology?
When we're referencing Joe Biden, he had cognitive decline in 2020. Yes. Actually,
What,
you want to know?
vegetable?
You want to
I
know?
can't say vegetable?
Don't say that. I'll kick you if you say it one more time. So if you want to,
Wait, what? Wait, you gonna give a reason? It's rude. It's offensive. What?
Yeah, it's a slur, man. It's ableist, bro. Do I have to explain any further, or like, is that good enough?
It's a slur. How?
Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm in. What's good, Parker? How are you doing today, bro?
Martha, thank you for the $5. Jeff, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Spicy, thank you for the $10. Thank you. What state do you live in, by the way?
I'm in the US. I'm originally from United Kingdom, but I'm in the US now, and I did vote for Trump.
So what state do you live in?
US, Toronto.
What?
Toronto.
Toronto?
Yeah. Before we go any further, I just want to say
that's a state, really? I didn't know that Toronto became a state. That's Toronto
No,
in a different country.
Hold on. Before we go
Became
any
a
further,
state in the United States, dude. Did Donald Trump, for some reason, annex Canada, or like what timeline are you from?
Hold on. Let me just say something real quick. I just want to.
What timeline is that guy from, dude? Toronto? Diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, okay. He was probably laughing at the last guest, too.
Oh, my bad.
You're good, don't worry. Let's go to the next person. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio. Plus, everyone, if you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. It's free to do so. It's free to do so. Subscribe on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. For the 3,600 people on TikTok or my girlfriend's account right now, I'd really recommend to go over to my YouTube. The YouTube's been popping off on shorts recently, chat. It's been going a little bit crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
I don't believe you. I would really recommend to go over to the YouTube. For the 3,200 people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Sure to get to 2,000 likes. How many likes are we at on YouTube, everybody? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. $1.3. Okay, we have 3.2 thousand people in this YouTube stream.
Hey, what's up, Parker?
We need to like the stream more, everyone. Let's get to 2K. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. What's your birth year?
89.
You said you're how old?
36.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I believe in freedom.
Really? What freedom?
The Second Amendment, it's a big one for me.
Yeah, so like if Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would that include the Second Amendment?
I don't think he would do that.
He did. He called for the complete and total shutdown of, he called for the a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He said that on a tweet.
If he did, I don't think he did.
He did. You want me to show you the tweet?
No. I just want to talk about gun rights. Is what I want to talk about. I'm not interested in that tweet.
Okay, well, you know that this is related to gun rights because when he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and
It
articles,
wouldn't be possible. He would have if anybody
wait, to
tried
clarify,
that,
if Kamala Harris advocated for a ban to all guns, would you say that like, oh, she can't actually do that? It doesn't matter.
yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea for her. There's a gun behind every blade of grass here in this country.
How about Trump saying, take the guns first, due process second?
Yes, he was very wrong in his first term when he did that. He has come around.
Where did he say that?
He said that his first term.
How did he come around?
Now we have no NFA tax on suppressors and SBRs, and it's a work in progress.
What policy did he pass?
That was in the big beautiful bill. Took off the NFA tax on the suppressors and SBRs. SBRs being short barrel rifles, suppressors being silencers.
So to clarify, you're willing to sell out the country and to literally cut people's Medicaid, food stamps, Medicare, and Affordable Care Act because it is the case that you want a fucking silencer to be taxed at a lower rate?
No, I just want the ability to own as many arms as I want. To be able to.
So you don't give a shit if people lose their health insurance. You don't care if people lose food on their table for their children. You just care about having access to guns.
No, I said nothing to that effect.
So you do care about like people losing their health insurance and people.
What I care about is freedom and the ability to keep freedom.
You mean the freedom for people to starve to death?
No, that's not what I said.
You mean the freedom for people to die because they can't get access to health insurance?
I didn't say that either.
So what freedom are you referencing?
The freedom to own weaponry to be able to fight a tyrannical.
Well, I have a
government.
question. Do you think are you pro-choice?
Pro-choice, no. But you're deflecting.
If you knew for certain that banning a certain gun would save lives, would you support it? Would you support it?
It doesn't matter if they do ban a gun.
Would you support it?
No, I wouldn't support any type of ban on any type of weapon.
Wait, restate that?
I wouldn't support a ban on any type of weapon.
So to clarify, no matter what, you wouldn't support getting rid of someone's gun rights, even if it saved 1 million lives.
So what the gun rights do is keeps the power to the people. So if you take all the guns away from the people, then you don't have any
real
power.
question. Do you think people should legally be able to buy nukes?
That's a bit extreme.
Why not?
Well, okay, so nukes.
If you don't let the American people be able to determine what they have, I tell you, we're fucked, sir. The tyrannical government's gonna get us. If we don't have nuclear fucking weapons, we're fucked, sir.
That's hilarious, Parker. What does a nuke do? A nuke has nuclear fallout, correct?
So, sir. So. I believe in freedom. Freedom. Free to be dumb. I promise you, I believe in freedom.
That's hilarious, Parker. What do you think would happen if everybody had a nuke?
We'd probably fucking die.
The world would be over. There wouldn't be a world.
Yeah, you understand the point that I'm making, that like obviously you're willing to reduce freedom if it's going to save lives. So like clearly you should identify that it's going to save lives here. We should like totally restrict the gun. And the fact that you'd say that like you're pro-life, the fact that you say you're pro-life and you should restrict women's access to abortion and go against their freedom to choose what specifically is right for their own body, you care more about people's rights to fucking toy guns.
Oh yeah, my guns are definitely toys, but
yeah, they are toys.
Yes,
hey Brian, thank you for the $5 for Toronto, USA. Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate it.
If they were being used, then they'd be tools, but they're being played with.
Wait,
Have you ever
say
shot
that,
a
say that one
gun?
more time.
You ever shot a gun, Parker?
Yep.
What have you shot?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Some handgun.
Oh, a handgun. That's it.
And shoddy.
Oh, a shotgun. Did you shoot skeet?
No. I nothing. No, just like not fucking alive targets. Like literally like cans and stuff.
Well, skeets are clay discs.
Oh, I thought you were referencing like ducks or something.
No, no, no. It's practice for ducks.
Yeah, I thought that's what you're referencing.
Trapping skeet is a lot of fun, man.
Okay, I care more about children's lives.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame. You care more about children's lives than fucking shooting random shit. Oh, that's a shame. It's such a shame that you support children's lives more than you support
Are you
shooting
done, Parker?
things.
So
It's fun. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. It's so fun. But it's not
Parker,
a
you gonna let me
toy.
talk?
It's not a toy. It's protection.
You gonna let me talk, Parker?
Give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
All right, we're back, chat. My girlfriend got home, chat, and I locked like you know how like you have like a lock on your door where you can't unlock it from the outside. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to unlock that one, and so I had to run down and unlock it real quick.
Parker.
Go ahead, you were saying. And Christina, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I love when these pro-gun people are also pro-life. For real.
Right.
I didn't lock my girlfriend out. Like she has like a thing for like the garage and typical. And I drove earlier, and then I drove home, and then she drove home by, her family, and then the door was already locked, But yeah, I didn't. It's not like I just locked out my girlfriend or something. It was just based upon the circumstance. Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought, man.
Okay. All right.
Hit me with a question.
Go ahead.
I lost. Go ahead. You go ahead. You got a question?
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Would you vote for a guy that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I don't know. I chalk that down to locker room talk or something. I don't know.
So, just making pedophilic comments is just locker room talk?
I wouldn't say I agree with it. Maybe it was a slip of the tongue. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Are you saying in the locker room?
I think you
wait.
take
To
everything
clarify,
too
clarify,
literal.
in your head, in the locker room, people are making pedophilic comments. Is that your view?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's one thing. Two is the locker room chat thing is just a means to say boys will be boys, and they're gonna do it no matter what, and you should just deal with men being horrible. That's literally what it is. And we're saying no. We're saying fuck the hell no. Fuck no. Oh, fuck no. That's crazy. No, that's not okay behavior. That's toxic as fuck. That's bad. You shouldn't do that. Okay? You shouldn't make pedophilic comments by saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years when you're a 50-year-old man. That's fucking bad. If someone went up to your 10-year-old daughter and did that, what would you do in response? Would you say, oh, that's just locker room talk. That's just locker room talk. You know what, dude? You know what, dude? That was just locker room talk, bro. You know what?
Hey, kid.
You're acting like you wouldn't fucking be angry as fuck that someone just went up to your 10-year-old daughter and said that.
Shut your mouth.
No. Make me. How about you shut your fucking mouth? Sit the fuck down.
You put words in my mouth.
How about you sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up? Be quiet, buddy. I want to hear you be quiet.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Don't worry, you're quiet. I can make you quiet, buddy. I'll make you quiet. Okay? Don't sit up here and talk about that. Good boy. Go ahead. Keep barking. Unmute. Keep barking. Run it. Come on. Unmute your mic. Come on. Unmute your mic. Are you going to unmute your mic? Does he know how to do it, chat? Real question. I sent you an invite, man. I sent you an invite. Unmute your mic. Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy.
Man.
What a good boy. Oh, my gosh. What a good boy. You unmuted your mic. Oh, you left. Oh, that was amazing. Aria, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. W's in the chat right there. That's what you do. That's what you do. Dude, I can't. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. By the way, for the 3,500 people here on TikTok, I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube. There's 3,300 people almost on the YouTube. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just run the YouTube live up as far as we can go. I'm telling you. You know what? We can run the YouTube live up so farther than you've ever seen, I tell you. Okay? Oliberry, thank you for the five membership I can't speak. Subscriptions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Holly, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you, by the way. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I can barely hear you.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I do not.
I appreciate you so much. Can we get some W's for her in the comment section right now? Hi, Nico. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the flying jets. Thank you, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much, Oliberry. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We appreciate her so much. Seriously. Can we get some W's for her in the comment section right now? I'm sorry to kick you off. Just letting you know, the stream, we're just looking for some people who are debating. But I seriously appreciate you so much. Thank you for being on the right side of history, not supporting Donald Trump. We appreciate you so much here. We appreciate you so much. Dale, thank you for the $2. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December.
I just don't believe you for some reason. Alexander, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I can keep the mustache going, but I chose not to. You know, maybe sometime the mustache will come back, okay? You know what? If we get enough public support for the cause. So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. There's a lot of people who say no mustache, chat, so maybe for No Shave November, that would be kind of funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year? Oh, he left. Okay. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. For the 3,200 people here on YouTube, like the stream. Make sure to do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please don't bring back the porn stash. I swear, please.
Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I definitely see myself without the mustache. I was like, I definitely think I look better without it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19. I have a really boyish voice from 19.
You said 19 right after I kicked you, by the way. It's just lag anyway. Oh, I accidentally just declined someone I was going to accept. Oops. Very unfortunate. You might want to send that guest request back. Oh, chat, I didn't even realize I could do that. What the fuck is wrong with me? Look at that, chat. Oh my gosh. Alright, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I didn't know I could go... I could like, bring down the the camera better. It looks so much better this way. Austin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Bring it back after you take a break for one stream only. I don't think after one stream I could bring it back. Leave the stash in history. It's so funny. Yo, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Holla Barry, thank you so much for the 10 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Holla Barry in the comments section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
I don't. I live in the UK.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you live in the United States, if you're an adult, we are just looking for some debates. For the 3,400 people on TikTok, I'd really recommend to go over to Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Caleb, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Chat, we have the main account back, but I don't know if I want to risk it tonight. Maybe we'll just start up tomorrow. We have the main account back now. Tomorrow? Okay, good. That's what we'll do. We'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be back on the main account. Don't risk it for tonight. That's what we're gonna do. For everyone here, I would really recommend to go to the go to the YouTube. I keep saying it, but it's because I want people to go to YouTube so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, sir. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
July 13th, 2006.
Okay, for sure. Tim, thank you for the $2. Thank you. So your birthday's here in like 6 days. Happy early birthday.
Yes, sir.
So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he needs to get rid of all of these damn immigrants.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not.
So why'd you laugh?
Did I laugh?
Yeah, why'd you laugh?
I didn't laugh.
Really? Who was laughing?
My cousin, he's playing Fortnite.
Okay. So, can you tell me
All right, let's continue.
why you want to get immigrants out of the country?
Yes, because they didn't get here legally.
So legal immigrants you're totally okay with?
Yeah, absolutely.
To clarify, I have a question. If someone breaks the law, you want to hold them accountable for breaking that law, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning people who were violent rioters on January 6th that beat police officers, were convicted of it, and admitted to it?
Yeah, that's pretty shitty, honestly. He's not a good person, but he got some good things going for us.
Like what?
No tax on overtime.
It's not no tax on overtime. It's an exemption, right? For like, or not an exemption, a deduction for $12,500. You get to deduct $12,500 from your taxes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What?
That's pretty good.
I mean, sure, but like that's like basically nothing. I mean, that's like scraps comparative to what he's giving to like, millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, it's scraps compared to what Kamala would have done for us.
Kamala, no, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Along with the fact that we can reference the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. We can reference the $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. These two different tax credits that I just mentioned give more money specifically to people in need than do the Donald Trump's policies. Secondly, she also supported no tax on tips, and it's likely that no tax on overtime, given that it was passed in this bill, would have likely seen that same sort of context in any other bill that would have been passed by Democrats.
Yeah, yeah, I totally get you right there. So, please explain to me, what's not good in the big beautiful bill? What's not good in there?
Yeah, they're cutting Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, the Affordable Care Act. They're raising the debt by trillions of dollars, 2 to 4 trillion. Right? Those are horrible things.
I still have Medicaid.
They're cutting Medicaid doesn't mean everyone loses Medicaid. And wait, you receive Medicaid?
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I have some kind of health insurance.
Do you work?
Yeah, I make 150K a year.
So you're not receiving Medicaid. Oh, I
No,
think
but
the
I do
tiny
have
tiny.
health. I do
Sam,
have
thank you
health
for the $5.
insurance.
And why'd you feel the need to say your income? No one asked.
Oh, my bad. My bad, sir.
How much do you make a month, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's like 30,000 a month.
You're a fucking idiot.
Oh, fuck you, bitch.
If you're making $30,000 a month, that's a hell of a lot more than what you just said you make. You think $150,000 in a year is $30,000 a month? You're fucking crazy.
Dude, I'm not that crazy. I have overtime, bro. They don't include that.
What are you talking about, bro? You're insane.
Whatever.
How much?
Whatever.
How many hours a week do you work?
Me? Like 80, 40, but 40 more overtime.
Really? You do 40 hours of overtime?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you make more from overtime than you make from your job.
Yes. And then I get double time after that.
You're such a liar. It's unbelievable. Alexander, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alexander. Give me some W's for Alexander in the comment section for the no mustache. Crowd is very vocal.
Yeah.
The people want the stash. A vocal minority. People want the stash. We'll see. Thank you so much, though. Alexander, I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. Caleb, thank you so much for the $10 for Zoran for mayor. Absolutely. Are you rage baiting, bro?
You? No, hell no. I don't do that shit.
What type of work do you do? Or how many hours do you work? Wait, do you work every single day of the week?
Yes.
You do? How many hours do you work a day?
What was that?
How many hours do you work a day?
I work 8 to 5.
Every single day?
Yes.
So you work 10 hours every single day?
Yes.
The math is not mathing. What is 10 times 7?
I think it's about 70.
Yeah. And what did you say you worked?
What did I say? I work on wind turbines.
No. How much did you say you worked?
7 days a week.
No, you said 80 hours a week. And how much did you just tell me you work?
Well, it depends how much overtime
70 hours. Why do you have no wait. Why do you have no weekends? I understand why I have no weekends, but why the fuck do you have no weekends, bro?
Yeah, because you don't have a damn job.
I don't have a job?
Absolutely not. You sit on your fucking chair and talk to people.
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't have weekends because I choose not to have weekends. I'm asking you why you don't have weekends, and you say I don't have a job. Okay, I don't have a weekend, but I don't have a job. What's a job?
Manual labor.
Manual labor?
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's a real man's
so to
job.
clarify,
That's a real man's
so Donald Trump does not have a job.
Fuck no, he's a pussy. He just sits in the White House all day.
I have a question. Does your dad do manual labor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? What about your mom?
He's a lineman.
What about your mom?
Yes, my mom does. She works at she works at the hospital actually. Sorry. I was joking.
Okay, so manual labor. What is manual labor?
Hard work, moving all day, like working with your hands. Like, climbing up a wind turbine ain't easy.
If you work with your hands. Okay, so if you
I'm not typing on your
So
keyboard.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Investment bankers, do they have a job?
Yeah, they have a job, but I mean, it's a very easy job.
Are they working with their hands?
I just said typing on a keyboard excluded.
Oh, I type on a keyboard.
Yeah, I know.
So I have a job then, right?
I mean, a very easy one.
Okay, well, but I do have a job, right? Like, Amy, thank you for the $83. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amy. I know, right? That's so crazy. Thank you so much, Amy, for the $83. Thank you. Rose with the $2. Thank you so much. Lucy, I really appreciate the 3 cents. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm Team Mustache.
Bro's thrifting right now. Bro is thrifting.
What'd you say?
You're thrifting right now, bro.
What do you mean?
Bro, you just want all these liberals to send you money.
What's wrong with that?
Like,
Yeah, I come on live every single day. I just grift people, dude. I grift people like
yes,
crazy.
I know. That's what
I'm a #1 grifter on TikTok. No one's gonna be better than me. I grift like crazy. I grift more than you've ever
Dean
seen.
is better than you. Dean is better than you.
How is Dean better than me at grifting?
Because they send him like 100, 200, 300.
No, dude, that's all fake. That's all Monopoly money. I'm actually the real true grifter. Grifter. Hollyberry,
really?
thank you so much for the 10 membership subscription. Thank you so much, Christina. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ask this guy who works on turbines if he accepts testing. Do you support the cuts on turbines, like the funding for turbines? No, I'm thinking the $5. No, you don't. That's what Donald Trump passed. He supports literally gutting that. I just want to let you know. But we love.
Yeah, I know.
Apparently, wait. Did you mean to say grifting when you said thrifting?
I said grifting.
No, you didn't.
You originally said thrifting.
Okay,
We're
bro.
W
Kick this
number
nigga
one
out.
thrifter.
Kick
Number
this
one
nigga
thrifter
out.
chat.
Kick this nigga out, bro.
Oh, what the fuck? I wanted to tell, just update everybody on so my ex was went on wind turbines, right? And even when she was doing, like you can make some pretty decent money. For those of you who don't know, she was making 6 figures. Like that is possible because she was doing traveling, because she was getting paid per diem, and she was getting paid like $100 per diem a day. But she wasn't making any $30,000 a month. She wasn't working 80-hour work weeks. And so I just wanted to challenge him on that before he dropped a slur. And then somebody was asking me, apparently that person, it sounded like, I'm not saying that he was, but sounded like a minor. But if he's not a minor, apparently he's following 15-year-old children.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I hope that
So-
they were lying about their age. That's crazy.
Yeah, me too. But anyways, well, all right. I didn't get to challenge him. Hi, everybody. Hi, Parker. Are you doing all right?
Doing good. I'm doing good today. Well, as best as I can. There's been a lot that's going on the internet recently. And
Yeah,
everything
no
in
kidding.
general.
I've fucking seen it.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. Well, I think Jaden said that he wanted to come over and hang out. So he might come over and try to hang out with you for a little bit. I'm not sure.
For
But
sure.
anyways,
All right. I appreciate you coming.
thanks for
on.
having me.
Thank you
Yep,
so much.
See
man.
ya.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February.
For sure. All right. You said February 2006. You're 19. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Here, let me thank some people real quick, and then I will continue with our conversation. Don't see anyone. Wait, chat. Do you hear her? David, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? And then Libby with $100 on YouTube Super Chat for I guess I need to get a job too because CPAs don't count. I know, right? That guy's view is so insane. Actually, so insane. Ali, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Rose, thank you for $2. Thank you. Can we again W's for Libby in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Libby. All right. Can't see her, but you can hear her. All right, perfect. All right.
I have the TV on in the background. If I could turn that off, that might help.
Oh no! I think it's we can't see you in the box in the bottom right, but I can hear you. So go ahead. What's the reason why you support Trump?
So I'm in Wisconsin, and so there's a lot of like hunting. So gun rights is a main part, and then also like farming is. I think he could help with that.
Okay, how does he help with gun rights? And then for farming, you know that tariffs hurt them, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah, tariffs are really bad for farmers because farmers rely on global demand for their crops and for their goods. So if that global demand goes down, well, then that's going to harm farmers a lot. That's why Donald Trump had to do the farm bill, because of the effects that the tariffs had on farmers. And that especially has gotten worse because of our trade policies around the world.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I did not know that.
You're good. Don't worry.
Well, okay, sorry. I'm in Wisconsin, so there's so much Trump stuff, and so I kind of just follow with the crowd. So I figured coming on here to talk with you might help me switch that around.
Sure. Do you have like a policy of his you support, or like what are you looking for? Like, are you looking for policies of the other side? Are you looking for like reasons why Trump isn't a person to follow?
Just anything that can get me to believe that Trump isn't a good person to follow, pretty much.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, and that he has sex in common with his daughter.
That's okay, yeah. That's enough to get me to, yeah. That's insane. Okay, I'm not gonna waste any more of your time. I'm kind of already like switching from Trump.
Oh, all right. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry.
You're good. Appreciate you. Have a great day. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I accidentally added up someone. I know they're not a Trump supporter. Watch this. You're trolling. Not a Trump supporter.
Oh shit! My bird. I'm the person that had the bird where they stepped on it.
Yeah, I know. You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you coming up.
Oh my
I knew with your profile picture. That you were totally trolling. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Caitlin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. 63% of your patient population are losing their Medicaid. That's so crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's so crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, Parker. I just love you so much.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Martha, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Do you support Donald Trump?
And no.
Appreciate you, Martha. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming up. We're just looking for people who do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. All right, everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Dude, the guest box is so weird here on TikTok on the PC. I feel like it's been doing the same thing on the phone, too, where it just, like, glitches all over, bro. It's so weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Can you hear me? I am 24.
And do you
I was
support
born
Donald Trump?
October. I do, honestly, to an extent. And I think it's because of mostly the way that you and Dean as well
Can you tell me
had
what your birth year is?
two things.
You cut out. I can't hear you.
October 11, 2000. I said I'm 24 years old.
Okay, for sure.
Okay.
What's up with your profile picture?
So, I mean, what's the issue? What do you mean?
You mean like the AI image
Oh,
of
yeah,
me
yeah.
and Dean with like
Wait,
different
no,
types
no,
of
it's not
stuff
AI.
on
I
that
don't
we
think it's
didn't put
AI. I
on?
think it's real. I don't think it's AI.
You think
But
you
I think
think
that's
you
a
think that's real?
I mean, yeah.
Well,
why
I just
not?
want to let you know I'm in that picture, and I know that it's not
Oh.
real because I remember what
Okay.
clothes I was wearing
Okay.
in that picture.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So, do you want to kind of address the fact that Dean is doxing people and encouraging his fans into?
Do you want to go back on my live and watch like a little bit earlier on YouTube? I don't want to rehash this again. You want to like go back on my live and watch?
Okay, so you're claiming that it's not real. Okay, I can take that. Okay, maybe the profile was a little bit of bait.
Do you want to debate me about the topic? If not, I'll just kick you and go on to the next person. I've already talked about this in my live stream today. I'm honestly
Okay.
not. I don't
Okay,
care.
okay. So let's just not address the profile then. Maybe that was immature. We can address the actual topic of why do you support Donald Trump? Is that okay?
Sure. Why do you
Okay,
support Donald
great.
Trump?
So I think that before I even preface into getting into these reasons, because I think that the whole point of your debate is, to hopefully persuade people into having a better mindset, everything in terms of that, to hopefully persuade people into thinking another kind of way. So how about you preface by telling me these are the reasons why you're ignorant or you're not thinking properly to do these things and to have these viewpoints, because I think most of the time the way you go across, the way you persuade yourself on the
Okay,
internet,
I'm
why do
sorry.
you
Is
support
there a
Donald?
way you can maybe convince me that you're 24? The entire chat thinks, like on YouTube and on TikTok, think that you're not 24. Is there a way maybe you could try to convince us?
What do you mean try to convince you? I think that's kind of ridiculous. I don't
What's your birth
understand.
year again?
I said that I was born October 11th, 2000. That would make me 24 years old. I don't understand. Your chat tends to say these same things as well.
I know,
That
not all,
blame
but
everyone for being minors. Okay, and that's
no.
whatever. I haven't even been reading the comment section. But if you want to try to have a conversation and by your judgment, you can decide, okay, she's a child.
Well, you got removed for community guidelines violation, so it looks like I don't even have to make that determination. Looks like I don't even have to make that determination. Caleb, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I do think they were a minor. There's no way that they were not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I'm a Christian now.
Everyone, by the way, I'd recommend for the 3,600 people to go over to my YouTube. YouTube really is a lot better to go to, I tell you. Go check that YouTube. Go check the YouTube. There's 3,100 people over on the YouTube. Make sure to go check it out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, 39. Yes, I do support Donald Trump.
Okay, why is that?
Two genders, not 150 genders. Men can't get pregnant. He seems a little bit more level-headed than Joe Biden.
Wait, can I address the first point?
The two genders?
Yeah.
Give me your ideology of that narcissist.
What? You just call me a narcissist?
Correct.
For what?
You don't know you're a narcissist.
What makes you think I'm a narcissist?
Everything how you are.
Like what?
I can tell a narcissist when I hear one. You're a narcissist.
Okay, well, I just want to know why. Like, could you help me identify why?
It is what it is.
That didn't really help me identify. Can you please tell me what is a narcissist? Do you even know?
Oh yes, I know what a narcissist is.
Okay, so could you tell me how you identify what a narcissist is?
Zero empathy.
Zero, because I'm known for having no empathy.
That's true. You literally blocked and cut off many people over nothing, like the last lady. You don't care about people.
I cut off people because I don't want to talk to them anymore. You mean TikTok just banned them?
Community guidelines because she told you how old she was, and you want to be on a chair of gold.
Do you think? Wait, to clarify.
Who can and cannot talk
dude,
to you?
Hey, I would love to control the TikTok guidelines. I mean, I wouldn't be on my girlfriend's account right now if I were able to control that.
You really think that TikTok kicked her off because of the age, because of her vocal cords?
I don't know. Actually, TikTok didn't give me a reason. It just said that she was banned due to community guideline violations.
That's another narcissistic trend. You're lying.
How am I lying?
I can tell.
How do you tell?
I'm an empath. I can feel through your bullshit, your dark
You're
energy.
an empath while you support Donald Trump? What is an empath?
I can feel energy, and I can feel that you're a narcissist, more or less probably a psychopath.
Is Donald Trump a narcissist? Well, actually, they just got a guest in your live has violated harassment and bullying policy. Apparently, they're bullying me. Like what? David, think of the $2. Okay, that's a bit ridiculous. TikTok. Why are they getting that flag? Come on, I don't want to have to take them down off the live because I don't feel like they're bullying me. Like I feel like when that happens, you know, if the harassment and bullying is targeted towards me, I should get a thing saying, do you want to allow for this or do you not want to allow for this? You know what I mean? If someone's bullying me, let them, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to come on here and thank you and say you changed my opinions on a lot of things and to have a
Hey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I'd recommend the 3,600 people to go over to my YouTube. Make sure to like the stream. We're about to hit 4 hours, everyone. So we got a few more hours left on the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like probably 2 more, everyone. Sour Girl, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I should have asked him. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my therapist would have identified that. My therapist thinks maybe anxiety. that's about the extent of what I've identified.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah. What's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're 18?
Yeah.
What month?
September.
Okay. So do you support Donald Trump?
Nah, I just feel like working out kind of hurts, you know?
Okay. Like what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And why is that?
Okay, I'm just gonna come to his defense real quick. Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes.
Okay, can you define fascism for me?
Yeah, I would use the 14 points of fascism to define fascism. Would you like to go through the 14 points?
Well, those aren't points; those are signs, and I don't think someone that being.
Wait, what do you mean? What is a point?
I know what you're talking about. They're not points; they're signs.
What are points?
What do you mean? What are points? I don't know.
Yeah, like when I'm referencing.
You could say points towards fascism. That I mean, I want you to tell me something.
No, when you reference like what a point is, can you tell me what that is?
I don't know.
You don't know? Then how is it not a point if you don't know what that is?
Well, this is I'm saying I know what you're talking about. The list of 14 things. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, what list of? Okay, so you do you dispute any of that?
Yes, I dispute all of it.
What do you
because it's not a
dispute?
fascist. All of it.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
and also
let's clarify. How do you define fascism?
Fascism. I define someone as authoritarian and oppressive against all three classes. That's what I would define fascist as a fascist. Like you go and live in a fascist country, it's nothing compared to what we have here. Nothing compared.
Chat. What's
Not
the
even-
what's
not
the
even
bio?
same.
It's not loading for me. Is your bio? Is something wrong with your bio?
No.
Then why is the entire chat spamming it?
Why are you running?
I feel like you're rage baiting.
Are you serious? You're running because you can't define fascism, dude.
Or, are you a grape victim?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, chat. I'm sorry. What would be if he's a? I'm confused.
I really don't want to talk about this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, people are just saying that's in your bio. I'm confused. Okay. I have a question. Do you believe
Yeah.
Eugene Carroll?
No.
Why not?
There's not sufficient evidence
What makes you think that?
because there was no evidence provided.
Really? Can you
In that case.
Can you tell me?
This is a complete pivot, by the way.
I just want to clarify. Can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case that was submitted?
Well, there's the therapist notes, but I don't
One,
consider that.
that's not even a thing. You're referencing specifically, right? The psychologist referencing that there was trauma, right? And you're referencing notes specifically from like her friends from that time of them hearing about the story.
Yeah, that's not good enough for me. I'm
Okay.
I'm
Also,
sorry.
when
It's
did this
not.
happen? What year?
Sometime in the 90s.
Where did this happen?
It's, some store in New York, supply chains, Target, something like that.
Nope.
There was something like that.
Bergdorf Goodman. Okay, so like
Yeah.
again, you don't know what
In
you're
a
talking
dressing
about.
room.
You don't know
In a
about the
dressing
case.
room. I do know what I'm
Why are
talking
you
about.
denying the case without knowing about it?
I do know about it. E. Jane Carroll, she wrote the book. Yeah, and then she went on CNN and said she loves grape.
No, that's not what she
Yeah.
said. That's not what she said.
That is
Actually,
what
if
she
you want to
said.
look at Anderson Cooper, no, she did not say that. You fucking liar.
Yes, she did.
Don't fucking say that about a grape victim. That's actually fucking disgusting for you to say, by the way. Right? For you to say that she went on fucking live and she said that she loves grape. She never fucking said that.
Yes, she did.
You want to bet? How much do you want to bet?
Oh, all the money I have in my account, dude.
Okay, how much?
All of it. 3,200.
Do it.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Pull up
provide me the
clip.
clip.
Pull up the clip right now.
You're
Pull
the
up the clip right
you're
now.
the one claiming it. Provide the clip.
You're the one claiming she didn't say it though.
You're the one
It's
claiming
your
she
argument
did.
to dispute.
You're rage baiting at this point.
It's your argument to dispute.
What? You're the one that has to provide the positive claim that she did say this.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. That's how it works.
No, the claim falls on you.
What?
And also, I can't play
No?
it. I'm a guess.
Yes, you can. You can tell me the title of it, where to find it.
No, I cannot.
Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
Well, then I'll kick you from my life.
Oh, okay.
You
so
owe me.
I
You owe
asked
me
you to define
$3,200,
fascism, you
bro.
don't define it,
You know. You
and
owe
then you
me.
pivot to
You
E.
owe
Jean
me
Carroll.
every single last dollar in your fucking account, bro.
I asked you to define fascism. You don't. You run
I told you.
away,
I told you it was the
and
14
then-
points. We can point to the 14 points. You want to go through that?
Yes, I'd like to go through the 14 points of fascism.
Okay, but why are you using that to deflect away from the bet we just made?
You just you deflected to go to the E. Jean Carroll thing. You deflected.
Wait,
you were the first deflector.
because again, the people were talking about the bio in the chat, so I was just
Yeah, I don't really want to
just
talk about my
clarifying.
bio.
That's fine. I was just clarifying.
You want my
But-
address too?
No, I didn't ask for your address.
What about all you all you followers in the chat? You want to dox me? You say Donald Trump is a cult. You, Dean, Harry, all of them. You guys are the cult.
We're not even friends with Harry.
Oh yeah, because you abandoned him because what? He was talking to like 3 girls. Yeah.
No, because he literally lied.
Yeah, the
in
party
order
of
to be able-
loyalty.
lied in order to be able to get nudes from people. Like said that he wasn't sleeping with anyone else when he was, in order to be able to get.
Yeah,
nudes
what
from
about the
someone
whole
when they
uneth-
explicitly said that they would in the very first place? You're rage baiting. Get the fuck off my live, you disingenuous piece of shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Aubrey, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry about yesterday.
Did I debate you?
I was on here and I was like the quiet one because I guess I got called into a meeting. And that's why I couldn't debate.
Okay. Did you want to debate today or no?
Oh yeah,
Okay, so you support Trump?
yeah I do.
Okay, why so?
I just feel like that he's the better candidate.
Why?
Because he's pro-American.
How is he pro-American?
He puts America before other countries,
How so?
as in putting his support for us other than immigrants, illegal immigrants.
Wait, say that one more time?
He puts his support for us other than illegal immigrants.
Okay, what policy do undocumented immigrants get access to?
The catch and release, the one that
No,
the Joe Biden,
what social policy do they get access to?
social policy. I believe that one they had 6 months of protection, and
What is this guy saying?
let me
6 months of
see.
protection for what?
Like if they would like break a law or anything, they're not allowed to be touched or none of that.
That's a lie. You just made that up.
No, that's not true. I lived in New
You
York,
just
and that
totally
and
made that up.
mm.
Can you give me a single statute that says that?
Well, in Springfield, Ohio, when people were like taking cars and destroying things, they called up law enforcement and they were like unable to be touched.
You're just making shit up. Can you give me a source?
The mayor of Springfield, Ohio.
No, can you give me like a source that says he said that?
I just watched the news and it just says
Do
that
you want to go
like
provide a
they
source? I'll
were
give you time. I'll talk to someone else in the meantime.
CNN, but I got other things to discuss like
Like finding that source. Let's get another person up here in the meantime while he finds that source real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I think we're close to there. What are we at now on YouTube, everyone? Dale, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for trusting me, bro. 1.7. Hey, nice. 1.8. W's. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Means around half the stream is liked. Let's go, chat. Let's go. We love that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, I'm trying to get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. I think we're running out of guests. I might have to actually go onto my main account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I literally did not mean to click that.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. You're good.
What's happening?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. Why wouldn't I?
Okay, I have a question. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Wait, what?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I support him.
But did you vote for him?
No.
Yeah, I do think they're a fetus. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth?
2007.
What month?
What month?
Yeah.
January.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay.
I didn't vote for anybody.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you had the ability to vote, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay.
I would vote for.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
October.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support Donald Trump.
Oh, nice. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know what? MAGA is terrified to debate me, chat. You know that there's like 6,800 in the live on YouTube and TikTok, and you know people are terrified to debate me here on TikTok. They're absolutely terrified, I tell you. MAGA's so scared to talk to me, like they have no arguments. Amanda, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some round of applause for all of the lack of MAGA on the stream? That's actually really good. Good sign. Great sign. Incredible sign. They've got nothing left. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, Parker. You're the GOAT. Double is in the chat
I
for
appreciate you. I appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's see how scared these MAGA supporters are. Let's see how long it takes us to get a debate up here. Let's see how scared they are. They're terrified, chat. Absolutely terrified. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it, Juan. Thank you so much. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Evening.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, and I'm 35.
Okay. Michael, how old are you?
I'm 14, but I also support him.
Well, you're not old enough to vote. You won't even be. I don't even know if you'll be old enough to vote in the next election. All right. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I would say it comes down to his support for the vets.
Really? Like, what happened to getting rid of homelessness for veterans? What, didn't he cut the VA too?
He did portions that he cut, yes, but he also implemented the Forever GI Bill.
Appreciate the future encounter. Thank you. You understand that he cut VA services this presidential cycle, right? Like this time he's been elected, he cut VA this time. So
Yes, he also implemented the Forever GI Bill as well as federal student loan debt for those that were disabled vets.
okay, well those would be two good policies, but aren't those policies also supported by Democrats?
They were actually policies that were done beforehand, and he went and reformed them. Yes.
Okay, so would Democrats disagree with this policy?
With that policy, I would say no. I would say probably towards his goal for housing for homeless vets, 6,000 homeless vets. I would say that's something that I really don't see the Democrats talk a lot about.
He didn't even do that. He's
no,
not
that
able.
hasn't been done.
Well, why isn't that in the big beautiful bill?
That's a goal that's supposed to be done by 2028.
Okay, maybe at some point, but not enough to be in the big beautiful bill.
I don't believe so. No, it was not.
Okay. Could you give me any policy that he's influenced to get passed from an economic perspective that you think is good?
From economic, no. I would say I'm more focused on the VA as well as his relations with our allies overseas. That's more my focus point.
Really? Well, he's harmed our relationships with our allies overseas because it is the case that he advocated for annexing Canada, Panama, Greenland. He's literally cut relations with ships with our allies by pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords, by cutting funding for the World Health Organization, the CDC, along with the fact that he wants to literally pull more out of NATO, right? Which is going to, make us even less likely to be close to our allies. I mean, which ally are you referencing?
Well, the issue that I have with all that is I'm kind of an old libertarian, so I kind of believe in Ron Paul's old standard of what we would do for our allies, not us essentially paying 90% for our allies. So I would say an ally that we've kind of shunned would be Ukraine, but an ally we haven't shunned is Israel.
Should we shun Ukraine?
I think that we should be treating
I think it should be
Ukraine
the
and
other way
Israel
around.
as the same.
I think we should shun Israel and we should, help defend Ukraine.
I think both allies should be defended.
Okay, so then why do you support Donald Trump? Because it seems like he's worse in terms of defending Ukraine.
Well, it comes down to what Democrats have done in the past, right? So if we go back to Benghazi, we go back to other points where American troops were lost due to Democrats' inaptitude,
Can you tell me something Kamala Harris did that led to that? Or like Joe Biden even?
Oh, Joe Biden, I mean...
You
just have
had to
look at
reach
what
back
he
to
did.
Hillary Clinton for that one.
Oh, I mean, we could reach back to when Biden was under Obama in his era.
Okay.
As for Kamala, no, she didn't directly...
Can you name one
Thank
thing a
you.
vice president has done in U.S. history?
That they have done or that they haven't done?
Can you name one thing they've done?
Other than supporting the president, no.
So you can't evaluate what vice presidents have done. So how the hell would you know what Joe Biden did as vice president?
Well, because he came overseas more than one occasion.
Don't act like you know it at all. He did, because you don't know what he did. I just asked you that question. You couldn't answer it. So like, what's your point?
Well, my point is that if you look back at how people were treated, us soldiers, when we were overseas by Democrats versus Republicans, it seems like more or less we were less valued under a Democratic rule versus a Republican rule.
You mean what's it called? You mean we're veterans? Did you know that veterans, like there are more military members that died in conflict under Donald Trump's administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration? 16 under the Biden-Harris administration, 65 under Trump in conflict.
Well, yes, I understand that, and the numbers that go with that. But I was saying in like a total for a whole, right? So I was going based off of the experience in the time of war to current time.
Yeah, like you understand that Donald Trump's increasing the likelihood that like people are going to go to war and die because it is the case that he's engaging in offensive conflicts around the world, along with the fact that he's giving more power to Putin. I mean, like we can point to multiple things.
He's also disengaging, right? So he's also pulling back from certain conflicts and
Which
saying,
ones?
the EU is a great example, right? He's saying that the EU can support Ukraine, and if we need to intervene. Then
Wait, you supported defending Ukraine.
I support defending Ukraine, but
So
I'm
then
saying
why did you just bring up him disengaging from Ukraine as a good thing? Caleb, think of the $5. Absolutely.
disengaging as in the sense of we don't need to be putting boots on the ground. We don't need to be providing military supplies.
Wait, so then what do you want to do to help Ukraine?
I think we should be the backup if it decides to go further towards like war crimes. If
Further towards war crimes, there's been plenty of war crimes already committed by Russia towards Ukrainians.
Not so like my issue with that I'm talking about is like
you don't think there have been war crimes?
Well, there's war crimes on both sides.
What war crimes have Ukrainians committed?
Well, they've also taken civilian casualties when they bombed other cities without warning, the same as Russia has done.
Can you give me a reference?
What do you mean when they?
Yeah, like
bombed
yeah. Go ahead, give me a reference in terms of them bombing without saying before.
Well, I mean,
on
it's the same thing.
civilians.
Well, as in when they attacked city structures, like their main point were military targeted areas. But
has the ICC or the ICJ gone after them for war crimes?
Well, no, that'll be a process.
Why have they gone out? Why do they hold Putin accountable? Why do they have a warrant out for Putin's arrest?
Well, I mean, I would say that's probably a bias that we've had against Russia since the Cold War.
A bias that we have against Russia? You fucking propagandist. What do you mean? What do you mean it's a bias that we have? The reason why they have him out for war crimes is because he's fucking committed war crimes. What the hell are you talking about? Did Ukraine invade Russia? No, Russia invaded Ukraine. The idea that you just said that the reason why there's a warrant out for Putin's arrest is because it is the case that he literally, we have a bias against him as the U.S. is the most insane take ever, dude. Are you literally paid by the Kremlin to come on this live?
No, I'm actually a vet, but so do you believe that Ukraine?
Wait, I just want to clarify.
Sovereignty?
Did you give an oath to the Constitution?
Of course it did.
To protect the Constitution? You
Well,
support a guy that called
not
for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. How is that patriotic? How is that, serving
Well, I
your
mean,
oath to the Constitution?
How does a civilian get to tell someone what's patriotic, though? I mean,
Well, you should be able to answer.
I think it's still patriotic, but many things have changed. We've added things to the Constitution as well.
Is there a response to what I just said? Like, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's antithetical to your oath to the Constitution.
Well, it depends on the reason. His reasoning for
What?
that was.
What do you mean it depends on the reasoning?
He wants to make changes to the Constitution.
No,
like
he
how
called for the
every-
termination. Do you want me to show you?
No, I know what the termination. That's in order to make changes.
What? He said, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Juan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the unicorn fantasy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Juan. Thank you so much. So don't sit there and act like that's not a complete and total threat to the Constitution that you swore an oath to.
I'm not. I'm agreeing that part of it, yes.
What do you mean?
But my whole point I wasn't discussing that. I was talking about his foreign affairs.
Okay.
And the thing that I was trying to get at, the whole Israel and Ukraine thing, it seems like the left will support one but not the other. And so
yeah, because
my thing is,
because Israel is offensive and Ukraine is defensive.
do you believe that Ukraine has sovereignty?
Yeah.
Do you believe Israel has sovereignty?
Like, what do you mean by sovereign? Do you mean like, do they have sovereignty? Like descriptively, yes.
Sovereign
Like,
nation?
I just want to clarify. Yes, descriptively they have the sovereign nation. But do I agree with the state of Israel existing as ethno-state? No.
Do you agree with them just existing?
As a secular democratic state in which Palestinians and Israelis were given the same rights?
Either way. I'm
Just called
saying,
the state at that point, it's not the current state of Israel, but yes, if it just has the name Israel.
Well, I'm saying, do you believe that it was founded in 1948?
Was Israel? Sure.
Okay.
On literally like settlement, on like stealing people's land.
Well, that's not what I was asking, because a lot of
And
people
ethnic cleansing.
A lot of people on the left like to insinuate that from the river to the sea.
Caleb, think of it $10. Thank you.
And that
Elizabeth,
Israel
a big
should not
$10.
be,
Thank you.
that Israel should not be a nation.
Well, when they say that, they're claiming that Israel should not exist as a Jewish ethno-state, right? Like that's all people are disagreeing with. They're disagreeing with like Israel existing as a Jewish ethno-state, with the apartheid that they're engaging in, the genocide in Gaza. I mean, they're disagreeing with how the state of Israel is conducting itself, right? If the state of Israel, right, in of itself, right, in the entirety of the region, specifically, were a secular democratic state with equal rights for both Palestinians and Israelis, people wouldn't have an issue with that. People have an issue with it being an ethno-state.
Yeah, but the issue is in that region, right? For some reason, the talk for the last decade has only been about Israel. Americans and other European nations ignore the atrocities of the Arab states around them.
How so? Like, what are you talking about?
Well,
like you say people ignore that? What the hell are you talking? I think people talk about that all the time. What are you talking about? Matthew, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
Well, you have the protesters say that we're protesting for Palestine at colleges, that were also cheering for the Houthis when they were blockading supplies going to Israel.
Okay, so people were cheering specifically for like Yemeni children that were being bombed. They specifically don't want Yemeni children to be bombed. They're trying to show support for Yemeni children. Like, I'm confused.
No. I'm saying when the Houthis did a blockade so that Israel could not get supplies in order to show support for Gaza, the Palestinian protesters were supporting the Houthis when they did that. At the same time,
wait, what Palestinian protesters?
At the colleges, they have all the chants when Hassan was going to them.
Okay.
They have their posters, all the discussions.
So you're just saying Hassan exists, therefore all Palestinian protesters are supporting the Houthis? Is that your view?
No, I'm
Appreciate that
saying
head
that
massage.
there's a big group of them. Like in general, if you speak to someone that is a Palestinian supporter, if they support that the Houthis are blockading Israel from getting supplies, they agree with that.
I'm confused. Wait, why are you bringing this up? Say some people do hold those positions. What's your point?
Well, because the issue is that we are looking at Israel and trying to say that they're a bad nation, that they're committing a genocide.
They are.
While at the same time, the people that support, like that say that, and they support.
Wait.
The Houthis.
I'm saying that I don't support the Houthis. Explain to me what your position is. I didn't
Okay,
show
the
support,
issue.
so please explain. Appreciate that massage.
Okay, so I'll say the issue is we say Israel's doing a genocide while we turn a blind eye to the 377,000 Yemeni that were killed, the 10,000 children that were killed, the Syrians were almost 600,000 were killed. We turn a blind eye to that because
I don't
they're
turn a
not
blind
here.
eye to any innocent civilians getting killed. I think that's wrong in all scenarios.
You as an individual, I'm saying the nations. The
Why can't
people
you address me
are-
for who I am? We're engaging in the dialogue right now. You're not talking to anyone else.
because it comes down to support, right? So Trump, as in our nation,
Yeah,
is
and
supporting.
wait. I believe in a free Palestine, right? I'm one of the protesters you're referencing. Please explain to me how what you're saying isn't relevant to me.
Isn't relevant? Well, it sounds like you do not support genocide in general.
Sour, think of the $5. Yeah.
Which is a good thing. I'm saying that most people that have come across that support Palestine, they are ignorant to the genocide in Syria, the one that is in Yemen. You know, they don't pay attention to that.
Wait, even if it is the case that people who are calling out the genocide in Gaza, right, aren't knowing of other genocides, that doesn't negate their, care about being against genocides. Appreciate the future encounter. Thank you so much. I mean, you're just saying that someone not knowing about a genocide means that they don't care about it? Like, I just don't think that's a good argument.
I'm saying it doesn't benefit us, right? So, like, what does Syria do if we were to get involved? They don't have anything that benefits us, so we turn a blind eye. What does Yemen have?
Wait, it's not just what benefits people. It's just what information that they were provided oftentimes. What information is in front of them. And the information is more in front of them when it comes to one topic comparative to others. That's all it is. I don't know what are you pointing out here?
Well, the information for Syria
All your issue is that people just don't know about things, then inform them.
No, but they were informed. So, like, under Obama,
not necessarily.
The people of Syria were literally on Facebook, were on their phones taking.
Wait, I just want to let you know. A bunch of people from my generation didn't go through that. Okay? So, like, when you make this claim, you're not applying it to our generation and the generation that comes after me who's in college. You're applying it to your own generation. I don't know why you would do that. That's a really weird thing to do. Like, you have to think critically, insofar as that that people who are younger didn't go through the same types of things. They didn't see the same type of information, and oftentimes people who are older didn't see this as well and were ignorant. So, like, there's plenty of things we can point to.
I would agree with you on that. Then, yeah, I could definitely see that point.
I would love for there to be more education, but Donald Trump is the one that wants to cut funding for education. So, if you don't want education to be worse in this country, then you probably shouldn't support him.
Well,
by the way, Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. He said, "Vet here, Trump hates us, bro."
Like I said, I'm originally a classic libertarian. I really only wanted like one type of president in history, and that was Ron Paul. And I didn't get him, so I voted for Obama twice. And then
I have a question. Would you be okay with getting rid of Medicaid?
Medicaid, getting rid of it? No.
Ron Paul disagrees with you. Do you want to get rid of Social Security?
No.
Do you want to get rid of Medicare?
No.
So why do you say Ron Paul? Do you even know what Ron Paul's policies are? Do you know who Ron Paul is?
Well, yes, I'll tell you why Ron Paul. So, because remember I said my main thing is foreign affairs. Ron Paul believed in shutting down 50% of the bases overseas. Ron Paul believed in not us saving the world or policing the world. He believed in us bringing back all manufacturing to us. Essentially,
no, he doesn't think manufacturing back to the United States. This is a Ron Paul position I actually agree with, that he wants to be not involved in foreign conflicts, right? As much.
Correct. And people called him an isolationist, and that is what I believed in doing. Less of our hand being dipped in every one pot, and more of us focusing on America.
Okay, but you are not a total isolationist.
Not completely. No, I believe that if there's well, I mean, obviously, if
By
there's
the way,
a
chat, there's a difference between Ron Paul and Rand Paul. Just clarifying, everyone.
very huge difference. They're nowhere near the same, other than their name.
You know, you know,
No,
it's very common to mistake the two. To be honest, like a very, very common thing. Like,
yeah,
I feel like that's one of the most common things.
I don't like Rand Paul. So, no, I would just look at it this way. For me, is I believe in intervening when it's like necessary, right? Like, so in my eyes, like right now, it's not necessary to intervene with Ukraine. But if Putin was to take a step forward to where he would start doing massive atrocities, like where he was already.
Okay, the
like,
fact that you don't think Putin has already done massive atrocities is the biggest issue in of itself. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth with the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely, though. Thank you so much.
Well, it's because
and by the way, Elizabeth, I just want to say I'm so sorry to hear that. By the way, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's actually so sad, Elizabeth. But Kyle, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Let me know. Message me through the same thing. I would really appreciate that. Message me through the same message. I would really appreciate that, Kyle. All right, go for it. You were saying?
I just compare it to other wars that we've done, right? So like when I see what Russia's done so far to Ukraine, to me, from my experience, it's nothing like what we did to Iraq and Baghdad the first week. Like, it doesn't compare.
Wait. Can we just say that like I'm anti-war and I disagree with U.S. involvement practically everywhere that we've been involved in around the world, especially in the 2000s?
Yes. I would say anti-war until it becomes like essentially a genocide. When it starts to get to that point, I think we should get involved. We should not let people get genocided.
Okay, well, that's happening with Yemen and Ukraine and Gaza, and that's all these places that you specifically didn't recognize.
Correct, Congo as well, and there's even parts of Somalia. But that's where, like I said, our government views it, in my opinion, as what can they get out of it?
You're literally in support of Israel, and you acknowledge the genocide in Gaza.
I acknowledge it, yes. The reason why I'm in support of Israel, though, is because of strategic location. I think it's an important thing to hold on to for the region.
Nah, bro, dude. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ, man. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. If you're on TikTok, for the 3,400 people here on TikTok, I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Kyle, thank you for the $1. Just make sure to message me through the same thing. Otherwise, I probably won't see it. Yotsup, how old are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Lots of reasons. Mainly because he pisses off liberals and because of immigration.
Okay, so why do you support him just because he pisses off liberals? That's so weird.
I mean, come on. You don't think that that's true?
Dude, I don't know why that'd be a reason why you support him.
I mean, do you think it's true?
He pisses off liberals because he's a horrible person.
What do you mean?
Because he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls at Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's literally advocating to add trillions of dollars to the debt right now while cutting people off of their Medicaid, Medicare, Affordable Care Act, and food stamps.
Wow, that was a lot.
I know. Are you peeing?
No, I'm not. I'm just pouring some water into a cup, man. You're good. So anyway, the E. Jean Carroll thing. Did you mention her?
Yes. He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
So you believe that?
Yes, of course. Forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Why do you think people don't believe her?
Because they are cult members.
Okay, that's not really a serious answer, though. So why do you believe people don't believe her?
Because they buy the misinformation.
Again, that's not... Okay, but what specifically?
It depends on the scenario. It's not just one thing, one size fits all. Some people buy dumbass and misinformation about the Anderson Cooper interview, like the last guest brought up, or one of the last guests brought up. Like that's an example. They specifically lie about what happened in the interview. He said specifically that she said that she likes grape or something, which she never said. It was a complete fabrication about what happened. Some just
She never said that
say
she
like, oh,
liked.
they don't believe it because they don't believe civil courts, and they would be able to believe the criminal court, but then also don't believe the criminal court where Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. Mike, thank you
Right,
for
but
$5.
that's some
Thank
of
you so
it.
much.
So you think that there is a difference in terms of like preponderance of evidence versus proof beyond a reasonable doubt, though, right?
There's a distinction.
Right. There's a very important
I have a
distinction.
question. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally immigrate into the country?
It's a great question. I would personally probably not. However, I would give that I would leave that up to the judge to determine whether they believe that was legitimate or not. And an immigration judge would, whoa, you gonna interrupt me? That would be up to an immigration judge to decide, not me personally.
Well, I'm asking you because I'm saying that, like, what is your view on the matter? How do you think it should conduct itself? But if we're going to reference this, sure, of course. We would say that you wouldn't accept someone in the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. So preponderance of evidence is enough to say that you wouldn't let someone legally immigrate to the country. Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration?
I mean, I think that the Constitution makes it clear who can become president of the United States. It doesn't mention anything about a
No,
person's
I asked
criminal
you
background.
about like how you think the qualification should go, because you don't think that
I think,
because Joe Biden met the qualifications constitutionally, but you don't think he was qualified to be president.
well, yeah, obviously, but
Okay,
so
well,
what?
you just proved
Obviously,
my
you
point.
vote between two different. No, I didn't. you vote for two different people. I mean, I don't know what your point is. I mean, obviously, Joe Biden was 35 years old and born in the United States, but so what? So was Donald Trump. What's your point?
So just because they meet the constitutional requirements to become president of the United States does not mean that they're qualified to become president of the United States under our perspectives. So I'm asking you, under your own perspective, is it the case? Why are they why is he qualified? Right? Given it is the case that he's not qualified to legally immigrate to the country, given that he's held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. Because typically we put harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States comparative to becoming a citizen of the United States. That's ridiculous.
Can we move on to something else? I mean, this is kind of a pointless point.
You just mad that you just got dunked on? Yo, Jenna,
No,
how
I
old
think
are
it's
you?
just kind of like silly.
Oh, Parker!
Diabolical. James, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no.
Aaliyah,
What's
thank
your
you for the
next
$5.
point? What's your next point?
I don't even know. Go back to what we were just talking about.
Yeah, sure, no problem. So you believe E. Jean Carroll's story? It sounds like.
Of course I do.
Okay, but like, why?
Unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people. Do you want to address my argument or no?
I mean, your argument is basically pointless. You're basically saying that
Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming president of the United States or legally entering the country through immigration?
The Constitution makes it clear that all you have to do is be 35 years old and be born in the United States to become president. That's the legal answer.
And I'm not asking you. I just clarified that's not the question I was asking you, and you just answered the same way after I clarified that that's not what the question I was asking.
Okay, go ahead and restate your question then. Should there be harsher qualifications
on becoming president of the United States or becoming a legal citizen through the context of immigration?
There should be harsher legal qualifications for becoming a citizen, I guess, right?
Compared to becoming president?
Sure, why not?
So you think every single person who immigrates to the country is qualified to be president?
No.
Well, then so then obviously there'd be more qualifications for becoming president, correct?
No.
Can you tell me how you're answering that way? You cut out of the app. I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you right now. For the 100 people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. I think we're just barely over 2,000. We should try to get to 3,000 today, everyone. I think we could do 3,000 likes. I think we could do it, chat. Do you think we could do it, chat? I think we can. I think we can do it, chat. Especially if people from TikTok go over to the YouTube stream and they like it. They like it. Oh, he just left, by the way. Just ran away. Look at him. Look at him running away. Look at him running away. Juan, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. We're at 2K likes. Let's go, chat. We can go 3,000. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. That's so based. So based. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the head mustache.
Wait, hello?
Oh, well, you said hello as soon as I kicked you. That's very unfortunate, brother. We have an hour and 20 minutes left in the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Where's the confetti? How old are you?
20.
I couldn't hear you. You cut out?
20.
Chat, I don't hear this person. I think it's their microphone. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Chat, it's actually kind of cool right now that, like, I mean, it's because I'm on my girlfriend's account, but we have, like, a pretty similar amount of people on the YouTube stream as we have on TikTok. I think that's pretty cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I left my phone unattended. I think someone.
You're good, you're good. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, September 5th, 2006.
Okay, do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because I find him to be better than the alternative, considering the alternative who couldn't even run a border. As in, she eliminated DNA testing, and under the Biden administration as a whole, 20 million illegal immigrants got into our country. Yes, asylum seekers and refugees are okay, as in temporary stay. However, those other illegal immigrants, harmed, raped, and killed our women and children. For example, Jocelyn Nungaray, who was killed in New York by an illegal immigrant from Venezuela.
Okay. I'm just muting your mic because it is the case that you have a little bit of background noise. If you could fix that while I unmute you, or while I speak in general. So the DNA testing thing that you're referencing was just redundant within the process. Kamala Harris isn't the one that got rid of it, but it was totally redundant within the process. Like, you just totally made up the fact that Kamala Harris did that. She had no authority over the border other than just to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. But even if we were just were to reference the DNA testing, oh, he left. Even if we were to reference the DNA testing for what it was, it is the case that it was just a redundant aspect of the process, because it is the case that, like, we are going to verify based on documentation anyway. And I could provide a hypothetical to demonstrate that, but he just left. So, also, undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime at multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, along with the fact that the 20 million number that he just made up out of nowhere is a bullshit made-up number. Seriously, just trust me, bro, is his source. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, I can't. Oh, hey, I'm 19 years old.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, give it a second. Nathan, were you the person that was just up on the live?
Yep, the phone died.
Okay. So did you hear any of my points?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, for sure. So the DNA testing wasn't done by Kamala Harris. That was just made up. Like, she never did that at all. The only authority that she had was to raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, to build up their economies. That was private funds. She had no other authority. Oh, did they just leave again? Okay. All right. Zay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly for my pro-life position. Do you mind if I examine your worldview?
Go ahead.
Real quick. All right, so the premise is, do you agree that a woman has full control over her bodily autonomy regardless of the situation?
Are you defining bodily, like, are you saying, like, if to someone go out, like, murder someone? Do you mean by that? Or
No,
do
I
you
mean
mean
like anything that's affecting the woman's autonomy.
anything that's affecting the woman's autonomy? Like, do you mean like in terms of like motherhood? Or like
Just in general, like
what autonomy are you referencing? Are you referencing? I'm confused.
a woman's bodily autonomy.
Like, you're being vague on purpose.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not
you
trying
are.
to be disingenuous here at all.
No, bodily autonomy doesn't apply to every single scenario, but when it comes to abortion, yes, it should be legal prior to the point of sentience for any reason. Right after, it should be legal for any context in which there's rape, or there's medical necessity or medical reasons, things like that. But practically after the point of 20 weeks, there's practically no abortions, and all of them are medical.
So you don't agree that a woman should have full control over her body regardless of the situation?
I don't believe any person should have full control in terms of whatever, because that would mean that like they could then kill people, right? Like obviously, like there are certain things you do with your body that are illegal, right?
Like what?
But if it's specifically over just your own person,
Yeah, just her own body.
if it's just over your own person, then yes. But given that it's not over your own person, then no, it wouldn't be applicable in all circumstances. Caleb, thank you
Wait,
for
I'm
$2.
confused. What's your issue with the premise I'm offering you? Can I read it again?
I just clarified. If you didn't get it, you can just watch back the YouTube if you'd like.
All right, dude.
I clarified multiple times. I'm confused. I think you're just purposefully not trying to understand.
No, I'm not. I came here. I'm coming up here good faith. Can I read it one more
Can
time?
you clarify like what you mean by bodily autonomy?
Like if there's something that is affecting, there's something that's affecting the woman, like harming her.
Like, okay, there's something harming her. Yeah, in medical reasons, absolutely, you should be able to get access to an abortion. Is that what you're saying?
No. Can I pose you a situation?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll say a mother has an 8-month-old baby who's keeping her up at night and causing her countless sleepless nights. And she's unable to sleep during the day because she has 3 other kids who she has to attend to. Due to her sleep deprivation, she's like extremely fatigued during the day, and she even fainted because of this. Is she justified to unalive her 8-month-old since it is affecting her bodily autonomy?
No, that's not what our depiction of bodily autonomy would be. This is why I needed to clarify, chat, because his depiction of bodily autonomy is fucking insane, and that's why I was like, teetering around his definition, because I know that he's providing some crazy fucking notion of it. Just want to clarify. That was not what we see as bodily autonomy in typical.
All right, well, that was worth a shot.
Do you see how I had to clarify the point of like, oh, you don't have the bodily autonomy to murder people, because that's how he was using it?
You would have got cooked.
No, do you see how no, dude, you act like you're the first person that's ever thought of that, dude. I've heard this a million times, bro. You're not unique, bro.
What hypothetical could I pose that would cook you? Is there any?
There is none. Mental, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Because if I thought of it,
I'll be back, bro.
I just want to clarify, because if I thought of it, I would have applied it, and then I would have provided a critique to my own position, and I would have made my own position better.
Yeah, you live, sleep, and breathe this stuff. But I'll be back in a few months. I'll come up with another one.
A few months? You need a few months to find just one contradiction? Okay, I just want to let you know, like, you could probably find a contradiction pretty quick, in terms of almost anyone's view. You should be able to. You should be able to within even a month find one contradiction within something that I say. Like, I mean.
And you think I can make you concede?
Probably. If you put enough like work into it, you probably could. Because you know what, I'm a genuine person, and I can see it if I'm wrong. Like, there are circumstances in my life where I've been wrong, where like you can catch me on things. Like, again, in terms of this, there are things where I learn on as well, and there are contradictions that I could hold in terms of my view that I need to be able to address as well. And that's something that people on the left or people who are liberals will also point out my views. Like, Dean points that stuff out with me, and I'll point it out with him. There are points where every single one of us, we have our points where we're wrong. And that's a genuine thing to be able to
acknowledge. Can you give an example?
Yeah, like, I mean,
I don't want to make you look bad.
That's totally fine. In terms of this, like, for example, in terms of work requirements, there's actually someone that brought up work requirements relating to, what was it, the Medicaid cuts and stuff. And I hadn't read up on the Medicaid cuts in terms of the specifics on it, and I just wasn't sure on it. So I was like, can you give me a source for that? Can you give me any evidence of that? I don't think that's the case. And then I looked into it, and I saw it was the case. Those actually was work requirements, mostly in terms of this. You can actually go back on my YouTube, and you can see when I do that. But that was one of the points recently. Oh, in terms
Got
of
it.
worldview, I have. Like when
Yeah.
I first started TikTok, I was a communist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I've changed my views.
One more thing. What do you think about like Destiny's view? He's like a relative, like he believes in like relative morality, like a subjective morality. Do you believe in an objective morality?
Oh, I believe in subjective morality. All right, but have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, I believe in subjective morality. Subjective morality is a description of reality, right? That like moral truths are dependent upon our stances and for our own views. That's really all it is. If there was like an objective morality, I'd love to be able to use it as a justification. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still looking for that. Don't see a justification for objective meta ethics yet. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I voted for him twice.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, because something you were just talking about is actually why I requested up. You were saying you don't believe in objective right and wrong. So what gives laws the authority to basically prosecute people objectively, in your view?
What, do you want to define objective real quick?
Well, it's basically black and white. Like in layman's terms, it's just black and white, right and wrong.
Okay.
And that's what the law does.
To clarify, I believe in moral truth. I just believe that truth is dependent upon our stances, right, for our own views. So why do I think the law should be a certain way? Well, my own view is that it should be a certain way. That's what it is.
But
like inevitably, if you
wouldn't you-
reduce it down to its fundamental basis, it's that my position is that it should be that way. And then we'll go through the reasons of why my position is that. But inevitably, yes, it's going to reduce down to that's my position for how I think it should run. Does it make sense?
So you would agree that like every country has a right to implement the law how they all can agree as one, because every culture does that.
No. I think that the law should work in the way that I think it should work. I don't think it should be tied to just whatever someone's view is. I think it should be tied to my view. Does it make sense? Push the star goggle.
But that's okay. So if it's tied to one single person's view, like strictly one single person's view, you're describing totalitarianism. I'm talking about like a collective, like we have a consensus.
No, how I think the law should operate
is
is going to be based upon my view, but how we enact that will be based upon democracy. So I'm not advocating for total 100% authoritarianism, but when it comes to like certain things, obviously we'd have authoritarian as like control. Like it depends on how you define authoritarianism. If you define authoritarianism as like unjust, well then obviously everyone be against that.
But that would be like in a perfect world where the way you view the way the law should be implemented, everybody else would view it the same, and that just doesn't happen.
No. I don't think that everyone else does view it the same. Obviously, I acknowledge that in reality, not everyone else does view it the same. I'm just saying how I think it should look. Yeah, like obviously that's it's gonna be a description of my desires internally.
It's just you are describing more socialist societies like Nazi Germany or North Korea.
I don't think
Union.
Nazi Germany is a socialist society. I don't think any of those are socialist societies. The only one you could possibly prescribe a socialist label to at a certain point in history would be the USSR, and even then, many socialists would dispute that because they don't like that form of socialism. Because there's a distinction between state socialist, not state socialist, market socialist. There's so many different disputes in terms of socialism. I'm not a socialist myself. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, socialism and communism, both of them kind of play with the same hand to an extent.
Can you define communism?
I mean, it's basically when the means of like the people is basically it's the authority. The government holds the authority of the means.
No. So
predominantly.
No. A communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So there's no state that has a monopoly on violence. And by the way,
wait, what?
Yeah, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So there's no state or government that would have a monopoly on violence. The only role of a government within a communist society would be distribution of services or goods. Because that's what a state is. A state is based upon having a monopoly on violence.
But they have a monopoly on the worth of tangible items if there's not a currency.
Wait, what? Repeat that?
So if there's not a currency, if there's not like a trade, if there's not a bargain, they basically monopolize tangible items like people's assets. I mean, they essentially own everything.
Who
So
owns
that would be
everything?
the government's.
People? No, people in
No,
general, not the
no, the
government.
government.
No, 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 no. So communism, which again, I'm not a communist, right, would be societal ownership of the means of production in a stateless, classless, moneyless society, meaning that practically everything is publicly owned in terms of the means of production by society as a whole. But you still have things such as personal property. You can still have the personal property of you have like like this is my notepad, like that's my personal property. So there's a distinction under a communist perspective between personal property and like private property. Private property
Well,
being
that's
used
used
for the
fairly
means of
loosely.
production
That's used fairly loosely because
in terms of profit.
every communist country there's ever been
The
has
communist
been
country is
under
an
some form.
oxymoron based upon that definition.
But every single one of them, not going to get into semantics, but every single one of them have been under some form of authoritarianism or totalitarianism. So you don't truly own anything.
Yeah,
Every
so
single
so
one.
they aren't communist by definition. They would be state capitalist countries. Like these, again, I'm saying this as someone who's not a socialist. These are state capitalist economies, okay? Where they have
For the
they
top,
still have
for the
capitalism.
top authority.
They still
Yeah,
they still have some levels of capitalism in markets and private ownership of the means of
okay, but
production, but at the same time they have heavy governmental control. That is state capitalism. That's not socialism. That's not communism.
if there's not a currency, how is it capitalism? That doesn't make any sense because that's not a free
What
market
country doesn't have a
society.
currency?
No, I'm saying like in countries like the USSR,
They
the
had a
former
currency.
USSR, but everything was basically essentially owned by the government. Like there's no
No,
free market capitalism within that society. I mean,
wrong.
there was a little bit to an extent, but not like the way we have it here in America.
Sure, obviously not like the way we have it here, yeah. But
That
the
that's
USSR was not communist. They're a state capitalist economy.
okay. That's just not right, but okay.
It is, historically speaking, accurate.
Okay, but okay, explain that to me. Please explain that because that doesn't make sense.
There was some level of private ownership of the means of production, meaning there's state capitalism.
What, like owning a house, owning a bed to sleep on?
Private ownership of the means of production is relating to the use for profit.
Okay, like what?
If you own a factory for profit, is an example.
You mean like the top officials, like the people closest to Stalin?
No, a private individual has the ability to profit off of, right, some of the means of production in terms of their private ownership of that means of production.
Okay.
Okay.
About
Also,
that.
like, you want to talk about why you support Trump?
Yeah, gladly. I mean, it's very easy. Our borders are protected under President Trump. He's utilizing the National Guard very well.
No.
He's
Can I address
basically,
this?
I mean,
That's actually
honestly,
ridiculous. So you just said the National Guard. He sent in the National Guard to LA, where I live, right? And it increased the level of conflict within LA. So I just want to let you know, LA was not liking the fact that they sent the National Guard.
okay, but whether you like it or not, the police have to do their job. Of course,
That's not
there's
the
going to be
police.
some violence.
That's National Guard. National Guard
Well,
actually
they're
increased
acting.
the level of conflict.
They're acting as police. They're policing LA because there are rioters. There's people throwing rocks in the street, burning things, just doing terrible
Wait,
things
where I
that
where
have
I
to be
was, where the
policed.
National Guard was, I was in front of the National Guard. There was no one doing that.
I watched multiple vlogs before they even came in, where there was rioters throwing stuff at police officers of the LAPD.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know that, of course, you can disagree with that, but it was under the control of the police. That's what Newsom said. That's what the entirety of basically
Well,
every governmental official said within California. The only people that were saying that we needed outside help were specifically people like Donald Trump that wanted to send people in to increase the conflict in the region to be able to blame Democrats. I'm serious.
well, because
Like,
well, Gavin,
the LAP did not ask for this, right? Like literally, Gavin Newsom did not ask for this. No one in LA asked for this.
the president he has the executive authority to send in the National Guard when the governor's not doing his job.
That doesn't
when he
mean it's
wasn't
not
doing his
fucking
job.
wrong. And by the way, he does not, because he has to get consent of the governor.
If it's a federal breach, like if
Oh
our
yeah, thank you
borders
so
are
much for the
not being
$2.
protected,
That's what I wait. That's
the,
what I
the
wait.
president
Oh my
has the
god!
right to step in and
Didn't
use
a
his
court
executive
determine this?
authority.
Didn't a court determine that they specifically need to get like the governor's consent?
Well, what about George Bush, New Orleans? during Katrina.
Dude, that doesn't change. That doesn't change anything, right?
Well, you had to do it. There was people looting, stealing
You
stuff.
under,
and
wait,
the
you understand?
president.
Wait, that's a complete distinct. Didn't the governor in that circumstance say that they wanted it?
Yeah, but the president has an
The
has a
governor
duty
has
to
to
protect the
consent, dude.
country. Not always. Not always.
This isn't a circumstance where that you would go against that.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
It's
not.
essentially foreign invaders rioting and looting in American
Foreign
cities.
invaders? Wait, how do you know that the people specifically that were doing the quote unquote rioting and looting in the country were quote unquote foreigners? How do you know?
So let me ask you this:
Wait. How do you know?
If George
How do you know?
Washington's
Answer that
forces
question. How do you know?
saw people flying
How do
a
you
foreign
know? How do
flag
you know? He
in
can't answer this
in
question.
the streets
This is the
of,
question that he can't answer. How did you know they were foreigners?
in 1795? What do you think would have been?
Okay.
Can't answer.
Yeah, I don't know why he went on mute, but
Oh, I muted him because
definitely
I'm
know.
trying to get him to answer that question.
You muted me.
Yeah. Philip,
Okay.
you said they're foreigners. How do you know?
Well, I'm saying that if the first president saw that people flying foreign flags in the streets of Boston in 1793, and they were throwing rocks, they were doing all of this stuff, what do you think would have happened? I'm just curious. What do you think would?
They would have said under the Constitution that would be protected as freedom of speech.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that's not what would have happened.
Foreign
You don't
flags.
have free-
I just want.
you
I just
don't- you-
wait.
you don't-
You don't think that people at that particular time were flying foreign flags of the nations they were coming from? What the hell is wrong with you?
You don't have the freedom to destroy a city. That is different when you're.
Didn't the founding fathers literally like do that?
What? I'm
Didn't
sorry,
the founding
what are you
fathers
saying?
literally do this? Did they like violently
Loot-
riot?
Loot and
They would.
innocent
They would.
people? No.
Dude, they would tar and feather tax collectors.
Also,
You're comparing apples to oranges.
What?
You know.
Philip. First, my first question before I proceed: have you served?
Oh yes.
Okay, great. So then you should know better. One, so I'm active duty. I've been active duty for 13 years. To say that the administration is properly using the National Guardsmen is just disingenuous and actually quite vile for multiple reasons.
No, Gavin Newsom hasn't been doing his job. He's been failing as a governor for the last
I'm
like
speaking.
6-7 years.
Can you tuck your feelings away for just a moment, please?
It's not feelings, it's facts. Ask a number of people from that state.
Gavin Newsom is not doing a bad job. Let me finish my thought. You're gonna not want to do that. Just let me finish my thought. So anyways, the National Guard is not allowed to be deployed unless the governor, as Parker said, like you can go fact check Parker and I, but the governor, if the governor says, I don't need your help, no thanks, that's it. In layman's terms, as layman's terms as possible, that's the way that goes. And you're talking about foreign invaders. I'm gonna call you a racist right now because that's
Go
what
ahead.
you are. And so because when you're talking about how do you identify, that's why Parker was trying to ask you how you identify
Well,
people.
when you see a foreign flag flying and there's a bunch of people throwing rocks at policemen and disrespecting the
Yeah.
American flag, you can
Okay.
go ahead and make the assumption they're foreign
Still,
invaders. Yes.
still talking. Anyways, so America, the beautiful thing about America is the only flag, like there are multiple flags that can be flown here.
Yeah, but you
I
don't
know
burn
if you-
ours. You
hold
don't
on.
burn
Yeah,
ours.
it's our freedom. We have you said you served, so you served to protect the freedom of speech for people. That falls under the freedom of speech, the same freedom of speech that allows people to protest. And
You
you're
don't
up here
have the
getting pissed
freedom
off.
to.
Yes, they do. And one other thing.
You don't have.
One other thing, because I want to shut your disingenuous ass
You're
down.
muting me.
One other thing. I'm stationed in Texas, right? We just had a massive flood in Central Texas, and I'm in the center of the area, right? National Guardsmen, FEMA, and National Guardsmen should have been. I'm going to continue to talk over this person because I came up here.
You don't have
National
the right
Guardsmen should have been-
to.
National Guardsmen should have been deployed right now, helping out these folks that have been like they're desperate for help. And
They
instead
have been.
they're being deployed. Instead they're
They
being
have been
deployed.
deployed.
Okay.
He can't
Show
stop
me.
talking. He seriously can't. He's such a child.
Ask Rock.
Stop.
Ask Rock. Ask Rock.
Oh my god, you're kidding
Ask
me.
a Grok is
Ask
crazy.
ChatGPT.
Oh my fucking god.
It's right in front of you. That's
Ask
the simple
Grok.
solutions.
Ask a
Yes.
Grok is crazy.
Ask the internet. Google it. Look it up. Honestly, it's that easy.
How
Because they
about
have been
you do that?
before.
How about you do that and provide the source real quick?
I've already looked at multiple sources.
And then go provide us one.
It's
You should be able to provide us one real quick then.
it's all over the place. Just look it up, man. It's all over the place. People in your
Appreciate it.
chat know it too.
Can you provide the source? Tell me the title.
Probably CNN, probably Fox News, probably everybody. 'Cause it happened.
Probably.
I thought you just said that you looked up multiple sources.
Well, why don't you just look it up real quick? It happened. Why does it bother you that President Trump is sending the National Guard to help Texas?
Because
you
it's
know
our
that
Constitution. But what to help Texas? I'm stuck on the fact that you think that it's constitutional for him to send them to L.A.
Yeah, well, when you have people violating the police, advocating for violence, flying a foreign flag, hurting innocent civilians, and looting multiple stores,
Flying a
yes, I think you have that is a right to protect
Hey, do
our
you think
country from
that
foreign invaders.
do you think that no other flag should be flown in the states other than the American flag?
I didn't say you can't fly other flag, but you shouldn't burn ours. And if you're flying another country's flag while having a riot, you can go ahead and assume those are foreign invaders, and you have every right to pull the National Guard at that point. Yeah.
I bet you don't believe in due process either.
I do, but a lot of people don't use due process. So I mean, they just don't.
Okay. My next pivot point would be like I don't even think this will be a pivot. I'm just curious for an internal critique and for consistency here. Do you think that on January 6th those were riots? Do you think that the guardsmen should have been called in then?
I think the overall consensus of January 6th was not a riot. I think there was a couple things that were miscellaneous that did happen that were not okay, but I don't think it
This
was
guy!
no.
How come you can't say that about the protests in general?
Because it's different when you're burning down cities and throwing rocks at police
They
officers
literally
versus
wait.
breaking-
I'm sorry. Throwing rocks at police officers. Donald Trump pardoned people who beat police officers on fucking camera that admitted to it and were convicted of it. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean throwing rocks at cops? They beat police officers.
A police officer died. I mean, sorry, unalived.
Do you know what the fuck you're talking about? They
You're
beat
twisting the
police
facts.
officers.
I saw the video.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Mm-mm.
Dude, I'm not. I'm serious. Donald Trump pardoned people who violently beat police officers. Do you want to bet?
It looks like it was.
Do you
want to
bet? Do you want to bet?
Didn't
you wanna bet?
somebody get shot? Didn't one of the protesters get shot and killed?
Do you want
at that?
Wait, I'm talking specifically about people who violently assaulted police officers. Can you ask Grok
On
about
January 6th.
Hey, how about you ask Grok about that one? Can you ask
are you
Grok
talking
about
about-
it? Ask
Are you talking
Grok.
about January 6th?
How about you ask Grok? Take your own source. Ask Grok.
Are you talking about January 6th?
Wait, actually, you know what? How about I ask Grok on the fucking stream? Let's ask Grok on the stream. Did Donald Trump pardon violent rioters? Here, let me turn it on. I haven't even looked at the what it is yet. Okay, it's not because I don't have it open. Hold on. 1 second. Open it
People
up,
ask-
Grok.
A lot of people are asking, what is Grok? Grok is Twitter's AI bot, for those of you that don't know. Like,
It says yes on January 20th, 2025, President Trump issued a proclamation granting clemency to nearly 1,600 individuals charged or convicted in connection with the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol riot. This included full pardons for most defendants and sentence commutions for 14 members of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, many convicted of seditious conspiracy. Over 600 of those pardoned were charged with assaulting or obstructing law enforcement, with nearly 200 using deadly or dangerous weapons such as firearms, stun guns, flagpoles, and pepper spray. Trump's actions extended to individuals convicted of violently attacking police officers, despite earlier statements from allies like J.D. Vance Attorney General Pam Bondi, suggesting violent offenders should not be pardoned. The pardons were criticized by some as undermining accountability, with Democrats and former law enforcement officials arguing that they emboldened political violence, while Trump and his supporters framed the rioters as victims of unjust prosecution.
I saw
Yo,
the
dude.
videos from it. I mean, that sounds a little bit
Yo, dude,
fabricated.
Grok just cooked you, bro.
Wait, hold on. But earlier you said, ask Grok.
Ask Grok, dude. Can you?
My
just
point
like,
is it's
just
a
like,
simple
just like ask
way to
Grok.
look things up. That's really it.
You know what? Maybe we should ask Grok. From now on, let's start asking Grok. Jeez, bro. Are you serious, bro? You just got cooked by your own source.
I wonder if we ask Grok if it was lawful for Trump to send in the National Guard to LA, what it would say.
Was it lawful for Trump to send the National Guard into LA without Newsom's consent? Let's see. President Donald
Curious.
Trump's deployment of California National Guard to Los Angeles without Governor Gavin Newsom's consent was ruled unlawful by U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer. The judge found that Trump's actions violated federal law, specifically Title 10, which requires that National Guard call-up orders be issued through state governors. Right? Breyer stated that Trump's federalization of the Guard without Newsom's consent exceeded statutory authority and violated the 10th Amendment, which reserves
If our
powers to the
country-
states. The deployment,
but
it
if-
was in response to the protests against immigration raids, but Newsom argued it was necessary and inflammatory as local law enforcement was sufficient.
Yeah, if it's considered a foreign invasion, he doesn't need the government. He doesn't need the governor's authority.
Buddy, oh my God. Bro.
He's cutting me off. It's actually going to make him look worse. Lovey, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you.
Oh God.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Lovey. Twice. Thank you so much. My father's a Vietnam veteran. He has burnt the flag before. I am black and a U.S. citizen. I happily fly the Mexican and Palestinian flag. I am more than okay with burning the American
Probably
flag.
not the
I am
US
not a
flag.
foreign invader. Shaking my head. How do you say to that?
Lovey.
I say, why are you so ashamed of? Why are you in this country if you're so ashamed of the U.S. flag? Like, why don't you just leave at that point? I don't understand that logic at all. I really don't.
Wait, I have a question. Like, is there any point in U.S. history? Wait, actually, is there anything that the U.S. could do that would lead you to do it, to not liking the U.S. flag?
This is a dumb hypothetical question. Yeah, I love my country.
So there's nothing the U.S. could do that could lead you to that?
They could replace it with the pride
I have a
flag
question.
and reelect Biden.
Yeah, and
Okay, here we
then
go.
wait, a pride flag in Biden, and you would not. Okay, I was gonna give you like a hypothetical of Hitler. Like you were willing to concede on pride flag in Biden? That's diabolical. What's wrong with the pride flag? What?
For one, I will say this. I think you have the First Amendment right to fly it. I don't have an issue with that. But what I will say is I don't like that they fly it at the same level as the U.S. flag at some state capitals.
They should fly it higher. They should fly it higher.
That's un-American.
How is that
Communism
un-American?
is showing.
How is that un-American?
How is it not un-American, Parker? Use your brain.
Wait, please explain to me how it is un-American.
To fly another flag over our nation's flag, and it's not even another
Yeah,
nation.
so I have a
it's symbolic
question.
flag.
I have a question. If you called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would that be anti-America? If you denied the elections of the 2020 election results without any evidence when 60-plus courts indicated that you're wrong, would
You're
you
all
be
over the
anti-America?
place,
If you
man.
cut food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act, and cut millions, tens of millions of people, or over 10 million people off of their health insurance, would you be anti-America?
We're getting out of the realm of common sense.
If you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing an American woman, would you be pro-America? If you specifically,
I'm not gonna lie. The evidence. I use my brain and I use common sense. Sometimes the court can be wrong. Civil courts can be wrong.
So fuck the rule of law, fuck due process.
That's not what I'm saying,
Fuck
but
the
it
courts.
doesn't always
How?
get it right.
Okay, who was
Abraham
the
Lincoln would tell
wait?
you that.
Who was
Abraham Lincoln would tell
who?
you that, and he's a lawyer.
Who was the judge in the case?
I don't know. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm sorry. I'm stuck on the fact that you think it is anti-American to fly a pride flag high. Or
I said
higher
higher than the
yeah,
U.S.
yeah,
flag.
whatever. Okay, cool, great.
There's flag laws, by the way, too.
and
How you fly them, and that would technically be illegal.
I understand that. I know the laws of the flag. It's a piece of cloth that is symbolic to our nation. I got it. I understand.
Yeah, you
But
have
I'm
no
stuck on the,
patriotism.
oh my
It's
God,
always,
shut
it
up
doesn't
for
matter.
5 seconds, bro. I'm stuck on the fact that you have this like, I don't know, big ouchy feelings over a flag, and you think you have any right, like the pure audacity to talk about that when you are completely okay at the beginning of this conversation.
Yeah, I had ancestors
Hold
that fought in the
fuck on when you were okay at the beginning of this conversation with Parker about changing the Constitution. How anti-American can you fucking get?
I'm sorry, I'm anti-American for what about the Constitution? What did you say?
You started out this whole conversation with Parker talking about how you were okay with Trump making changes to the Constitution, that he doesn't have to abide by certain parts of the Constitution.
Okay, but for one, making changes to the Constitution, so that's basically ratifying the Constitution. That's not undoctrine.
No, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. You can keep sitting there and acting like it's a change to the amendments, but that's clearly not. If you look at the fucking words, like seriously, the words, look at them. What do they say? They say termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So if you look at the words that he said, they disagree with you.
When did he say this in reference? Yes, please.
I can also hold on. I can also pull up the clip where Trump literally says he doesn't know if he has to abide by the rules.
No. Tell me about that first quote, because what is that in reference to? Because this is always taken out of quote. It almost always is.
Should we ask Rock?
Go ahead.
What should the question be? Tell me. What should the question be, Philip?
That quote. I want to just know what it was in reference to. Like, what was the
Which
whole
quote?
conversation? You said something about him wanting to throw out the Constitution or something, which
Yeah.
is a load of crap.
Did Trump call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even
We do have a
those
flag code
found
comment section.
in
Yes,
the Constitution? Let's see. Yes, in December 2022, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, in response to his claims of election fraud in 2020. He argued that the alleged fraud justified such measures to address what he described as a stolen election.
Okay, I think in some exigent circumstances, there are times where you have to kind of navigate a little bit differently. Yeah, I mean, that's life. I don't think he was saying to throw out the Constitution. I think it was pretty obvious what he was trying to say.
Grok disagrees with you. Your own source disagrees with you, bro.
It's an AI response. It's
Oh,
No,
so
it's-
you mean to
it's-
tell us that Grok isn't the best fucking source then?
It's not always right. I don't know why y'all are stuck on the Grok thing. I
Why
just said
would
like
you
Google
go to-
it,
because
Grok
you
it,
fucking-
look it up. That was my point. That was really my point.
Well, I just want to let you know, if we look it up, regardless what source we look at, if we went to fucking Google, you'd still disagree with what came up. Because Google also tells us this. Did you know that? Did you know that you can
'cause I
also
use my
find this
common
information?
sense, and yeah, but I realize that President Trump is a bit of a character. He says things.
He's a bit of a
sometimes, and it's
character.
not
He
always-
says some
you
things
don't-
and he
you don't
doesn't
take-
actually believe them. Right?
Well,
Is that your view?
You don't take literally everything like he
Is
says.
it a problem that you
all
wait
literally.
to clarify? No, seriously. It's whether or not we're taking him seriously. Is it a problem that we can't take the president of the United States seriously in what he says? And
I
wouldn't
didn't
that make
say
it
that.
more likely that
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, so then is he serious when you say this? Are you taking him seriously when he says that he wants to call for the termination of all rules?
So you know when you're like 4 or 5 years old and you kind of learn how to hear people when they're joking versus when they're being serious.
Really?
It's like the same exact concept on a political stage.
He's just trolling. He's just trolling, chat. He's just trolling. And you know, when he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, to try to steal the fucking election back after he said that it was stolen and it was rightfully the so that we could terminate the Constitution. Yeah, that guy. Dude, he was just trolling. He was just rage baiting, Chad. He was just rage baiting.
Well, to his
The president of the United States, who still believes it, is still rage baiting to this day.
There was a substantial amount of evidence to table the idea that could have happened. So
what?
He probably made an offhand comment about it because it's like we need to do something. We need.
By the way, this was in 2022. We knew that he fucking lost the election well before that. Are you kidding? Are you telling me that he didn't know in 2020? Are you telling me in 2022 he had no clue who won the fucking 2020 election?
That election came down to 42,000 votes. You do know that, right?
Are you serious, bro? Come on.
Electoral votes. Yes.
Come on, no, dude. Hold up. I'm sorry. Are you saying that there was sufficient election fraud to overturn the election?
There was 42,000 votes.
Was there wait, in what states?
In
what states? In what states? Tell me.
There's Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, a couple others. No, there's a couple. I can't remember the other two, but there's a couple others. It came down to 42,000 votes.
Should we ask Rock?
Across the entire country.
Should we ask Rock? Tell me what the question should be. What?
I mean, it's going to tell you the election results, what ended up happening. But I think it was worth tabling.
Who won the 2020 election?
I mean, it's going to say Biden because he served 4 years, of course.
Oh, I got to sign up to continue for more Grok? Fuck that, dude.
It came down to 42,000 votes in multiple states. That's well worth tabling. I'm not saying it was fraud. I'm just saying it's worth tabling if it's that low of a number.
Hey, dude, can you wait to finish eating whatever you're eating until we're off stream?
Yeah, also, yeah, that's crazy. Like, also, there's literally lower levels of fraud in the 2020 election than any previous election. Did you know that?
Okay. Well, what source is telling you that? I gotta wonder.
The fucking government. Literally the government on terms of their own fucking analysis. The independent audits, right?
Who wrote
the
that?
court case, the 60+ court cases?
Who wrote that?
You want me to tell you the 60 different judges?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't know. Do you want me to ask Rock?
When was it wrote? When was it wrote, I should ask.
What wrote? Sorry. Restate? I'm elevated.
You're saying that it was the most non-fraudulent election in U.S. history. When was that wrote?
I'll look. 2020 election, least amount of fraud. I can't type.
I have two things that I want to bring up. I can wait, but
yeah, the Brennan Center for Justice. If you'd like to go to that, this is from December 11, 2020.
Oh, okay. Right at the election time. Yep.
That was like a month after.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's very interesting.
What's so interesting?
I mean, it was in the heat of it, while there was the big debate. It just, if it was after the fact, it could have been credible, but it was right at it. I don't know. It's kind of funny.
This guy's so just in a different reality, dude. I'm saying. Eli, you said you wanted to see something, right?
yeah, there's two things. One is you wanted to get all upset about the flag, and there's, I think it was Nikki. First of all, if y'all could give Lovey some W's in the chat, because Lovey has sent me some pretty awesome gifts, and I appreciate you, Lovey. Thank you. And to everybody else who's gifted, I'm sorry if I haven't caught it, but thank you, Lovey, for those gifts. So I just wanted to really quick show you. You don't really need to make me big screen, but this is a video of Trump. Oops, let me refresh it. I don't think that you're allowed to write on the flag. I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to. And I'm pretty sure that that's Donald Trump. Signing the American flag with Sharpie? Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
What would happen?
Wait, Philip, hold up. Wait, please, let's see the mental gymnastics on this. By the way, chat, I think I have a crystal ball here. Incoming mental gymnastics, I tell you. Go ahead.
Well, I can't teach you basic intentions, but I think it's very different when you're stomping and burning a flag versus making a small clerical error, basically a technicality. There is. I mean, there's a clear difference. Liberals pretend all the time that they don't know what those differences
Wait,
are.
how is
There's
that a
difference.
clerical error? He signed it himself. What do you mean a clerical error?
Basically a semantic. It's just a figure of speech. Saying
Wait.
is
What's a
little
clerical
technicality.
error? What do you mean by that?
Don't take it too literally, Parker. I'm saying he made a little technicality, but it's massively different.
You mean he
from
fucked
somebody
up?
stomping and burning a flag.
He did an oopsie whoopsie. He's the president of the United States.
And he didn't know that? He didn't know? He didn't know it was wrong to sign the flag?
Well, did you know George Washington's first speech was very mumbled? It was very bad. This presidents make mistakes too.
What? I'm confused what your point is there.
I'm saying that if you fixate on every little detail of every single president, you're going to find little things. That's humans. That's everybody.
Is there something Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support the guy?
I'm not playing this game. I'm sorry, but it's not. I don't do hypotheticals.
Okay. Did you eat today?
There are Republicans.
Real question.
If that's what you're wondering.
Did you eat today?
Did I eat? Yeah, of course I ate.
What would you feel like if you didn't eat?
Okay. Okay. I'm hungry. Yeah.
Oh, so you can answer hypotheticals?
This is what I'm talking. This is why y'all lost. I'm just being honest.
Oh, because we are
right
intellectually honest, and we ask you to answer questions.
You don't know how to. You pretend not to know how to read a room. You just turn off intuition when it's convenient for you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know how to read a room. What do you explain? What are you saying?
You turn off and on when you use your intuition, and you pretend like everything is robotics when it's convenient for you. That's why. That's what I'm talking about.
What does that even fucking mean? What the hell are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
I pretend like everything is robotics? What the fuck?
I found something else good. I had to watch a video for it, which is what took me so long to get the thing number 2. You're talking about we just don't know how to read a room or whatever the hell you're saying right now. But when we present you literal facts, you pretzel yourself. You literally turn yourself into an actual piece of gymnastics equipment. I'm going to show you a video of an interview where Trump is asked about a part of the Constitution and whether or not he agrees with it. And he literally says he doesn't know. So I'm going to show you that really quick, okay?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, here we go. Good stuff.
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that. Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment.
I don't know. It seems. It might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials.
Okay, so what I'm basically hearing, by the way, every single president that comes into office, they have an agenda. They have some sort of change they want to make. Laws change constantly. They do. And if they want to motion it to change and enough people are on board, they can change. That's well within the executive power. I don't understand what's wrong with that. I really don't.
Dude,
Can you just
wait.
never
Let's read the 14th Amendment. Okay. Do you want to read the 14th Amendment with us? Let's do this. 14th Amendment.
You know there's an amendment ratifying another amendment. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. I'm just saying
Wait, let's just clarify.
There's a literal
let's just
amendment
clarify.
amending an amendment.
Section 1 of the 14th Amendment says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction, therefore, of are citizens of the United States and the state in where they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Right there means anyone within the country literally is granted the fucking due process.
No, that's the semantics. That's where you liberals get all
semantics?
conceptual.
What do you mean?
Yes.
What can you define semantics?
Okay, so there was a general understanding back when the Constitution was written that people would use common sense. And now we have just read into every little iota of anything that's possible, it could have possibly meant. And we try to take it 10
No,
different
what does
directions
semantics
based on
mean?
what the
What
flavor of the
does
month
semantics
is.
mean?
It's clear as day it's not encouraging foreign invaders to be welcomed
What
with
does
open arms
semantics
and no due
mean? Can you tell me what
process.
does semantics mean?
You're hanging on words and changing the meanings of them. You're
I didn't
trying to
change
change
meanings of anything.
semantics.
I'm just saying. I literally just said the words. I didn't change any meanings. What are you talking about?
Well, you're misinterpreting it.
How did I misinterpret it?
You're throwing emphasis on certain words. Like I could say the sky is blue, and you could emphasis on is the sky is blue. Like just it's over fixation.
The problem is, I think the problem is, unlike the president that you say is up for interpretation, the Constitution is not.
I never said it was, and that's what I'm kind of arguing right now.
You're literally talking about semantics, and that's exactly what semantics argues.
I'm saying you're changing semantics. You're trying to change the meaning of the words.
Okay, what words was I trying to change the meaning of?
Well, it's pretty clear as day that foreign invaders are not what the Constitution was referencing.
What the hell do you mean? What foreign invaders are you referencing?
Like you said that anybody in the country, like you're trying to claim that if everybody
what
flew
foreign
over
invaders are you?
America
Wait,
in
what?
droves,
What foreign
they would
invaders?
automatically be Americans.
What foreign?
And that's not how that works.
What foreign invaders are you referencing?
If everybody just hopped on a flight and decided to come to America, that doesn't make them an American. And so you're essentially trying to argue that the Constitution
That's
is
not what we're arguing. Tourists aren't Americans.
You
I don't know
are
where
because you're over fixating on the fact that they're in the country. You said in, like you put the emphasis on in, like they're physically in, not actually born in or got due process in.
Listen,
became legal.
all I said was I literally said the words nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. I didn't emphasize any specific word there. I just read the words there.
Okay, but you're basically insinuating that they're Americans, like they're living their livelihood in America, Americans.
But if you're within the jurisdiction of the country, even tourists are granted equal protection of the law.
Okay, but this isn't about like being under the law. You're basically insinuating that they live in the country. That's what you're trying to say.
No,
I'm not making any type of claim, but yes, undocumented immigrants do live in the country.
But they didn't go through due process.
No, okay, wait. Do you know that
What do you think due
arrive-
process is? Sorry, like he just literally said due process was related to they didn't go through due process. I'm sorry. Due process is like if you've committed a crime, how we respond to that, something like that. It wouldn't be like you commit a crime. That means you have gone against due process. That's not what that means. But yeah, Eli, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's like why they read. That's why cops, like when you get arrested, that's why they read you your Fifth Amendment rights. They read you, like they say, "Hey, you have the right to remain silent." They like all that because that's a part of your due process. Like that's all a part of it.
Okay, but if you invade the country without informing anybody, you didn't go through due process.
No, okay. Let me tell you this, right? I've looked into seeking asylum in other countries because I'm a part of a marginalized group in America where I could potentially need to do that. And I didn't even know, honestly, I've educated myself a lot on the asylum process for other countries as well as our own. When you arrive to the country, you don't call ahead. You don't send in documentation ahead of time and say, "Hey, I'm coming," just letting you know. You get there and like you literally have your feet on ground on that soil. And then the correct way of going through things is to provide your documentation on out. If you don't do that, then it's a civil infraction. It's not like a felony or whatever.
The president has executive authorities to they have some sort of agenda coming into office, and if they decide, hey, we need to protect our country, we have too many people flooding our borders that shouldn't be here, they have the right to do that, and that's what he's using his executive authority to do.
I didn't get to land. So hold on before we jump to the next point. So when people arrive here, when they have their feet on the soil, they automatically have the right to due process. Like, it does not matter if they are a citizen. It does not matter if they are like in the process of seeking asylum. The second that their feet are on U.S. soil, they have the right to due process. That way, we don't. That way, if I were to go to, like, let's say if I was coming to America from another country instead of me going to another country, if I was coming here and I say I look just fucking like somebody else, like say I have a doppelganger out there that has committed a terrible, terrible crime, and they see me coming to the border and they're like, oh, that person looks like this person that we have who could potentially be like this person who's done this heinous crime, but I haven't done this thing. Without due process, they can lock me up, they can deport me, they can send me anywhere, and I never get to prove a case whatsoever. That's why due process is important. It doesn't matter what your feelings are about it, but if my doppelganger gets to roam free, like say they were a serial unaliver, and they get to go roam free while the person who's innocent remains in some sort of prison somewhere, that's what due process is for. That's why it exists, and that's why all people need to have it.
Okay, I don't disagree with due process, but if somebody is found on their background to have a form of criminal record, and we decide to kick back and tell them to go back to their country, we should have a right to do that.
And how do you think we find out if they have a criminal record?
Through the foreign governments, through the government
Due
they came from.
process. Due process.
Yes, I'm not
That's
disagreeing with that.
okay, but that's the point. So what we're okay, great. So I'm glad we both agree that that is important. The problem is these people aren't getting due process. They're just getting scooped up, and we're finding out later that they're not getting due process.
Well, we have a crisis on our hands, and because of the previous administration, we have to kind of get things organized. I
So now
mean,
you're
it's just
changing.
millions upon millions.
So now you're saying that I arrive on U.S. soil, and because there's a crisis, oh, me, innocent person, didn't do anything to deserve it. I need to go get fed to alligators
Well,
now.
when our country is at stake, there are certain measures that have to be taken to make sure that our country doesn't go under. And
You
that's
know
one
who
of those,
talked? Do you know
as
who
is a-
spoke? Philip, do you know who spoke like that? Yahtzees. I can't say it on the live to protect Parker. But the exact rhetoric that you just said is exactly fucking 1930s,
No, because
1940s.
that's ethnic
Yes,
cleansing.
That
We're
was
not
that
talking
was
about
actually
that.
nuts, dude.
No,
What are you?
no.
Wait, who are you? Are you saying that like what are you saying being fed to alligators is okay?
That's not, no. What extreme are we jumping to now? Because that's not what I said.
Clarify what you said then.
I'm saying that, okay, so the previous administration flooded our country with millions of people that didn't have papers. That's their fault. But the Trump administration is trying to clean up that mess. So there are some measures they're having to take to kind of just gather people up, see who they are, and if they got a bit of a record, send them back. If they don't, maybe they can stay.
Wait, but what
That's
did you
kinda
say
what
in
they're having
relation to
kinda
alligators?
organize
Can you
things.
address what you said in relation to alligators?
I didn't say anything in reference to alligators. You just
I
planted
can
that on
repeat
me.
it. I can repeat it.
Sure,
I asked.
actually, I could go back on the stream and I could actually just play it. You know.
Go ahead. I didn't say anything about that. With millions of people that didn't have papers. That's their fault. But the Trump administration is trying to clean up that mess. So there are some measures they're having to take.
Rhetoric that you just.
Okay, I don't disagree with due process, but if somebody is found on their background to have a form of criminal record, and we decide to kick back and tell them to go back to their country, we should have a right to do that.
And how do you think we find out if they have a criminal record?
Through the foreign governments, through the government
Due
they came from.
process. Due process.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, but that's the point. So what we're okay, great. So I'm glad we both agree that that is important. The problem is these people aren't getting due process. They're just getting scooped up, and we're finding out later that they're not getting due process.
Well, we have a crisis on our hands, and because of the previous administration, we have to kind of get things organized. I
So now
mean,
you're
it's just
changing.
millions upon millions.
So now you're saying that I arrive on U.S. soil, and because there's a crisis, Oh, me, innocent person, didn't do anything to deserve it. I need to go get fed to alligators
Well,
now.
when our country is at stake, there are certain measures that have to be
No, I
taken
didn't
to
say
make
that. I
sure
didn't
that our
hear him say
country
that.
doesn't go
I'm
under.
gonna be honest with you. I didn't hear him say that last part. I didn't say anything about alligators myself, but I didn't hear that last part.
Okay, so you don't think that?
No. It got cut off. I didn't hear that.
Okay, okay, all right. So then what were you responding to?
No, he was essentially saying like I should be sent. I should be like I didn't know what he was saying, but he was basically saying that like I don't get to stay in the country or whatever, and I have to kind of get stuck in this holding period. And I was basically explaining that we have to take measures to organize the mess before we can start saying you can stay here automatically. Like
Do you
it
know
just doesn't
what?
work that way.
Do you know why I brought up alligators?
Because of Alcatraz in Florida.
Yeah, and why I took it there is because I used myself as an example of if I was trying to move to America, and there are people who are getting detained without due process, that are getting sent to El Salvador, that are getting sent to Guantanamo Bay, that have been put in the Chrome facility, that are now going to be sent to Alligator Alcatraz, right?
But you do realize they're not getting fed to the alligators. It's just they're surrounded by them. Like if you try to escape the building, that there's alligators
Yeah,
there.
you could be
They're
eaten by
invasive.
alligators.
They're invasive predators. So there are alligators, there are pythons.
Invasive in Florida?
Yeah, in the Everglades, yes, that's where I'm from. Not from the
No. I'm from Florida too. They're not invasive. Alligators are from Florida.
Yes, I know, but they're invasive to environments surrounding them. I understand invasive in the terms of they don't go from one environment to actually, yes, they do. Alligators, literally, I used to have them in my backyard all the time. Like they would just, and I didn't live even anywhere close to water. But the point is,
They're not invasive.
they are very, very aggressive predators.
Philip,
And
what do you mean by invasive, Philip?
It's a species that overtook a land that it wasn't originally from. Alligators are from Florida.
And the pythons right now, do you know about how bad there are tons and tons of pythons that like in the
Okay, but the jail could be in Kansas.
So by the way, he doesn't think that there's any species that only exists in Florida, right? That specifically, right, is invasive. Like he doesn't think there's a single one. Do you know?
I didn't say
that's
that.
not how most people are
You're
using the term
bending my words
invasive.
again. I didn't say that. I didn't say
even
that.
if I concede on that, maybe I used the wrong word. I don't mind like saying, okay, I used the wrong word, but that's just like clinging on to a point that it doesn't disprove anything I'm saying anyways. It doesn't like change what I'm saying.
Well, but yeah, but the prison could be in Kansas for all I care, and then you could complain about the weather because the weather, there's a lot of tornadoes there. At some point, it's like we got to put it somewhere. It's not.
No, that's the point. We don't gotta put it somewhere.
Yeah, but the prisoners in any prison could make the argument that, oh, I don't like this place because the weather's a little bit cold, or just something.
I think that when like you look back on the 1930s, it's really easy for you to see like, oh, that was very blatantly wrong. They shouldn't have done that. For some reason, in modern day, you don't recognize that you're arguing
because this is not a matter of race. It's not a matter of even culture. It's a matter of national security.
Who are the people that have been talked about predominantly when it comes to these immigrants?
You do realize that there are Russians that have been sent back to their country too, that have gone through the very same process.
I said, who have we spoken? Who has? That's not the question that I asked. The question I asked.
Yeah, but it's not just certain countries, but we are surrounded by countries that just so happen to carry certain groups of people. That just it is what it is.
Canadians.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Canada's government isn't bad enough to where people want to come in droves to our country.
So you're just dodging my question. Can you just be like not disingenuous right now? And
I'm not being disingenuous. It's just facts. If there's a lot of people coming from one country, it's just that's a statistic. It's not something.
Wait, you're saying a lot of people don't want to go from Canada to the United States. Are you saying because they maybe have a better system?
Not than ours, but I think it's better than Mexico's. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, then do you think that we should be more accepting of immigrants from Canada?
I don't really have an opinion on that. I think as long as you haven't broken any major laws and you go through a due process, you should have a fair chance. You shouldn't be
What
guaranteed.
the fuck does
You
it?
should
Okay,
have a
we
fair
already
shot.
clarified that. That's not what due process means, but
I tried.
yeah,
I really tried.
I mean, I don't really understand the question then because I feel like I was pretty straightforward.
Do you? I feel like we have to go backwards because you just said as long as they go through due process, and that's not what due process is.
yeah.
No,
Can
no, no.
can
I'm
you like
saying that as
define
long
due
as they don't have any,
process? Hey, Philip.
when they're going,
Philip, tell us what due process is.
it's basically just a background check to make sure you're not a criminal. It's basically to just make sure that you're going to be a good citizen. You're going to have something to
No,
provide. You can pass a
that's
history
that's
test. You
that's not
can,
what it is.
you know a little bit of our country.
That's not what due process means. Okay, but the process for immigration does not mean due process. Those are two separate things.
Remember,
I
I gave
mean,
you the whole
we can get into a semantics battle here, but I don't know what you're trying to get from it. Like,
This isn't
what are you asking?
semantics, dude.
And wait, and that doesn't even dispute its validity, even if you do consider it semantics. If you can just consider semantics like defining
Yeah, but you
terms,
got me
there's
on
nothing wrong
semantics
on
for
that here.
invasive species, and
Why
I
are you
didn't
using
give you
that? Why are
the
you using that to
Webster
demean what I'm
textbook
saying?
definition.
Why are
You
you
had
using
me
that
on
to
that
demean what I'm saying? Why don't you just address it for what it is?
because you
When
do that a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
what? What do I do? What?
I could give a broad definition of something, and then you'll take the Webster, and because I didn't say it like a robot, I didn't recite it from Webster's. I'm
You
wrong
don't
saying
have to
that,
recite
even
it
though I
from
said the
Webster's.
same thing
I'm not even
essentially.
saying you're wrong. I'm just saying like, how are you using these terms? Because you're using it in a way that practically no one else is using the term. So I'm just
Also,
clarifying how you're using
Called
it.
colloquials. It's not like I'm not gonna speak like a dictionary all the
I'm
time.
sorry, that's not a colloquial usage of the term because no one else is fucking using it. What
right?
does colloquial mean?
There's a difference between being close. Like if you were close to the definition, we wouldn't have given a shit. It's the fact that it was completely incorrect. It's not that that's semantics. It was just blatantly incorrect. Like I have no problem. You tried to bring the invasive thing back up. If you tell me that's the incorrect usage of that, like okay, and I concede it. I apologize and I can concede and we can move forward. But we're just telling you there's a reason why we're doubling down on the due process thing because if you don't know what due process is, if you don't understand how it's used or what it's for, then of course you're not going to really give a shit if people aren't getting due process.
I mean, I understand what it is, but because I can't give you the exact like step by step of every little intricate part of the process, I mean, it doesn't mean I don't know the in generals about it. It's not something I've studied extensively, of course.
All right, is there anything else you want to talk about or add, Philip?
Oh no, I think we got it.
I think we do too.
Thanks, Parker. Thanks, Parker.
Good seeing you.
Also, it's good seeing you. Thank you for all the gifters again. I really appreciate you. That was really fun. I'll see you later, Parker.
Of course. See you later. Peace out. Peace out. Alrighty, everyone. I think I have like one more guess. Like I have like 15 more minutes. I gotta thank some people. I gotta catch up. I'm super behind. I gotta catch up. Karen, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler, with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's so funny. Courtney, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Maybe sometime. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Odine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the commutes of W's and also the $12. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that on PayPal. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. It took me a while to see that. I really apologize. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the commutes of W's for them in the comment section right now. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Phoebe. Let me make sure I catch up on YouTube as well. And then I will make sure to get the last conversation in here for tonight. By the way, everyone, make sure you go to my YouTube. Check out the videos I've been posting. The YouTube's been popping off. The YouTube Shorts have been going crazy the past few days. It's been really cool. I'm finally sending the fuck out. Like it just like shot up out of nowhere, like overnight. But yeah, let me find it. Let me go to the supers. 1 second, chat. KJ, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Love you. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you, mate. We should have. Thomas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Naomi, thank you for the 99 cents. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Levy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $5, Master. I appreciate it. Yo with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. MJ with the $10. Love you with the $10. Thank you. Najia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you on behalf of Grok. That's so funny. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Love you with the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I've caught up everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sorry if I didn't see everyone's. I do apologize if I didn't. Don't cut the deal. I got you. I got you, Aaliyah. That's crazy. Why did YouTube cut the last message? Parker, the last guest was so cringe. I know. That was kind of diabolical. Love you. I appreciate the $5 for Parker. Can you stop making good points so I can stop sending you money? That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I just wanted to say you are amazing. Dina's amazing. You do you kill it. You are awesome. I love your streams at just big W's.
Hey, I
You
appreciate
are
you
a
so
great
much.
person.
Thank you so much, CD. I
Appreciate
appreciate it. W's in the chat for CD, everyone. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that, man. W's for CD. W's for CD. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you doing?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
22. Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I used to be.
Base. Get some W's, Everett. I am just looking for a debate here for the last for the end of this live stream real quick. I want to make sure I can get a quick debate. We're probably gonna have 10 minutes or so. If not, I'll probably have to end the stream without a debate, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18?
What's your birth year?
No, sorry, 2006.
What month?
November.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think that sometimes, like, destruction is necessary to, rebuild something. Kind of like in regards to, like, dialectics. From, like, Marx, for example, where, like, you have a thesis and an antithesis, and then when they come
Please
together...
tell me you're trolling.
Sorry?
Please tell me you're trolling. You support Trump because he's going to make the country worse?
I'm sorry?
You support Trump because he's going to make the country worse? Is that your view?
No, I believe that he's gonna make it worse, but then it will make things better.
How do you know it'll become better?
For example, like in the 2016 election, Trump won, and then in 2020, like for example, everything like swung blue, and it allowed Biden to come into office. And
Him being elected didn't do that. That specifically was relating to just COVID and how the economy functioned, right? The trend of Donald Trump coming back came after he literally tried to say that the election was stolen with no evidence. So he then gained support after that. So actually, I would argue that we're significantly more right-wing now than we were going to be if we didn't have Trump. If Trump was never elected, we wouldn't be as right-wing. Because we wouldn't have like 70% of the Republican Party thinking that the 2020 election was stolen with no evidence, right? That's at least one point. I mean, that's irreparable damage to this country. You understand that, right? Like, you can't just act like that's led to some great progressive future.
No, I'm not saying that now it has, but I do believe that in the future, like, for example, like when moral structures and economic structures are broken down, that it does force people to realize that something needs to change, and as a result, like, they do move forward in
Here, can I clarify this question then? Let's
Sure.
just see how far you're willing to take this. If Donald Trump sexually assaulted a child, would you support him still over Kamala Harris?
No.
Would you have voted for him?
No.
Okay. So I'm confusing. Do you believe that he sexually assaulted a woman?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So then can you tell me why you wouldn't support him if the victim were a child, but you would support him if the victim were an adult?
No, I don't support him in either case for that. It is wrong.
Oh, sorry. You would vote for him.
No.
You wouldn't vote for him in either case?
No, I would not. What I'm
Well,
saying
then what are
is
you doing on this live? Come on.
what I'm
What are you doing on this live? What? You're wasting the last few minutes on the stream. And that's just a crazy take anyway. Yo, how old are you? How old are you? Hello? Rick, are you there? Very unfortunate. Let's go to the next person. Here, I'm gonna try one more person. If not, that might be the night, everyone. So I might just answer questions. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, one more chat. One more. I'll give the chat one more. I'll try one more. One more person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Well, chat, TV anchor, are you there, man? Well, chat, that's it for tonight. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. We have to end it. I'm so sorry. I will answer questions for the next few minutes here, but then we're gonna get off. I love everyone. I'm so sorry. I only have a few more minutes anyway. It's getting late. Damn, I just got here. By the way, if you missed any of the debates, you can make sure to check them out on YouTube. YouTube, every single day, the entirety of the stream is always on YouTube. Every single day. So I streamed yesterday, I streamed today. Every single day is on YouTube. So I would recommend to go check out the YouTube because that's a place where you can see everything. Also, everyone on the YouTube would really recommend liking the stream. I think here, what are we at? I think we hit a bit over 2K. I appreciate everyone. That's like my goal for every day is like 2K. I'm like, yay. People were liking the stream today. Let me see. How many do we hit today, chat? Let's see. 2,300. We're almost at 2,500, chat. That's sick. Kyle, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Sydney, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Are disabled safe from Medicaid cuts? So I think it depends on the disability. And it also, you have to like fill out paperwork, and but I do think in general, yes, it does fit under the exceptions. Oh, we're actually close to 1 million likes too, chat. We're on my girlfriend's account. We're about to hit 1 million. Fire, thank you so much for the $6.60. Favorite childhood video game? I want to say Pokemon. Take a blinker. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. What's up? We got like 3 more minutes left on the live or so, and then I'm going to end it for today. We hit 1 million on TikTok. Let's go. 1 million likes on TikTok. Let's go. By the way, everyone on TikTok, I would really recommend to go check out the YouTube as always. I know I say it a million times, but I really would really appreciate it because YouTube is like the best for content, honestly, right now. Because my TikTok not even sending out today. Like, it's just really weird. I don't know why it's working like that. My video from 10 hours ago has 3,000 views. That has probably more views on YouTube. I'll have to check how many views on YouTube. On Instagram, let's see how many views has on Instagram. 156,000. Like what? Like what? That's such a differential. Like, that's crazy. Absolutely, Miss Miles. I will keep doing that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. We got like 2 more hours or so. Or 2 more hours. Jesus Christ. 2 more minutes. What the fuck is wrong with me? 2 more hours. I don't think that's possible. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to end it here. All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. I love everyone so much. I'll give everyone like... actually, I'll just go wait 2 more minutes. Why would I not wait 2 minutes? Come on. It's 2 minutes. I was like, I'll let everyone... It's 2 minutes. I'll wait 2 more minutes. 2 hours is crazy. Okay. Diabolical. Here's actually one thing I can do. We can turn off one of the lights. And you can actually, I can actually see, you can see what it looks like. One of the lights off. Look at that. Wait, let me see the other, we'll turn the other light off. You see how different it is? Before I end the live, I will turn it all off. But isn't that crazy? Like the difference in one studio light? Boom. Crazy, right? It's crazy. Do you have an account called Parker Go Get a Job? No, I do not. I will let everyone know these are my only accounts. Parker Get a Job. This is on TikTok only, by the way. Parker Get a Job. Parker Needs a Job. Parker Get a Real Job. And then the Parker Got a GF. Those are the only ones I'll ever be on. Every other account's not me. No other account will I ever be on. I know that's too many, but save that point. That's all the other accounts I have on TikTok. For YouTube, my only account's Parker Get a Job. That's it. Yeah, there are people that impersonate me all the time. There's the concepts of a job one, but just don't listen to any concepts of a job one either. I'm never on that one. I never go on that one, so. All right, everyone, I'm going to get off. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I love everyone. Have a good night. Peace out, peace out, peace out. Bye-bye. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. That's what it looks like, chat. This is like what it looks like.